We should be back now. I think. Maybe? Are we here? I think we're here. Okay. We can hide this. We don't need this anymore. We don't need the donation thingy. It's done. We did it. It's gone now. Hello. Hello, chat. I'm gonna, oh, that's not what I wanted. Ignore what I'm doing. I'm hitting bad buttons. Uh, oops. Oops. Okay. That was more than 20, okay. 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 Let me do some things here. We're gonna watch something on YouTube because I like to listen to stuff when I go to sleep. So I don't know what I can find on YouTube that I can just like put on. I don't know. Pokemon Lo-Fi. Daily dose of internet summoning salt. Oh, summoning salt would be good. I'll fall asleep to summoning salt. That sounds fun. Do that. Yes, I will put the video on the stream so that all the peoples can see. I have to mess with a bunch of stuff here really quick. What did I do? I did something. Oh. Oh, I think things are working. Maybe. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is working. It's actually working. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, I'm doing stuff. Look at us go. You can't see it yet, but I am doing stuff. Here. I do. Yeah, there are a lot of boxes in here. It's a mess. Browser. Summoning salt. Oh wait, that's not what I want to do. That's supposed to be a window capture. Window capture. Summoning salt. I have a lot of K-pop orders that haven't come in yet. Eventually. Apparently they got shipped, so they should be here soon. And we'll do more K-pop unboxing streams. It'll be fun. I'm excited. I'm very excited. That should be big enough, I think. Oh, I need an extension to make it so that YouTube won't, like, stop playing. I don't have that on Opera. Yeah. YouTube. I just switched to Opera GX soon. Recently. YouTube at the Opera. Okay. Confirm by clicking install. Install button. Did it. Has been done. Let me refresh. It's working. I think this works. Okay, it might not work. We'll find out. But I think this should be fine. I'm gonna add here in Discord. I'm doing a sleep stream. Dude. There we go. Okay. We're going. Twitch.tv/SwiftShadow. Okay, here's how this is gonna go. I've posted it in sleep. There you go. Sleep stream. So if anybody wants to have a chance at getting a gifted sub, feel free to go to the sleep channel. Take your guess for how long I will be in bed for. So I'm gonna split before I go to lay down, and then I'll split again when I get out of bed and like am actually awake. Whoever gets the closest hours, minutes, seconds, whatever, get to get the sub. Oh, fun. I need to. How am I gonna hear the video? Here. Oh. Oh, I broke voice meter because I tried to switch my output to my monitor instead of my headphones so that I can hear Summoning Salt, and it just like muted me. I need to up the volume here. It's gonna be loud. Thorough knowledge is extremely difficult for a cat. Okay. Well, I think this is working. I will be right back. I'm gonna go brush my teeth and change into pajamas. And then we'll do our pro sleep stream stuff. So give me like 5 minutes. I'll be back. 5, 10 minutes. Probably, maybe more. I don't know. Bye. Hello. Okay. Oh, I should take like melatonin or something. I have that somewhere. Oh, there. Go to sleep. I'm sleeping on stream, Tom. We're doing it. It's happening. How's it going? I hope you're well. Why? Because Troopa wanted me to. So we're doing it. It's gonna be great. Alright, Oh, the mask, right? I have no clue what that is. I don't know what it's from. I don't know why it's there. But it is. Oh, I think it's from a movie or something. I don't know what. I don't know what movie. It's my dad. I don't know. It's just there. It's just always been there. That's where my bed is too. It's like right above my head when I sleep. I sleep and it's like right there. It's just there. Blake, thank you for the host. I appreciate it. Alright. Well, get it off the wall then? Maybe. I feel like I'd anchor something if I do move it. I think now it's been there for too long. I can't like disrupt the status quo. Might be some bad mojo, you know? Good morning, Blake. Day's been good. Done a lot of stuff. We're going to sleep in a little bit. Yeah, today's been a fun day. By far my longest time I've ever streamed. It was interesting. But very fun. Doing good so far? Good to hear. This question, okay. Okay. Determines if we are friends from this point on. Okay. I will answer it very seriously. Cold water or room temp? I think there's a place for both. I actually have 2 bottles of water right here. See, this one was cold. Now it's room temp, and then I just got cold water from the fridge. You can see the difference, right? Look at that. Right? I don't know. I don't think anything beats like a bottle of cold water on a hot day. But if I have a bottle of water that I've had sitting at my desk for like 6 hours, it's water. It's good. Water is water. I guess I like cold water more, but I'll take any water. I want water. I like water. Hot water though? Hot water. I wouldn't drink hot water. I don't know. Once it gets past the point of being warm and becomes like hot, that's a yikes. That's a little bit like, I don't know. Like if you like leave a bottle of water in a hot car in the summer and then you like come back to the car and there's your bottle of water sitting there, that's like, it's not, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna move water, the bed, couch. I guess I'll just. What am I forgetting? Forgetting something. Forgetting something. What am I forgetting? What have I forgot? Oh, I'm forgetting this. So I can see chat before I go to bed. Yeah, I agree. Once things are, I don't know. I like hot drinks. Like I like hot chocolate. I'm not a coffee person. I'm not a tea person either. But like lukewarm stuff, I don't know. Especially water. Okay, I think it's time. I think we're about to do it. Are you guys ready? Here we go. Yeah, it's with my phone mic.
Few can say that they've beaten Mike Tyson before. He's topped many lists of the hardest video game bosses of all time, for good reason. The combination of lightning-fast reflexes and thorough knowledge of his patterns make him extremely difficult for a casual gamer to beat. But there's a few of us who take this fight to another level.
There might be an echo. There might be an echo. There's probably an echo.
So good at the fight
of the summoning salt, but I have to be able to hear the summoning salt, so that's how we're gonna do it. Actually, oh wait, I could just like plug my oh. I can like.
Naturally,
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
fastest round 1 TKO of Mike Tyson has dropped significantly over time, down to where it is today. Today I'm going to show you that progression and explain what changed
I can see you now, chat. Oh.
To get a really good
I'm here. Can you hear me?
For the first minute
Good? I don't know how this is gonna work.
You must punch him on the same side that he punches you on.
Whatever I have going on now sounds fine. Okay.
Block it. Do that correctly for 9 of the first
Alright. Well, I guess we can do that then.
Executed phase 1. Of course, Tyson tried to stop you by doing any number of random delays or even the dreaded 8-second delay, which will immediately kill any attempt. If all goes well, you'd have him down by under a minute. For phase 2,
I have to go start the timer.
Keep doing what you did in phase 1. If he gives a fast enough pattern, he'll throw 6 uppercuts, and if you hit at least 5 of them, you'll have a perfectly executed phase 2, and you should be down in the early 130s or upper 120s. Phase 3 is the most difficult phase of them all. He throws hooks until the end of the round. Normally, you'd hit him twice after each one, with each punch doing 2 damage. Instead though, the fastest way to do it is to wait until the last frame before he will block, then throw a single punch that will deal 5 damage.
Alexa, bedroom light off.
Early or too late, and you'll have a perfect phase 3. If you miss one early or late, you're guaranteed to lose at least 5 seconds.
Oh.
So, as you can see, there's an extreme amount of both RNG and skill involved to get one of these fights. And the first one that we're going to look at is Matt Turk's 213, which he achieved on December 13th, 2007. Matt Turk is somewhat of a legend in the Punch-Out community. He
need some more light.
So many world records that stood for over a decade, but he never recorded any of his fights.
Some more light. Alexa, bedroom light on.
Regarded as being legitimate is the amount of knowledge he provided.
Alexa, bedroom light 20%.
Despite the lack of video evidence. The only record we have of this fight is a GameFAQs post that he made in early 2008. Based on that, we were able to piece together approximately what the fight looked like, and you could watch MPAP's task recreation of it here. His description of the fight sounded incredible. A 54 first knockdown, a 128 second knockdown, and hitting 6 out of 8 frame-perfect hooks in Phase 3. For years, nobody was able to match either of those first 2 knockdown times, let alone hit 6 frame-perfect hooks after getting them. For a while, the best footage that we had of a Tyson fight was a 219, which single-segment world record holder Sinister1 achieved back in August of 2012. The execution in his fight matched Turk's through the first 2 phases, but he got a few more
this door a little bit.
His first knockdown was at 56, the second was at 132, and 4 frame-perfect hooks in the 3rd phase let him be the second person to beat Tyson in under 2 minutes and 20 seconds. A couple years later, in April of 2014, future single-segment world record holder Zallard1 joined that group and recorded
I have to take off socks. I don't know, chat, where do you stand on this? Socks when you sleep, or no socks when you sleep?
We all knew it was possible to achieve, but as time went by,
I don't like socks when I sleep.
The 2 top Punch-Out players in the world at the time, Zallard1 and Sinister1, seemed to be mainly focusing their efforts on
socks when you sleep.
Even their best Tyson attempts
depends on the weather. Oh. Jordan, how's it going?
Finally, though,
hope you're doing well.
2014, Sinister1 decided enough
was sleeping.
He knew that he had the skill to top Turk's 213, and that if he put the attempts in, he could pull it off. He would
I think socks when it's like very cold.
Hit at least 6 hooks in Phase 3, as well as get a good Phase 3 pattern, better than the Turk got in his record. So he stopped playing
like socks.
and just grinded Tyson ILs for months.
Okay.
Slowly, his time got lower.
we are gonna sleep. Oh, it's 6 a.m. Wonderful time to go to bed.
Yay, baby! Cool. Alright.
Hello, Logic. What's up? I'm going to sleep. Yeah, Troopa wanted me to turn on the decided stream reward for 5 seconds. And sleep stream. So
holy shit.
it's gonna be fun. If anybody wants a chance at a gift sub, feel free to go to my Discord.
Holy crap, man. 214.
There's a sleep channel. Whoever guesses closest to how long I sleep, because it's gonna go from when I went to lay down to whenever I get up and tap the split key on my keyboard. Whoever gets closest will get it.
213, baby. We in there.
Got some summoning salt to keep us company.
Man. I can't believe it. That was my 5th attempt.
I'm gonna
After countless weeks of
I'm gonna
grinding,
turn this down.
so
I'll also
close.
restart this
He found
time.
the mysterious 213 and knew that
There's a
with
lot
a
of
slightly
skills set up.
faster pattern, he would be able to beat it. He kept pushing forward and forward. It seemed inevitable that he was about to break through. But not if Zallard1 had something to say about it.
Won't change anything on the stream. It shouldn't. If anything, it'll reduce any echo. But hopefully we're okay now. Saved. Okay. Oh, thought this was no reset. Should have been. And see chat. I can't even succeed at sleeping. What is going on anymore?
Aware that Zallard was doing Tyson IL attempts, but he was quietly doing them in the background. He said himself that he really didn't expect to get it, but in September of the same year, he beat it by an entire 3 seconds. Phase 1 and 2 were similar to Turk, but he got a slower pattern. However, Phase 3 was executed perfectly. He hit 8 frame-perfect punches off of the 8 hooks that Tyson threw. Phase 3 like this had only been executed a handful of times in history by anybody, so the fact that Zallard did it off of a Phase 1 and 2 that good was unbelievable. A fight like this is called a perfect Tyson fight, even though better luck could theoretically bring it lower. So that seemed like that could be it for the Mike Tyson fight.
I don't know.
Achieved the first ever
How do I get
perfect fight,
comfortable?
and what
Oh,
seemed
damn.
like could be the only one.
I struggle with
The
this
only way
like
to
every
settle
night.
and
How to
really confident
sleep
would be if someone
comfortably.
matched Zallard's insane
Still don't have an
execution
answer.
and got luckier with Tyson's delays.
I don't understand.
Practically nobody thought that it could happen. Turk's time had been cut, and Tyson had finally been beaten perfectly.
Why is sleep so hard? Doesn't really make sense.
There we go.
I feel like I should be more tired than I am now, too. Now that I've, like, laid down to go to sleep, I feel awake, which is weird. So I was running on 4 hours of sleep from last night, and 3 hours of sleep from the night before. And I feel like I should be more tired than I am. I feel like I was more tired earlier. Hopefully I sleep for a while. Okay.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I guess so. Those Fall Guys games really woke me up. It was a good time.
I can't believe that just fucking happened.
Seemingly out of nowhere, in July of 2015, 10 months after Zallard's perfect fight, Weijui lowers the time by 2 seconds. At this time, Weijui was relatively unknown. This fight not only proved his skills, but also showed how the Tyson record could still be lowered. It surprised everybody. Zallard decided to try to get the record back from Weijui right after, and it took him a week before he was able to get it. He matched not only Matt Turk's legendary 54 knockdown.
Get fucked. Get fucked, Tyson.
And his 128 second knockdown.
Oh shit, son. Oh shit.
But proceeded to hit all 8 frame perfect hooks after as well, and finished with a 207.
Get fucked. You gotta be kidding, dude.
Well, this for sure seemed like it would probably be the fastest anybody would ever beat Tyson. A 128 second knockdown was as fast as it could go, as even if you got a lower 128, a 127, even a 126, Tyson would wait until 130 before he started throwing hooks. A high 128 or 129 would be slower, as the clock ticks a bit before Tyson does his next move regardless. The only way to lower the time from a 207 would be to match the luck in the first 2 phases, or get extremely close to it. Match the execution in all 3 phases, and then get better luck in phase 3. Months passed, and the speedrunning scene for Mike Tyson's Punch-Out changed. Zallard got the first ever sub-16 single segment time, which had a 218 Tyson fight at the end.
Thank you,
and an ITF
Krupa.
segment record
Have
with
a good
224
night.
Tyson. These
Everybody in
lower times
chat,
were
thanks
becoming
for
increasingly
hanging
more
out
common,
today.
and the question was once again
It
asked,
was a
could
very
the Tyson
fun
record
day.
be lowered even more?
Stream.
For
I
a
hope
while, it seemed like the answer would be no.
I could
as Zallard
provide
went on a
some
speedrunning
entertainment.
hiatus in mid-2016. But then out of nowhere, he managed to get the first ever 53 knockdown on Tyson.
Hope you all
Followed
have a
shortly
good day
after
or
by the
night.
first ever 52 knockdown. Unsurprisingly, Zallard was able to lower the record by another second in
Hopefully
July,
all have
followed
good
shortly
sleep
after by
for
lowering
days
it again
or
on the same day. At this point, it was clear what the ultimate Tyson
it was a very fun stream.
205. That would
We'll do
involve
this
only a
again
second
sometime.
knockdown at 128 or before,
Definitely
and then getting a nearly
next
perfect
year,
phase 3
maybe
pattern as well as
before.
hitting every single hook frame perfectly.
Longer
For
streams seems
months, Zallard and I went back and forth
but
trying
also
to get
draining.
205. In the process,
Good
we
night.
managed to get more than 60 of these so-called perfect
I'm probably not gonna
exercises,
fall
but
asleep
none
for a
of them
while,
were at
but
205. Zallard managed to get about 40 of them himself. I also managed to get a lower 206 8 times, including 4 of them on the same day. Finally, in October of 2016, I pulled it off. I got a 54 first knockdown, which had become relatively common by this point, and a 128, which both mirrored Matt Turk's legendary 213 fight. In phase 3, I got a nearly perfect pattern, he only delayed once at the very end, and I hit every frame perfect punch. And that was that. In 2012, the best recorded Tyson time was 2:19, and the unofficial world record was 2:13. Since then, the record's gone all the way down to 2:05, and over 100 perfect fights have been recorded by various players. It seems like 2:05 should be the end of the line for Tyson, but it's not. Remember before how I was saying that it doesn't matter if you knock Tyson down before 128, as you'd have to wait for the hooks to start anyway? Well, while that's true, if you knock Tyson down early enough, you can actually get him to throw an uppercut in Phase 3 before 130. If you get this to happen, and you execute the rest of the fight perfectly, then your time would be somewhere between 2 minutes flat and 2:03. The only issue, to get Tyson to throw this extra uppercut, your second knockdown has to be by a mid-125. Getting this to happen not only requires perfect execution on landing the frame-perfect punches, and not only the literal best pattern possible from Tyson, which would have about a 1 in 100 chance of occurring, but you also need to cut your dodges extremely tightly,
so
to the
good.
point at which you're nearly dodging into every uppercut he throws. The closest anybody has gone to having Tyson throw this uppercut was a high 125 that I got, and Tyson was somewhere between 1 and 4 frames away from throwing it. If somebody ever gets this uppercut, and then lands every single frame-perfect hit after it, then it will go down as the most legendary fight in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out history by far. Until then though, 2:05 is as low as it's going. That's all I've got for today. Thank you for watching. The original Super Mario Bros. Has to be one of the most iconic and well-known video games of all time. It was one of the first games ever released to feature the now widely recognized Mario. It was bundled with the original NES when it came out back in 1985, and as a result, millions upon millions of people have played it. But out of all those people, a few like to push the game to its absolute limit, right up to its breaking point, and beat it faster than most can ever imagine. Super Mario Bros. Has become one of the most popular speedruns to watch over the past few years, and part of that can be contributed to its short length. It's exciting when watching the stream to think that at any point, a new world record could be set in only 5 minutes. For over a decade, players have come and gone, each one grinding the record down a little bit farther than the last. And today, I'm going to show you how the time has progressed over time. To start, it's necessary to understand that the way you can gain or lose time in this game is different to a standard video game. Because of what runners call the frame rule, players can only lose or gain time in increments of 21 frames, or approximately 0.35 seconds, in every level other than the last level, 8-4. This is because whenever you finish a level, the game only checks for completion every 21 frames instead of every frame. To quote current world record holder Darbian, it's as if at the end of every level, a bus arrives every 21 frames to bring you to the next level. Even if you miss the bus by just 1 frame, you would still have to wait 20 frames to catch the next bus. Sometimes, though, you'll arrive just before a bus does, and you'll hardly have to wait at all. Of course, this doesn't apply on the last level, since timing stops immediately once you touch the axe at the end. Although a speedrun of this game is short, there's quite a bit that goes into it. 1-1 is simple enough. You run through, take the underground pipe, and finish the level. 1-2 is an underground level, with a few precise jumps, but due to the frame rule system, you could actually afford to slow down a little bit and not lose any time. At the end, you use the warp zone to go to World 4. 4-1 is really easy, you just run through and beat the level. In 4-2, you need to take an above ground warp pipe to go to World 8. This world is where the ground gets really brutal. 8-1 is the longest level in the game, and it features some of the toughest jumps in the entire run. 8-2 is another long level, with Koopas that can spawn in different positions that can trip you up. 8-3 is filled top to bottom with Hammer Bros, and their patterns can sometimes kill you no matter what you do. Finally, the last level, 8-4, features it all. Brutal jumps, a precise water section, Hammer Brothers, and of course, Bowser at the end. The first run that we're going to look at is Scott Kessler's 510, which he achieved back in April 2004. This run was riddled with imperfections, but it didn't matter to most. Back in 2004, speedrunning was a fraction of the size of what it is today, so minor mistakes were largely overlooked. The fact that Kessler was able to beat this 20-year-old game with such precision and skill boggled the mind of so many. One thing to note is that back when this run came out, it was believed that hitting the top versus the bottom of the flagpole didn't matter, since either way, the flag would have to slide from the top to the bottom. Keep this in mind for later. Months passed and another runner came out of nowhere to challenge Kessler, Trevor Sagan. Sagan and Kessler took turns lowering the record, from 5:10 to 5:07, then to 5:06. This 5:06 stood for a couple of years, and in that time, 4 players were able to tie it, including a 16-year-old under the username Andrew G 1990. Finally though, in September 2006, Scott Kessler achieved a 5:05, which in the opinion of most runners at the time, seemed to be a pretty much perfect run. And from watching the run, it's clear why so many people thought this. The most difficult sections were executed beautifully, and there weren't any visible mistakes. So, a 5:05 seemed to be the end of the line for Super Mario Bros., unless some major new strategies were discovered. And that's exactly what Andrew G did. Since Andrew G was just 1 second away from the record, he set out to find as many new strategies as he could. The first one was the decision to stop having Super Mario Bros. Be a glitchless run. There were a couple of known glitches in 8-4 that could save about a second and a half total. The first one was a wall jump off of a pipe, which required both a pixel-perfect and frame-perfect input, and the second one was a wrong warp with this pipe. Because Super Mario Bros. Only had the capability to load one warp zone at a time, once you passed a certain point on the screen, the game would load the water section. So, all you had to do was go to this point, then turn around and go back to the pipe. The reason that neither of these glitches were used was because under Twin Galaxies rules at the time, which is where these runs were being submitted to, no glitches of any kind were allowed. Utilizing both of these glitches on top of a perfect run would be able to get the time down to a 5:04. Andrew G wanted something more though. He wanted something that would set his run apart from the others, so that people could say that his run truly was the best. And his answer was in the level that would become infamous for years to come, 4-2. Normally, you'd just climb up the vine and go to the warp zone, while in the process having to watch the cutscene of the vine going up, then Mario climbing it, finally Mario getting off. Andrew realized that the beginning of 4-2 works similarly to the wrong warp in 8-4. If you fool the game into thinking that you're farther back on the screen than you really are, and get closer to the right side of the screen, then going down this pipe will take you to the warp zone too, except it will completely skip the cutscene with the vine. The only issue was getting close to the right. However, one day Andrew finally figured it out. If you backwards jumped into certain objects in just the right way, you'd be pushed to the right. Typically, if you do this 3 times at the start of 4-2, then you'll be far enough to trigger the wrong warp to work. So now, Andrew had the strategies. He purposely didn't reveal them to anybody, and instead grinded the game without telling anyone for months. Finally, in April 2007, his efforts paid off, and he's able to cut more than 5 seconds off of the record. Unsurprisingly, this video blew up on YouTube, which ushered in a new era of Super Mario Bros. Speedruns, the reign of Andrew G. Once again, Andrew had achieved what seemed to be a nearly perfect run. He had beaten what was already considered a perfect run by 5 whole seconds, so it's no wonder that his run garnered this title. For a few more years, nobody really got close to beating his time. He was on top of the world of the video game that was arguably on top of the retro community, and it seemed like nobody could touch him. But finally, in late 2010, Andrew G asked himself the question, is it possible to beat the game in under 5 minutes? He once again started to grind, and in December of 2010, he broke through, but not quite in the way he wanted to. He lowered the time by 0.2 of a second, and when he took another look at the run, he noticed slight imperfections that he could potentially fix. So he pushed onward, and the very next day, Christmas Eve, he was able to cut the 5-minute mark, finishing with a time of 4:59.4. For the first time in history, somebody could say that they could beat Super Mario Bros. In under 5 minutes. Andrew had executed everything that he wanted to in this run, so he took another break from Super Mario Bros. For a while. About a year later though, a few more improvements came to his attention, the biggest one being where to jump on the flagpole. In his previous runs, if it wasn't easy to jump on top of the flagpole, they just jumped wherever they could, since they figured they wouldn't lose any time. However, look at this comparison. If you jump at the top instead, you don't brush on the block at the bottom, and you accelerate more quickly towards the castle. This saves a few frames, and sometimes saves enough time to get another frame roll. Combined with a newer, slightly faster method of doing 4-2, Andrew once again pushed his time down slightly further, this time to a 4:58.89. Another year passed, and Andrew G came back to the game once more. This time, he got 2 more improvements in the same week, and stream them live on Twitch.
Alright, that, I don't know what that timer is. Oh my gosh! I think I did it again! What the heck?
At this point, Andrew set a goal in mind. He wanted to take the time down to a 4:57, no matter how long it would take him. There were a couple of ways to go about it. One way was to go for a faster version of 4-2, which would save 1 frame roll, and the other way was to go for the bullet bill glitch, which would save 2 frame rolls. This glitch involved having the bullet bill shoot at the end of 8-2, then jumping on it in just the right way so that he could clip into the bottom of the flagpole, skipping both the flag coming down and Mario walking to the castle. Andrew quickly ruled this method out, as it would involve both getting lucky to have the bullet bill shoot fast enough, which almost never happened, and getting the glitch to work if it did shoot, which also almost never happened.
It's too slow!
He decided the only way to do it would be to go for this faster version of 4-2, play the rest of the game absolutely perfectly, minus the bullet bill glitch, and then play 8-4 as good as anybody had ever played it at the end of a run. The main issue with this was the trick that would soon get the nickname Fast 4-2. In order to get the wrong warp to work, you needed to be pushed at least 20 pixels to the right. If you get pushed 20 pixels, you need to go down the first pixel of the pipe. If you get 21 pixels, you can go down either the first or the second pixel, and so on and so forth. Any backwards jump can push you between 7 and 10 pixels. So the way that Andrew used to do it was to get pushed 3 times, and then be able to easily go down the pipe. With Fast 4-2, however, you would only get pushed twice. You need to get 10 pixels from each bump, which is rare, and pretty much completely out of your control, and then stop on the first pixel of the pipe and go down it. Even on his best days, Andrew wasn't able to pull off this trick more than 1 out of every 20 tries, and it led to streams of him playing the first 4 levels over and over again and then resetting. But, anytime when he got past 4-2, it was as if time stood still. There were just 4 levels separating him from the 4:57. Andrew's usual banter with the chat would stop, and everyone watching would be extremely focused for the next few minutes. There were only a few moments like this each stream, and they more than made up for all of the resets in 4-2. And every now and then, he would finish a run as a new world record, and Andrew's reactions were always the best.
Oh my gosh! I don't even know! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! What the? What? I don't even know. Ah! It's gonna be like 458.03 or something. I'm gonna die.
But finally, it seemed like the stars had aligned on one run that he had. He had gotten past Fast 4-2 and was on pace for a 4:57 all the way.
And now I might beat my 458. Holy crap. For those who just tuned in, I broke the warpless record. I got 1926, I think, and now I'm ahead of my warp record right now. I am a frame roll ahead right now. If this is a 4:57, I'm gonna flip out. This is crazy. No!
He kept grinding, and his time kept dropping, but it still remained a 4:58. Finally, in March of 2014, his time was just a tenth of a second away from a 4:57, 4:58.09. Ultimately, he said that he didn't care if he ever achieved a 4:57. He felt as if he had mastered the game, and that he'd taken the game to where he wanted to. After all, he still had the world record. He was only a tenth of a second away from hitting his ultimate time. He had done what he could do with the game, and it seemed like nobody could beat him. One morning in June 2014, speedrun fans around the world woke up to find this video trending on YouTube. Super Mario Bros. Beaten in 457.69, uploaded by speedrunner Blubbler. In this run, Blubbler opted to not do the fast 4-2, but instead did the bullet bill glitch, which saved an extra frame roll from what Andrew G was going for. How did he get the bullet bill to shoot? Well, it turns out, enemy patterns can be influenced by what frame roll you're on. If you start the game at the same time every time, and play through the game on the exact same frame rule, you can control when the bullet bill will fire. All Blubbler needed to do was find a good frame rule to start on, then play through the level in just the right way, without stomping on any Koopas, which influences the time at which the bullet bill shoots. He was able to get the glitch in a run, and shock the world by beating Andrew G by 0.4 of a second. Once again, this run stood for a while, and not many people were really trying to beat it. But finally, in May 2015, a fairly unknown speedrunner called Darby rose above, and got a 457 for himself.
What? That has to be a 457!
And then got another one just 2 days later. Both of these runs utilized the bullet bill glitch, but not fast 4-2. Darby grinded more and more, trying to get closer and closer to the record, and then in October 2015, after more than 6,000 attempts, he broke through, and beat the record by a matter of just 4 frames.
I don't know what that was. I have no idea what that was.
A few months later, the game was receiving more attention than it ever had in the past. Darby was trying to improve his record, Andrew G was trying to take it back, and another player by the name of Cosmic D12, who was Andrew's closest competitor when he was going for 457, was trying to get it for the first time himself. They decided that the ultimate time for Mario would be when a player got a run with fast 4-2, the bullet bill glitch, and an extremely good 8-4. Nobody knew if this goal was even realistic, since getting even fast 4-2 or the bullet bill glitch alone was incredibly difficult, so getting them both in a run would be absurd. But in December 2015, Andrew G proved that it could be done, when he became the first person to get them both in a run.
Yeah! Yes! 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 Come on!
After getting it, that run was on the best pace that any run had ever been on before, and Andrew was visibly uncomfortable.
Oh my gosh.
He ended up getting the wall jump and the 8-4 wrong warp,
Oh my gosh!
but a slow water section ended up preventing the record.
No! 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 No!
The run still ended up being a PB for him, 457.993. 18 months after he gave up on getting a 457, Andrew G achieved 2 amazing tasks in the same run. Proved that a run with fast 4-2 and bullet bill glitch was possible, and he got his own 457. A month later, Darby was able to put a decent 8-4 at the end of a run that had both fast 4-2 and the bullet bill glitch, and took the record down another 0.2 of a second.
Boom! That's it! Woo!
But the last level had a few small mistakes that he knew he could fix. And once he did, a couple of months later,
Oh my gosh!
he claimed himself that he had reached his goal and that it was as far as he was going to push the game. After all, there were no more known frame rules that could be saved anywhere by a human, and the 8.4 in the run was incredibly good. He did manage to accidentally beat the record by one more frame while hardly even trying a month or two later, but it really seemed like that was the end for Super Mario Bros., that the category was dead. But if there's one thing that people should have learned by this point, it's that when people call Super Mario Bros. Dead, it never really is. People once again began to examine the run deeply, and look for anywhere where an improvement could be found. The answer laid in a trick that was considered TAS only at the time, the flagpole glitch. By getting lucky with your positioning, jumping on the perfect frame, and then by doing a series of incredibly difficult inputs, it's possible to clip into the bottom block below the flagpole, and skip the animation of the flag being lowered. Think of the bullet bill glitch, except that it has no bullet bill, but it only saves you one frame roll instead of two. For years, this trick seemed to be impossible to pull off by a human, but thanks to some research by Mario speedrunner Mav6771, a setup was found that was just barely humanly possible. And in August of 2016, Darbian was able to pull it off in 1-1, and save a frame rule in the process.
3-5 seconds. Well, we're gonna find out right now. We're gonna find out right now.
If he was able to do that in a run, then get fast forward -2, and then get bullet bill glitch, and play everything else perfectly, then he would be potentially able to get a 456. But unfortunately, the success rate at getting the flagpole glitch was just too low for it to be viable, so it was put on hold for a while. Then Sockfolder came onto the scene. Thanks to his work with tasking the game, he was able to solve the most difficult part of the flagpole glitch, getting on the right subpixel, which is positioned smaller than a pixel that you are normally unable to control. You need to be positioned on the correct subpixel for the flagpole glitch to even work. Thanks to Sockfolder's work though, he found a series of inputs that you could take to ensure that your subpixel is correct. From there, it's just getting those inputs, jumping at the right time, and clipping into the block. This trick could be done on 1-1, 4-1, and 8-3 to save time, although the manipulation needed to set up the 8-3 flagpole glitch was pretty difficult. 1-2 and 4-2 didn't have flagpoles. To gain another frame roll in 8-1, you would need more frames than the flagpole glitch saves you, and 8-2 already has the bullet bill glitch, which saves more time than the flagpole glitch, so the flagpole glitch is never used on those levels. Both Darbian and Cosmic D12 incorporated this glitch into their runs. Cosmic decided to replace fast 4-2 with the flagpole glitch in 1-1, and Darbian decided to do the same, but also do an additional flagpole glitch in 4-1. Cosmic was the first one to find success. He was able to tie Darbian's world record, and then lower it by 3 frames just a few days later.
I don't know what it was. I think it's 0.19.
But because Darbian was going for an extra flagpole glitch in 4-1, he had the advantage over Cosmic. He's able to take the record back from him and recorded the first 456, a time long considered to be absolutely impossible, 3 days after Cosmic took it from him.
That was it! That was it! That was it!
And as of January 2017, that's where the record for this iconic game stands. Over the course of 12 years, the time came down from 510 to 456. Each time, players set a new limit on what they thought the best time could be. First it was 505, and then Andrew G beat that by 5 seconds. Then people thought that there would never be a sub 5, but Andrew G beat that one as well. Then people thought that a 457 would never happen, but Blubbler pulled that one off. Then people said that you couldn't get fast 4-2 and the bullet bill glitch in a run. Andrew G proved them all wrong once again. Then people said a 456 is impossible, but Sockfolder found a flagpole glitch set up, Darbian got a 456. And now, people are saying that a 455 is theoretically possible. If you got the flagpole glitch in 1-1, 4-1, and 8-3, if you got fast 4-2, and the bullet bill glitch, on top of an 8-4 that has never even been done at the end of a run. The point is, Even for a game as famous as Super Mario Bros., where it seemed like every trick possible is figured out, you can never say with absolute confidence that a record won't be improved. If you do, there's always going to be somebody to prove you wrong. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you next time. Super Mario 64. The name carries a heavy weight for so many people. For millions, it brings nostalgia, reminding them of countless hours playing the game as a child. Given that it was the first 3D game of its kind, it left people in awe, given how innovative the gameplay was, how creative the level design was, and how comprehensive some of the maps were. But Mario 64 also has another legacy. According to speedrun.com, more speedruns have been completed of this game than any other game in history. Over 1,000 runs have been submitted, beating out even Ocarina of Time. And over the course of nearly 15 years, this game has seen a lot. Incredible grinds, so-called unbeatable runs, and sheer dominance by a few players. Today, we're going to look at the history of perhaps the most famous speedrun of all time, Super Mario 64 120 Star. For those unfamiliar with the game, under normal circumstances, it's impossible to beat the game with less than 70 stars. There's a staircase before the last level in the game that will loop repeatedly unless you have at least 70. There's technically a way to get by this and beat the game with far fewer than 70 stars, but I'll get to that in a later video. Even though you normally only need 70 stars to beat the game, there's a total of 120 stars that you can collect. 120 star is like the 100% category, since you're collecting every objective that you can, and for most games, the 100% category is typically less popular than the any percent category, which in this case is 70 star. And while it is true that there are more 70 star runs than 120 star runs, the runs that kept people coming back to watch more, and the streamers that pulled over 10,000 viewers per stream were the ones that were playing 120 star. The skill required to play this category is unbelievable. There are precise jumps, difficult inputs all over the place, and tricks that look virtually impossible to pull off. 90% of runs don't make it out of the first 5 minutes, but whenever one does, the viewers are treated to a real show. The runner will go from world to world, each one with a distinctive theme, doing various challenges needed to get every star. At the end of it all is perhaps the most stressful part, the Bowser fight. You need to pick him up by the tail and throw him 3 times into 3 bombs. Ideally, you get it 3 out of 3 times, but unfortunately the window to make this work is only a few frames. And as a result, oftentimes Bowser ends up going wide right or wide left, and each time he does, it costs about 15 seconds. Another thing that should be noted is version differences. In general, speedruns of this game are played on the Japanese version, and a lot of that comes from the fact that in the Japanese version, Peach doesn't read the letter out at the start, but in the North American version, she does, which wastes a few seconds. In addition, the Wii Virtual Console version of this game is technically faster to run for a speedrun because of shorter loading times, but these runs won't be covered, as pretty much every world record runner of this game does it on the original console. Finally, one more thing to add. Even though this game is sold top to bottom with really difficult tricks, there's far fewer glitches in this category, and most of the tricks are fairly straightforward. They just require a well-timed jump or extremely precise movement, so I'm not going to cover them all with great detail. To start, the first recorded 120 star speedrun was done way back in 2004 by a player named Spider-Man88Mill, and was nearly 3 hours long. This run was not recorded in the greatest quality, but that adds to its charm, and really gives you a good idea of how long ago this run was done. Many of the strats are primitive compared to what is used today, such as not jumping off of Peach's slide to skip most of it, and the execution isn't nearly as good either, since he died in a few places. But this run really showed the potential that the category had to entertain people. Nobody really messed with the run again until a couple of years later, in 2006, when a player known as Dragorn came along and cut nearly an hour off of the run. Many of the sloppy sections from the previous run were fixed, but still the strategies were fairly basic. One could possibly think of this as the first modern speedrun of 120 star, because he had no deaths, and finished the game in a much more reasonable time compared to the times that people get today. And then, for 4 years, nobody ran the category. Perhaps it was considered too daunting, too difficult, or just too much of a grind. But finally, in 2010, a Japanese runner, Batora, ran the category and was the first to beat it in under 2 hours. This run was really impressive. He came out of nowhere and pulled off so many incredible tricks and set a really difficult goal for anybody looking to beat him. So once again, nobody really tried for a while. But a year later, in 2011, Irumo, another Japanese runner, cut about 30 seconds off of the run. And then 3 months later, he did it again, this time beating his own world record by nearly 2 minutes, and became the first player to cut the 150 mark, beating the game in 1 hour, 49 minutes, and 49 seconds. This run was absolutely incredible. And at the time, it very well might have been the most impressive speedrun of any game ever accomplished. There were so few mistakes, so many tricks, and even a few musical synchronizations for style. This run garnered quite a legacy, amassing over 11 million views on YouTube, making it one of the most watched speedruns in history. As it turns out, the dominance of the Japanese runners wasn't complete. 6 months after Irumo's legendary run, another Japanese runner, Honey, chopped a minute off of it, finishing with a time of 1:48:50. This run got pretty popular too, having 5 million views on YouTube. With all the views and popularity that 120 Star was receiving, by this point it was clear. 120 Star was on the forefront of the speedrunning scene, and it seemed like the Japanese were on top of it all. But a month after Honey's run, a small American Twitch streamer and YouTuber known as Sleeeeeeep demolished it. He got a 1:47:10, beating Honey's record by 100 seconds, and with this run, he established himself as an amazing Mario 64 runner. This run really had it all, and the way he did it wasn't anything too special. He simply executed everything beautifully. So once again, people didn't challenge it for a while. A year later though, Honey wanted revenge, so he grinded and grinded, trying to lower it down to a 1:46, and although he didn't quite make it, he still did take it back from Sleeeeeep by 5 seconds in March of 2012. But while Honey was grinding this run, yet another Japanese runner, NeroX2, was very quietly grinding along with him in the background. 13 days after Honey's run, Nero took it from him with an insane time, 1:46:35, taking half a minute off the record. Sadly, the video of this run seems to have disappeared from the internet, so no footage of this run exists today. By mid-2012, Sleeeeeep's Twitch channel had grown to be really massive. People loved watching his Mario 64 runs, and his follower count reflected that. In August of 2012, he made a challenge for himself. He was going to play 120 Star for 12 hours every day for a month, trying to lower the record. These streams really ushered in the growth of both Sleeeeeep's channel and of speedrunning in general. They pulled over 10,000 viewers easily. People were really excited to see him run the game. Strangely, unlike most popular streamers of the time, Sleeeeeep's stream had very minimal chat interaction. He'd sometimes go for entire runs without saying a word, but hardly anybody cared. Watching Sleeeeeep on world record pace was still riveting. For the first few days in August, he had a few close calls, but no new records. But on August 5th, he broke through, and beat the record by 12 seconds. The Twitch chat nearly exploded.
Oh my god, that was really the world record. I died a lot. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Sleeeeeep wasn't done yet though. 2 days later, he lowered the record by another 2 seconds. Unfortunately though, no video footage of this run exists either, as Sleeeeeep deleted most of his Twitch highlights a while back, so all that remains of this run is a screenshot. Meanwhile, while Sleeeeeep had everyone's attention, former world record holder Honey wanted the record back. And 3 days after Sleeeeeep lowered the record, Honey surprised everyone and lowered the record by 40 seconds. Since Sleeeeeep was still doing his 12-hour streams, he was quickly able to get a chance to take it back. And just 3 hours later, that's exactly what he had done.
Oh, I didn't think I was going to be able to with this run. Ugh.
Sleeeeeep didn't beat it by a lot, only 6 seconds, but he had responded to getting his record taken in one of the most amazing ways ever. After that month of August, Sleeeeeep was one of the biggest names on Twitch. He continued his dominance over the game, lowering the record by a few more seconds every few months. These videos brought in hundreds of thousands of viewers, and his Twitch channel was gaining hundreds of followers every day. When he finally did a face reveal at AGDQ 2013, it was an exciting moment for all of his fans. After having the record for over a year and a half, he finally was able to achieve an amazing goal, 143.
Damn, that was sick.
And after that, he slowly disappeared, and it seemed like he couldn't be caught. His runs were ahead of everyone else, and they had been for a very long time. But in early 2014, a new runner emerged, Puncation. He lowered his PB more and more, until he was just 12 seconds away from Sleeeeeeep. For a few months, he kept playing and playing, losing runs in tragic ways, and in May, his efforts finally paid off.
I fucking did it.
Puncation had knocked one of the most famous speedrunners from the game that had made him famous. Naturally, he wondered how far he could push the game to. He had already gotten a 143, so he figured maybe a 142 would be possible. He got to work, and over the course of several months lowered the time more and more, but the 142 still eluded him. Finally, in July, he had a run way ahead, easily on 142 pace. But then...
No! No, dude, why? Are you freaking kidding me?
He still did manage to close out the run, but it was still 15 seconds from a 142.
That's so depressing. Yeah, that's a good time.
A few days later, he had another run go deep on a good pace. It seemed like this one was going to be the 142. It was coming down to the last few seconds.
No! No, dude. Why? I had to just choke like that on.
He kept going, and finally, he had another chance. He entered the last stage in the game and was extremely tense the whole time, but he made it to the end, and right before he was at the last pipe...
That's full crap. Oh my gosh! I swear. I can't believe this. I cannot believe this right now.
A glitch which acted as if there was an invisible wall in front of him had messed him up 3 times in a row. Still, going into the Bowser fight, there was still maybe a chance of getting a 142. He did the throws as fast as he could.
That was it, man. That was 142. Does anyone know what causes that? I just lost 142 because the invis wall just got me 3 times.
These runs were incredibly discouraging, and it takes a lot of persistence to keep going at times like this. Finally though, a few days later, he had one more shot at it. He had done it. Puncation had reached an incredible goal. He had become the new Sleeeeeeep, the world record holder in the most popular category of the most popular speed game, and had gotten a ridiculous time of 142. Around this time, famous glitch hunter Sockfolder helped figure out one of the most infamous tricks in the game, Cannonless. In Whomp's Fortress, there's a star called Blast Away the Wall, where you're supposed to get into a cannon and shoot into a wall, breaking it off and revealing a star. Due to some glitchy hit detection though, it's possible to clip into the wall and get the star without breaking the wall. Naturally, this is what speedrunners would go for, since it's much faster than hopping into the cannon. Unfortunately, going for this trick was pretty much a complete crapshoot. Usually, you would just run at the wall, fall down, and then reset. Mario 64 runners used to reset their runs here nearly every single time, but Sockfolder figured out a way to almost always get the trick to work. You need to grab onto the sledge, backwards jump onto the plank, punch once, hang onto the side of the plank, go back up, and then run at the wall. If done correctly, this sets Mario up perfectly so that he can grab onto a ledge that isn't really there on the wall and collect the star. This setup eliminated a ton of resets from the start of the run. Using this new setup, Puncation lowered the record even more over the following months, ultimately getting a 142.32. It seemed like Puncation was going to be nearly impossible for anybody to top. One day in February 2015, Puncation had a 120 star race with former world record holder Nero just for fun. Nero had his mic off for the race, but he was in a Skype call with the other racers. At first, it seemed like any normal race for Nero, with him falling behind his PB after a few splits. But then he got gold split, after gold split, after gold split. And all of a sudden, everyone in the race realized that Nero was incredibly on a world record pace run.
Dude, I'm watching Nero's run because he can get world record in this run. Darn. I might lose my world record tonight, guys.
You are going to lose. Like, notice.
And out of nowhere, Nero closed out the run 15 seconds ahead of Puncation's record. So he was unexpectedly back on top. This run got a lot of publicity, with articles saying how he accidentally broke the Mario 64 record. But when he lowered it another 6 seconds a few months later, it began to seem like less and less of an accident. Maybe he'd be there to stay for a while. A month later though, a new player came from nowhere to smash everyone's time, Cheese05. In April 2015, he got on a run that started out pretty good, and then it got better and better and better. Somehow, Cheese was able to execute pretty much everything the exact way he wanted to, and lowered the time all the way down to 1:41.16. And just 2 weeks later, he lowered it again, this time to 1:41.12.
I did it. I did it, dude.
Puncation and Cheese both realized something. The game was pretty close to being beaten in 1:39. If that was ever accomplished, that would be huge, since for years the 120 star task had been a 1:39. So they both started grinding and went back and forth with the record.
Oh god. I don't know how to throw this, man. Fuck yes. I barely got it. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. Fuck, dude. Fuck.
Eventually, Puncation was playing less, and Cheese was the one that kept improving the record. He was so close to 1:39, just 12 seconds away. And in November 2016, it seemed inevitable that he was going to get it. All he needed was a decent Bowser fight. Even if he missed a throw, he would still just barely be able to get a 1:39. But the pressure was enormous.
Please!
I can't do Bowser throws anymore. I can't do them anymore.
Sadly, the 1:39 would have to wait. Cheese grinded for a couple months after, but wasn't quite able to finish off a run. And as of today, that's where the 120 star record stands. This game sure has seen a lot, whether it be the first VHS speedruns from nearly 15 years ago, 12-hour per day grind from Siglemic, the awesome races at GDQ events, or the insane heights of the categories at today. Even though nobody's gotten a 139 yet, it's inevitable that it will happen someday by somebody, be it Cheese, Puncation, maybe even somebody watching this video who decides to start running the game. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you next time. Super Mario World has been entertaining gamers for decades. When it was released back in 1991, it was probably the most anticipated game ever, and boy did it live up to the hype. It had everything the first three NES games had, and even more. More power-ups, more worlds, Yoshi, and even an extremely memorable soundtrack. In recent years, however, the game has been pushed to its absolute limit by a few runners. In fact, by going directly to the Star World, beating those levels, and then beating the final level, it's possible to beat the game while going through just 11 level exits. Fittingly, speedruns of this category are known as 11 Exit, and for the past 10 years, this has been the most run category of Super Mario World. The world record has come a long way, so today, we're going to see how the world record for Super Mario World has progressed. To start, we're going to go back to 2004. Back then, there was no Twitch. Nobody streamed their attempts of a game live, but rather recorded them onto a VHS tape and uploaded their finished runs onto a website. One of the biggest names at the time was Scott Kessler. One of his most famous runs was his Super Mario World run. Accomplished on April 28th, 2004, it did what so many other runs at the time did: amaze people. Even though a few sections were a bit sloppy, it was still amazing to see this so well-known game be completely destroyed by someone. For the next few months, Kessler and another player, Lucid Faya, went back and forth with the record. Each run that Kessler and Lucid Faya had done had been executed slightly better than the previous one. Ultimately though, Kessler would remain on top, getting an 11:10 in July of the same year. Years passed, and nobody could beat Kessler's 11:10. He had a few small mistakes, but it seemed like nobody was willing to grind out a perfect run. In 2007 though, a legendary Mario player decided to test his skills on Super Mario World, Andrew G 1990. Already famous for his Super Mario Bros. Speedruns, Andrew knew that he had the skill to top Kessler's 3-year-old run. And with a few strategy changes, he was able to pull it off in 11 minutes flat. One trick that Andrew discovered in this run was keeping your flight speed through the doors. By sliding into a door in a particular way, and doing a jump immediately as you enter the next room, you keep the flight speed that you had from the previous room, and are able to accelerate much quicker. Because of that trick, and a couple of other fancy maneuvers, Andrew had mirrored what he had recently done in Mario 1, taking the record from Scott Kessler in epic fashion. But just 1 month after Andrew got the record, Lucid Faya came back and took it from Andrew. The main reason he was able to do so was because of the Donut Secret House. Andrew thought that the patterns of the level were random, so he made a few small mistakes, losing a few seconds. But Lucid Faya realized that the first time he played a level on every run, the pattern was exactly the same each time, so he was able to breeze through the level and save time over Andrew. Ultimately, he closed out a run in 10:59, becoming the first player to get a sub 11-minute time. Then, over the next year and a half, 3 Japanese runners took turns lowering the record: Yaposon, Yotsuba, and Menbu93. Each one had slight improvements over the one before, whether it be better movement or slightly different strategies. Perhaps the biggest time save was his decision to take a different route through Bowser's castle to allow the runner to keep the cape for the Bowser fight. This speeds up the fight drastically, saving several seconds. Ultimately though, by mid-2011, Yaposon was able to get a 10:44 in a nearly perfect run. Without the discovery of some major new strategy, it seemed to many like the run was just about at its end, with the Japanese runners on top. But a few months later, that major new strategy was found: the orb glitch. The orb is an item that normally only appears in one level, Sunken Ghost Ship. When you touch it, it calls for the end of the level, so the course clear message comes on the screen and then the level exits. As this is just meant to be the end of a strangely designed level, it was not meant to be picked up by Yoshi and put into your inventory, but it turns out there's a way around that. In Yoshi's Island 1, the second level of the game, there's an enemy called the Clapping Chuck midway through the stage. Under normal circumstances, this enemy cannot be eaten by Yoshi. However, for whatever reason, the programmers still made it so that if the Chuck somehow was eaten, it would still trigger an item to appear in your inventory. If you go to the point right before the Chuck is on screen, there's an enemy that turns into a coin when you hit it with a fireball. You need to spin jump off of Yoshi, hitting this enemy with a fireball, and turning it into a coin, which Yoshi will attempt to eat. However, instead, because Mario just jumped off of Yoshi, he will collect the coin first, and Yoshi grabs an off-screen item, in this case the Chuck. And due to the way the game is programmed, the item that the game produces when Yoshi eats a Chuck with Fire Mario is, you guessed it, the orb. Using this orb would have the same properties when you normally found it in Sunken Ghost Ship. It would end the level immediately. So, runners decided to use it in the extremely long first castle level, as you could easily get to it by climbing to the top. This trick ended up saving about 15 seconds, and led the way to a new era of Super Mario World speedrunning. Dozens of runners wanted to either lower their PB or go for the record using this new orb trick. For a few months in 2012, runners scrambled to try and lower the record down. Yaposon, Menbu, and the legendary Dram55 all held the world record at some point in 2012, and eventually, the time came down to sub 10:30. Even Andrew G came pretty close, missing world record by only about 5 seconds. But one night in January 2013, Menbu streamed attempts, and closed out one of the most impressive runs of any game in history. Just how good was this run? I'll let you decide from his reaction. This run literally had everything go exactly as planned. His movement was basically perfect. The best Mario runners from around the world tried to beat it. Dram55, Andrew G, and X-Paco all put tons of attempts in, but nobody could top Menbu. It seemed like this run would stand for years and years to come. And it very well might have, if it wasn't for the discovery of another major trick, the Cloud Glitch. To perform this trick, runners would only have to go to the first level of the game, Yoshi's Island 2. There, you hop onto Yoshi and eat a Koopa shell, allowing you to spit out 3 fireballs at a very precise time. Then, while you continue running, you eat another green shell and hang on to it. Once you stop here, you spit out the shell and face left. When the fireball hits the shell, it will turn into a coin. You dismount off a Yoshi and collect the coin right before Yoshi will be able to eat it. Just like with the orb glitch, Yoshi then defaults to eating an off-screen item, the Charging Chuck. The item that will appear in the inventory will look like a garbled mess, but it's really Lakitu's Cloud. Normally, you'd think that having this cloud wouldn't actually be too helpful, but it turns out that you can save close to a minute on a Bowser fight with it. Why? Well, the memory address that controls when Bowser throws the Mecha Koopas, which are needed to beat him, are stored on the same address that controls Lakitu's Cloud's X-coordinate. This means that when the cloud goes off to the left side of the screen, Bowser is forced to throw more Mecha Koopas that you can hit him with. As if this wasn't enough, the game also happens to store Bowser's animations, such as when he flies in and out, on the same address that stores the cloud's Y-coordinate. Therefore, by flying off the top of the screen, the runner can skip parts of Bowser's movement scenes. When this trick was discovered in June of 2014, dozens of runners scrambled to try and get the record, in a scene mirroring when Orb was discovered. Everyone knew that Menbu's record could be easily beaten now. The question was by how much. The first person to close out a decent run with the Cloud Glitch was a runner named LinkDeadX2, who got a 10:22, beating the old record by 4 seconds.
Alright, that's fine. Oh, that's not that great, but still better. That's more of what I wanted.
But even he admitted that the time could go lower.
There's still a lot more room for improvement.
And he was right. Within the span of just 1 week, from June 13th to June 20th, 2014, runners LinkDeadX2, Dram55, X-Paco5, and Artiga Omega took the record down from 10:22 to a 9:56.
Shitty zips.
Boom, baby. There we go.
Nah, I can't make it to SCDQ.
For months after, runners kept knocking off a few seconds. Each run was more impressive than the last, and the time was being pushed to its absolute limit.
Got it. But all right. Now.
Got it. Got it. First run of the day. Oh my god. Whew.
There it is. There it is. I did it. 46. Let's go.
The record got pushed down to a 9:45.63 by runner Area 51, which is the current best time.
All right, boys. You guys ready for a new retime? What do you think? We got a retime there.
But while all of this was going on, a new method of beating the game was being slowly pieced together by both passers and speedrunners: the credits warp. By doing a really complex series of inputs, it's possible to warp the game to the ending credits in a matter of minutes. To get a complete understanding of how the glitch works, I recommend that you watch this video by Dots Are Cool, but I'll give you a quick rundown on what you need to do. Essentially, you need to make it so that the game's code is determined by the X position of certain enemies. The player must manipulate Koopa shells, P-switches, berries, and other objects in just the right way, so that they are placed on the exact pixel where they need to be. Needless to say, each of these positionings are extremely precise. This way, when the player executes what's known as the item swap glitch, where the game runs the aforementioned X position code, it tells the game to take the player directly into the credits. The first person to execute this trick in a run in real time was famous YouTuber and Twitch streamer Seth Bling. This type of run seemed to look like something that was TAS only, so Seth Bling was pretty excited once he got the trick to work.
Whoa! Whoa! Time! Time! Oh! It was... Whoa! I just did it. That's the first time anyone has ever done that on console. That's the console Super Mario World record for any percent.
Just 2 months later, runners were able to cut the record down to under 2 minutes by using a faster method of getting the items in the correct positions, and since then, it's been a non-stop battle to get the record lower. Various runners have been taking turns lowering the record since its discovery more than 2 years ago. Now, the record stands at 1:13, held by Furious. Potentially though, the time can still go down if more consistent and faster setups are found, as the tool-assisted run is only 41 seconds long.
What the fuck? Eu resetei o timer, cara. Não acredito, velho. Foi WS5.
In the past 13 years, this game has gone from a simple run from start to finish to literally rewriting the game's code with Koopa shells and finding a way to run it, to beat the game in just a minute. These are defined as separate categories: 11 exit and credits warp, and both have caused thousands upon thousands of people to watch Super Mario World be speedrun. Both of the categories are incredibly impressive, both as a viewer and as a runner, and these runs are sure to stand the test of time and be viewed years from now. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you next time. Super Metroid. One of Nintendo's most popular games since it came out back in 1994, it puts the player through an absolute adventure. You get dropped onto the planet Zebus and make your way underground, exploring a vast world of enemies, power-ups, and other oddities. Along the way, you fight several bosses, which test both the player's skill and guts to push onward. Finally, at the end of it all is Mother Brain, an extremely difficult fight that lasts for several minutes, and then a final escape back onto the ship. Many gamers agree that this game is one of Nintendo's masterpieces. Its popularity has stood the test of time, and it's still commonly played today. As a way of honoring its greatness, for more than a decade, the group of speedrunners have been battling each other to beat it as fast as they can. It's been raced at Games Done Quick events, and thousands of hours have been poured into the streaming the game live on Twitch to either get a lower personal best or even lower the world record. In fact, Speedrun.com says that there's only 3 games in history that have been run more than Super Metroid. Given the game's legacy, the world record for this game has gone through many changes, whether it be new strategies or better execution. So, today, we're going to look at how the record for Super Metroid has gotten lower over time. One quick thing to note about this game, there are 2 ways of timing it. The in-game timer that you are presented with at the end of the game, and real time, which is a more traditional approach of timing the run from start to finish with a timer. Speedrunners originally used in-game time, since it was accurate and didn't require the hassle of setting a timer. This would eventually change, but I'll explain that later. We're going to start by going all the way back to 2004. Super Metroid speedrunner Smokey was able to get the first Super Metroid run with footage that still exists today, with an in-game time of 38 minutes, or 56 minutes and 22 seconds of real time. Here's how he did it. There are 4 major boss fights in this game before fighting Mother Brain: Kraid, Phantoon, Ridley, and Dragon. You can defeat these bosses in whichever order you want, as long as you defeat them all at some point. Smokey started off his run by heading into Brinstar and fighting Kraid. He was able to do a quick kill on Kraid by shooting him with his super missile when Kraid's mouth was like this, walking it into position, and finishing off the fight quickly. Normally, Kraid's fight could last over a minute, as you'd have to rise all the way up like this from the ground. With this quick kill, it was over in only about 10 seconds. Next, Smokey headed over to the wrecked ship and fought Phantoon. You can only hit Phantoon in his eye, and you can only hit his eye when it is exposed. Phantoon also likes to move around, a lot. Depending on what patterns he gives, this fight can either take a very long time, or be over fairly quickly. This fight ended up taking Smokey around 90 seconds. Then, Smokey went into Meridia to fight Dragon. Dragon is one of the most difficult sections of the game. She can either swoop down or do a mucus cycle. The mucus cycle is where she releases mucus and pretty much just wastes time, and the swoop is where she, well, swoops down. While Smokey didn't have a perfectly clean fight, it was certainly good enough given the time. Finally, the last boss that Smokey fought was Ridley, in Lower Norfair. Ridley can do a lot. He can go invisible, grab Samus, charge at her, go up and down, and of course, swoop across the screen. With a bit of luck and a lot of skillful execution, Smokey is able to defeat Ridley in about 60 seconds. The pattern of going through the bosses in the order Smokey did, Kraid, then Phantoon, then Dragon, and then Ridley, will be used as a template for how to go through the game as fast as possible for years. It became known as the KPDR route, taking the first letter from the name of each of the 4 bosses in the order that they were fought. After going through these 4 bosses, Smokey headed back up to the ship to get his energy back, and then headed over to fight Mother Brain. This fight has 3 forms. The first form is easy enough. You just break open the glass tank with missiles. Then, the second form appears, and the player first sees how big Mother Brain truly is. The best way to deal with this section is to just keep dealing charge shots directly at the Mother Brain's face, and dodge her attacks, some of which can kill you in 1 hit. Smokey did a beautiful job of this in his run. After this phase is a cutscene, and then the third and final form of Mother Brain, where you must deal as much damage to her as quickly as you can. Smokey's method of doing this was to just stand in the lower right corner of the screen and constantly land face shots. It worked well enough, and then all Smokey had to do was escape the exploding planet and get onto the ship. Since he was trying to optimize game time instead of real time, he called his run a 38-minute run. Smokey would eventually lower his time down to 36 minutes, but no footage of his later runs exists today. A couple of years later, in 2006, a runner named Garubo was able to beat Smokey's 36-minute run with a 34-minute run, and was planning to shock the speedrunning community with it. But right as he was about to submit it to the website Speed Demos Archive, where most speedrunners showed off their runs, he got a major surprise. A Japanese runner had already beaten him by 2 minutes, and had gotten a 32. This runner's name? Hodorubi. For anybody who hasn't heard of Hodorubi, he was one of the most legendary speedrunners of all time. He held the world record in Mario games, Mega Man games, several other games and franchises, and many of his records were unbeatable for years. There's not really much that I can say that would be enough to pay tribute to how amazing he really was. The way he got to 32 was mainly just by executing everything like a god. When the run came out, nearly everybody thought that it was fake. The time was just too low for it to be real. Here's an actual quote from the Speed Demos Archive verification team when the run was submitted. Hodorubi's level of play is so far beyond anything yet seen on the site that his run was stuck in verification for weeks while the verifiers tried to decide whether or not the video was legitimate. However, no evidence of foul play was ever found. And so today, on behalf of Metroid 2002/Speed Demos Archive, I am proud to present Super Metroid in 32, single segment. People use things like the fact that Hodorubi did arm pumping on a downward slope before Speed Booster to try and prove that the run was fake. Normally, arm pumping like that down a slope would interrupt Samus's running speed. But if these people had actually tested it for themselves, they would have realized that this only applies on certain slopes. The one before the Speed Booster was fine to arm pump on. Probably the best part of this run was at the end. Hodorubi knew that he had a 32 on lock, but also knew that he wasn't going to be fast enough to get a 31. So, just for the hell of it, he decided to save the animals. For anybody unfamiliar with what this is, during the final escape sequence, you can take this path into another room, and shoot this door behind a room filled with animals to save them. All this changes is at the end, you see a tiny pixel float off into the distance, which is supposed to be the animals that escaped. All in all, this wastes about 25 seconds, and is supposed to just be a meme done at Games Done Quick events sometimes. But no, Hodorubi decided that he would create a run so amazing, everyone thought that it was fake, and save the animals just to annoy everyone a little more. After this run came out, a couple of Super Metroid runners, Azor and 072, decided they wanted to try and beat Hodorubi's run by getting a 31-minute segmented run. As opposed to Hodorubi's single segment run, which is a traditional run completed from start to finish without stopping, the segmented run is a run completed in multiple segments. Runners can grind one segment over and over until they get it how they like, and then move on to the next one. Once they get a great run for each segment, they can piece them together, and it becomes known as a segmented run. People figured that this would probably be the only way to beat Hodorubi's 32. But then, Hodorubi just decided to get a 31 single segment run. And once again, people were completely in awe of his skill. One interesting thing that Hodorubi did during this run was decide to focus more on real-time strategies rather than game-time strategies. One such strat was the Murder Beam. This normally creates a vertical beam during Mother Brain 3 that continuously deals damage, but it is much slower for real-time, about a minute slower. So, he decided to not do it for this run. Amazingly, even though he decided to use real-time strategies, Hodorubi was still able to beat his old run in game time. Since he was going for real-time, this run gradually stopped being referred to as a 31 and began to be called its real-time equivalent, a 49.25. For a few years, Hodorubi was completely untouchable. People began to race Super Metroid instead of going for the world record attempts, because they knew that nobody could possibly beat Hodorubi. As a result of those real-time races, the category universally began to be ran in real time, and the game time was pretty much completely thrown out. Eventually, in early 2012, runners finally were able to get sort of close to Hodorubi's run. 7 people, Garrison, MSDS, Cassius, DBX, Fusiana, Emodoran, and Hypo, were all trying to get their own sub 50-minute run. Eventually, 2 of these runners rose above the rest and got a sub 50, Fusiana and Emodoran. I was unable to find footage of these runs, but regardless, these 2 runners were close to doing the unthinkable, taking down Hodorubi's nearly perfect world record. Unfortunately though, neither of them were able to pull it off. They got close, but Hodorubi's run was just too good. It seemed like Hodorubi's record would stand for years more. But after Fusiana and Emodoran faded away from the Super Metroid community, another one of those 7 runners was able to pull off a sub 50, Garrison. Garrison streamed his attempts live on Twitch, so he was able to share his excitement with his viewers live as he slowly closed in on Hodorubi's record. After a steady series of improvements, Garrison was just a few seconds away from Hodorubi. Finally, on June 6th, 2012, it seemed like he was going to beat it. It was going to be close, and it was all coming down to the final escape.
Are you kidding me, dude? TWR.
His timer showed that he had beaten it by 1 second, but in reality, Garrison tried to go down into the ship too early, and stopped the timer then too. He actually went down about a second later, so he was officially tied with Hodarubi. But a week later, he had another chance.
Bad escape.
After having the record for 6 years, Hodarubi had finally been topped. It wasn't by much, and it was slower in the in-game timer, but Garrison had done what so many thought was impossible, taking the record from Hodarubi. Over the next few months, Garrison continued to run Super Metroid. The combination of better movement, better RNG, and slightly improved strategies allowed him to keep pushing his record time down lower. One such strategy was the full halfie, which allows the runner to skip the entire Coliseum. For months, Garrison and MSDS spent countless hours trying to figure out these new strategies, leading to Garrison calling MSDS the unsung hero of Super Metroid. Eventually, Garrison was able to push his time down all the way to 4750. But while Garrison was doing this, another Super Metroid player was quickly improving in the background, Caught Power. Originally a PAL runner, or a runner of the European version of the game, Caught Power became aware of the grind for the NTSC record after it was showcased at ESA 2012. He set out to improve his time. In mid-2012, his PB was 54 minutes. Just a few months later, he improved so much that he was able to take the record from Garrison out of nowhere, on November 3rd, 2012. For a few months after that, Garrison and Caught Power took turns lowering the record. Mostly, they just kept out-executing the other, but Caught Power also found a semi-consistent way to do an extremely difficult trick, the Big Metroid Skip, which allows you to skip getting grabbed by this Metroid at the end of the game, and saves a few seconds. While Garrison and Caught Power continued to trade the record back and forth, a new runner, Zost, proved his skill and took it from them.
Hell yeah.
Damn, my heart is beating so hard.
It was pretty clear to most that Zost was a pretty big force to be reckoned with, and we'll get to Zost again later. But anyway, these three kept trading the record back and forth, and once the time came down to 45:36 by Caught Power, it seemed as though the run was getting pretty close to the boundaries of what was humanly possible. New strategies were coming out all the time, but nobody could have expected what was coming next. On July 26th, 2013, Super Metroid fans woke up to find that the record had changed once again. Only this time, it wasn't Zost, Garrison, or Caught Power. It was by a speedrunner who didn't even stream on Twitch, Behemoth. This run was done thanks to a number of new strategies that he had figured out with the help of other runners in secret in a private thread. Some of these strategies included climbing up the red tower super quickly, similar to how the tool-assisted run did it, and defeating the plasma pirates with a super bomb. This method of grinding strategies and getting the record offline became known as behemothing, so one could say that Zost got behemoth with this run. Zost got back to grinding, and using these strategies, he's able to get the record back from Behemoth a couple of weeks later. The chat was pretty excited, including this runner named Oats and Goats. Remember that name. At this point, the new strategies allowed for the time to come all the way down to a 44. Zost was the first one to get it, although runners Ivan and Krauser also were trying to get the record. These three runners and Garrison ended up racing the game at AGDQ 2014, and what has gone down as one of the greatest speedrunning races of all time.
Well, and I am...
After that AGDQ, it was all Zost. He wanted to push the game as far as he could. The in-game timer was at a 29 still for all of his runs, and he wondered if maybe he could get it down to a 28. He pushed it more and more, and to his surprise, in August of 2014, he got the 28.
Oh shit! Holy shit, dude!
The time of that run in real time was a 44:08. It seemed like that might be a fitting ending to the game speedrun. The game had started by being timed by in-game time, and while it had switched to real time, Zost had pushed the game time down as far as it seemed it could go in the process. But then Zost got Behemoth again. For the past 10 years, or maybe even longer, runners have been following the same route that Smokey did at the beginning of the video. Kraid first, then Fantoon, then Dragon, and finally Ridley. In early 2014, Behemoth began to search maybe there was a faster route through the game. He looked with Reeve, Forensic, and even Smokey, who was one of the first runners to use the KPDR route. And after a few months of searching, and a few more months of practicing and working out quirks, Behemoth had himself a new route to use. Fantoon first, then Ridley, then Kraid, and finally Dragon. This route ended up having a huge potential to save time. If executed correctly, and given great RNG, it could save up to 100 seconds of real time, although it would lose 2 minutes of game time, but nobody really cared about game time. While the minute and 40 seconds of gain seemed fantastic, the only problem is that it's harder. A lot harder. And the luck required with the boss's patterns to get all 100 seconds is pretty unlikely. Still, that didn't stop Behemoth from behemothing Zost once again, and taking his record by 20 seconds with this new route just 5 days after Zost got to 44:08. The reaction to this new route being discovered was overwhelmingly positive from almost the entire Super Metroid community. The potential to lower the record was great, so Zost and Behemoth got to work, slowly executing the route better and better, and getting better RNG.
In there.
Hell yeah. Not bad, not bad. Hell yeah. No steam. Still got it. Oh, God, what a nail biter, man. Fuck.
By mid-2015, it was pretty clear that Zost was just a complete god at Super Metroid. He pushed it more and more, simply by executing the route better, getting better RNG, and by being Zost. The month of October 2015 was pretty solid for Super Metroid. Zost got a new record of 42:32 on October 10th. 8 days later, he took 2 seconds off of it. The next day, he took another 2 seconds off. 3 days later, another 3 seconds came off. And finally, 4 days later, on October 26th, he took 13 more seconds off.
What we got? Holy! Woo! 42:13. Whoa! That's a 28, my friends.
He improved the Super Metroid record 5 times in 1 month, and took half a minute off the record in process. Zost seemed to be the undisputed champion of Super Metroid speedrunning. But do you guys remember that guy Oats and Goats I was talking about?
Yes! Woo! Yes! Yes! Woo! Yeah, dude, we got it! Dude, yes! Yes! We fucking got it!
After having steadily improved his own personal best for months, Oats and Goats was able to take the world record from the legendary Zost by a few seconds. The time was down to a low 42, so naturally, as all speedrunners would do, everyone was anticipating the 41-minute time. Zost and Oates both wanted it, so they both started grinding it. Zost wasn't streaming attempts quite as often, but Oates was streaming 41 attempts nearly every day. Ultimately though, Zost was the first one to find success. He started by tying Oates 42-10, then lowered the record by 5 seconds a few months later. Finally, in September 2016, he did it. He got a 41.58 offline and then replayed it on his stream. But Oates wasn't about to give up. He knew that he had the skill to get the record back, so he kept pushing forward, even though it was incredibly frustrating sometimes. And then, on October 18th, 2016, everything was coming together. He cleared boss after boss, difficult section after difficult section, and then it was on to the escape.
Not looking. Not looking. That's it, baby! That's it! Yeah! Woohoo! Oh, yeah! That's it!
And as of February 2017, that's where the world record stands. Super Metroid has been on the forefront of the speedrunning community ever since speedruns were even a thing. It's been one of the most coveted records, and every time the record has changed hands, it's brought in a wave of attention to the game and to the runners. This game requires so much, an insane amount of skill, a ton of RNG, and a seemingly endingless amount of patience and persistence. While the record keeps getting so optimized, who knows what new strategies will be discovered, or if Behemoth will do his thing again and completely revolutionize the game. Although, he does stream now, so it's unlikely that he would find it in secret. This game has a long and treasured past, and it's sure to have a thrilling future as well. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you next time. When people say that they speedrun a Mario Kart game, it sometimes raises some confusion. How do you speedrun Mario Kart? Isn't the point already to just go as fast as you can? And they're often right. For most Mario Kart games, the run consists of just driving around each track as quickly as you can. It doesn't look like much of a speedrun, but more just someone being really good at Mario Kart. Mario Kart 64, however, is a little bit different. The speedrunning scene for this game has had a really long history, one that goes back to pretty much right after the game came out in 1996. Most players are just focused on the time trial mode, where they try to beat each track, or just a lap of each track, as quickly as they could. Dozens of players held a world record at some point or another in the time trial mode, and over time, each track had its time slowly come down. This has led to some of the most optimized world records in any game that I'm aware of. When time comes off of a time trial world record today, it's never by more than a couple of frames. But one other thing that these players quickly discovered was just how broken Mario Kart 64 truly was. Nearly every track had some sort of unintentional shortcut or skip that you could do to drastically speed the time up. Some were easy, some were hard, and soon, in addition to the standard time trial races of racing around each track without any shortcuts, people began to do races with these shortcuts included as well. This went on for more than a dozen years. All of these world records are well documented on MarioKart64.com and are still being lowered to this day. Eventually though, people decided to start doing something a little different with the game. Instead of only racing one track at a time, or in some cases, even just a lap at a time, runners began to do full runs of the entire game. They would play the 150cc mode, the fastest mode, and go through the game, lap by lap, track by track, cup by cup. If they did it without using shortcuts, it was 150cc no skips. If they used shortcuts, it was 150cc skips. Both categories are ran today, but the one that has received much more attention is the one that I think really redefines what Mario Kart speedrunning is all about: 150cc skips. So just how broken is this category? To answer that, we'll start by looking at one of the first runs of the category with video evidence, 3211 by DNTN31 in February of 2013. He started off by doing this skip on Luigi Raceway with a blue shell, sending him through the roof and skipping half a lap. The blue shell works a little differently in this game than in the recent ones. You shoot it on the ground, and it hits anybody in its path on the way to the first place driver. This balloon always gives you a blue shell, which is usually only available to people in the back. Shooting this item in first place means that it will come right back and hit you, shooting you up into the air and allowing you to skip the half lap. The next course, Moo Moo Farm, doesn't have any skips, and the next one, Koopa Troopa Beach, doesn't either. Although it does have a glitch where if you go next to the finish line, the game thinks you're in 8th place, and if you use an item during this brief period of time, you get an 8th place item, which could be something useful like a star or a mushroom. Calamari Desert, the last course in the Mushroom Cup, has a major one. There's a trick players do called sandbagging, hanging back and dropping into 8th place at the start to try and collect a specific item that you need. Normally, an item that can only be obtained in one of the lower rankings. By doing this to collect a star at the start, you are then able to go into the tunnel, drive halfway through, and turn around and activate the star, which skips a lap. This was intended to be an Easter egg where you drive into the tunnel and activate a star, continue driving, and eventually do end up a lap ahead, but speedrunners found this way to abuse it. Toad's Turnpike, the first course in the Flower Cup, wasn't designed too well. The rails on the side are fairly easy to hop through. As it turns out, if you hop through the railing, then get placed down in a specific spot, and immediately turn and hop through again, you'll go all the way through and land on the track below, skipping half a lap. As if this wasn't enough, once reaching the finish line again, all the player had to do was hop into the railing again, and Lakitu would get confused and put him back down halfway through the lap. Frapp Snowland is extremely broken. There's a trick at the start that anybody can do without any difficulty. If you hop off of the bridge at the start directly onto the snow, like this, and drive out of bounds, Lakitu will place you back on the bridge, except you're going to be a lap ahead. Do this 3 times, and you'll have completed the course in about 30 seconds. Choco Mountain is the first course to have you jump over walls. By driving straight at a wall and jumping on the exact right frame, you can jump over it. Unfortunately, sometimes this jump is impossible to make. When you drive at a wall, the area where pressing the jump button to work is sometimes smaller than the frame. In other words, if you get unlucky, your kart travels a longer distance in a single frame than the window you would need to jump. If this happens, your player tumbles like this, and you're forced to try again. The first place where you can do it is against here. If you miss it, you can go back and jump off of this wall. Curiously, Dotman opted to not go for these tricks at all in his run. Perhaps he felt them to be a little bit too risky. Mario Raceway has a skip that you can do right here by getting a speed item like a mushroom or a star. By activating it and jumping at the right time, you can completely clear it and save a large amount of time. Dotman didn't go for this trick in his run either, possibly because of the time it would take if you missed it. Heading into the Star Cup, Wario Stadium can potentially be the fastest track in the entire game. If done correctly, you can simply keep doing this over and over. Unfortunately, the zero frame jump sometimes applies here, resulting in a time that can be much slower. After a few more courses without any real major skips, we go into the Special Cup. The first track here is DK Jungle Parkway. By driving into this wall at a perfect angle, you clip straight through into the cave, and go past the finish line, which extends out to the left. If you do this correctly 3 times in a row, you can finish the track in well under a minute. Yoshi Valley has a famous skip that requires a mushroom or star. If you line up just right, and jump over at just the right time, you can hit the exact seam on the wall that you need. When Lakitu drops you back down, you'll be a lap ahead. Ideally, you want to get triple mushrooms for this to work so that you can do it once on each lap. Unfortunately though, the odds in getting triple mushrooms is no better than 25%, so it's a pretty big risk to go for. Naturally, since he was on a good pace, he didn't go for this trick. Finally, after the skipless Banshee Boardwalk comes Rainbow Road, which features this famous skip at the start to cut out much of the track. Do it 3 times, once on each lap, and you're saving a boatload of time. In all, this is an extremely broken category, and DNTN's 3211 runs seem to be pretty insane. But little did they know, this was just the beginning of the slippery slope that the world record for 150cc would go down. Dotman 1337 was the next runner to sort of completely take over the skips category. By executing the tricks that DNTN did better and more quickly, by getting zero framed a little less often, by going for the skips on Choco Mountain, and by going for the triple mushrooms on Yoshi Valley, he pushed the time all the way down to 30:26 by December of the same year. But let's fast forward to a couple of days later. Here's Dotman on a run of 150cc skips. He's off to a good start, has a good mushroom cup, builds a good lead after Frap Snowland. After some missed skips and a bit of sloppy driving though, he falls back behind. Nothing too crazy, he has a pretty lackluster special cup and goes into Rainbow Road 20 seconds behind. World record should be impossible, but after getting to the end of lap 1, he does this. And once he does it once, he does it again. Track done, run done, 28:52, new world record by nearly a minute and a half. Let's take a look at what happened here. After doing the standard skip at the start, Dotman needed to get a green shell, which he got. By launching it against the wall and driving into it at a perfect time, you can get thrown from the track, and assuming you have enough forward momentum, go past the finish line and complete the lap. Lakitu will set you back behind the finish line, and you do the trick again with another green shell, drive forward, and run over. About half a year later, partially thanks to a new start skip on Luigi Raceway, which lets you skip half a lap instantly, Dotman once again lowered the record, down to 28:36. While he didn't have all of the time trial records, it seemed that Dotman was the premier 150cc skips player, and nobody else could catch him. So here we are a few months later, in October of 2014. This is Mario Kart 64 runner Flippy. As you can see here, his personal best was a minute and a half behind the world record. He was definitely a good Mario Kart 64 runner, but certainly wasn't considered to be a world record contender by many people. On this particular run though, it seemed like everything was aligning. He got skip after skip, and gained more and more time over his personal best. He knew he had a truckload of time to skate in the last cup, so once he got triple mushrooms on Yoshi Valley, he knew he was gonna have a chance.
Yes! Fuck yes! Oh my god, I got the RNG. Where's the spot?
After getting to a minute and a head going into Rainbow Road, he needed to get the green shell skips.
Yes! Yes! Okay, yes! Second, okay, skips a lap because you passed the finish line and then it pushed you back on the track where you were already. And I have the second green shell. I literally just need to execute with this and it's world record. Yes! Okay, is this it? Is this good enough? I think it's actually there. I think it's there. There's 10. Yes, this is it. This is world record. Yes! Fuck yes!
Meet Abney317. His personal best was very similar to Flippy's old personal best, 29:50. And just like Flippy did, he got on a ridiculous run, and this happened.
Yes. Yes. Clutch. Is this it? Oh my god. Oh my god. World record.
he got the world record. I'm sure that'll be the last we hear of Abney, right?
Wrong! It's back. But I end up with a 216.66. Am I green? 2751. Oh my god! Dude. I could... What the heck? What did I just do?
2731. Oh my god, dude.
So yeah, it turns out Abney was pretty good at Mario Kart 64. By June 2015, he took the record down to 27:31. There must have been new strategies that he did to help him take it down another full minute, right? Nope. He just did everything perfectly because his name's Abney. That's how it is. He got unbelievably consistent with every trick in the game. A few days after getting to 27:31, he got on another run that was slowly fading by the time he got to Rainbow Road, thanks mostly to a slightly sketchy Wario Stadium. Even getting a gold split on Rainbow Road wouldn't get him the world record, so he decided to go for a trick at the start known as the spiral jump. Normally, when you jump off at the start of Rainbow Road, you land here. To the left of here, further up the track, is a spiral. If you do a series of really difficult inputs that includes braking, turning at just the right time, and jumping at just the right time, you can actually jump all the way to the spiral and save 10 more seconds. The issue was, this trick was really hard, and especially given the nerves you would have at the end of a run, nobody would be expected to get even close to getting it.
Oh my god. No way. With the wall hit. Oh my god, dude. If this happens... this would be so crazy.
Even after getting it, he needed green shells, and a perfect setup to get the green shell skips at the end. It was going to be close.
Oh my god, dude. Did I do this? I think I got it. The greatest comeback, dude. No way. I cannot believe this. What? The huge gold split. I just got a gold split by like 20 seconds.
Just another day in the life of Abney 317. Shortly after, it was discovered that there was another way to do that jump on Rainbow Road. If a heavyweight opponent gets in second place on Banshee Boardwalk, so they start Rainbow Road right next to the runner, and you drive into them with a boost and jump off of them, this could potentially happen.
Get there. Get there. Yes! Let's go.
Thanks to that glitch, and some good playing throughout the rest of the run, Abney dropped the record down another 4 seconds.
27:17.
Since the time was a low 27 by now, Abney figured that a good goal for himself would be to get some sort of 26-minute time. Over the following months, he was on pace for it multiple times, but lost runs due to not getting triple mushrooms that he needed on Yoshi Valley.
Please. Dang it, dude. Any run.
Finally though, he had a beautiful run, and actually got the triple mushrooms on Yoshi Valley. Bowser, the heaviest character in the game, came in second place, so he was all set up to do the CPU jump on Rainbow Road. Here's how it went. This run was a crushing blow. He seemed like the run just couldn't quite get strung together. Something would always go wrong, whether it be RNG or runner error. But in early May 2016, something major was discovered that would forever change the category. The red shell skip on Luigi Raceway, the first track in the run. If you either went backward or forward to get an 8th place item and got triple red shells, you could use one on each lap to launch you on the top of the grass here. And when Lakitu puts you back down, you'll be a lap ahead. One thing to note though, this trick only works on the Japanese version of the game, so all future runs that Abney did of this category had to be on the Japanese cartridge. Doing this correctly saves more than 20 seconds over the old route, so each run that Abney did with this strategy saved at least 20 seconds right out of the gate. If this wasn't enough, around the time that this was discovered, people found out that if you got triple red shells on Mario Raceway, you could do this. Unsurprisingly, Abney was able to get a couple of quick PBs with the help of these tricks, and later that same month, even though parts of the run were sloppy, he was able to get to 26.
26, 48.
Still though, the triple mushrooms that were needed on Yoshi Valley for a good run were really brutal. Abney needed to find a way around it, and luckily for him, he found one. If you take the correct path around Yoshi Valley, jump right here, and hit the right seam on the wall, for whatever reason, the game gets confused and skips a lap. So ideally, you would do this jump off of the start with the boost to skip the first lap, which is hard to do, but then again, this is Abney we're talking about. Then drive around to do the lap skip here, get placed down, and finish off the lap. It would only be a bit more than 5 seconds slower than triple mushrooms, and required no RNG whatsoever. Armed with this new Yoshi Valley strategy, Abney set out to continue lowering the record. He set a goal in mind. He was going to get a 25-minute run. He slowly lowered it, but it was soon obvious that a 25 is going to require a nearly flawless run, both RNG-wise and execution-wise. Eventually though, he was on 25 pace going into Rainbow Road. He got the CPU jump and got the green shells. All he needed to do now was execute the trick twice. Even though he didn't get it on this run, it wasn't longer than a couple of weeks before he had another shot at it.
Let's go, dude. Insane run. Completely insane. I missed the Yoshi Valley YOLO jump. Like, that's it. Oh my god. It's like, other than that one thing, this is like a perfect run. I don't...
And as of today, 25:49 is where the world record stands. Mario Kart 64 has been speedrun pretty much ever since it came out. Even though it doesn't receive all the attention that games like Super Mario 64 or Ocarina of Time do, its dedicated community has been one of the most diligent and patient group of players ever seen. Players like Abney continue to test what their limits are, and figure out how low they can push the time down to. And odds are we're not done yet. Abney is still streaming skip attempts on his Twitch page, and there's several other runners that could go for the record in the future. But right now, 25:49 is ridiculously optimized, and does such a crazy category great justice. Thanks for watching everyone, see you next time. Ever since it first came out in 1988, Super Mario Bros. 3 has been regarded as one of the finest games for the NES. and one of the most well-polished platformers in video game history. It took everything the first two Mario games had and improved upon it. More levels, more power-ups, better graphics, and a deep feeling of exploration and adventure that was difficult to come by on the original NES. Popularized in the movie The Wizard, warp whistles are scattered across the early worlds that will help you progress to later worlds and levels more quickly. By getting them, using them, and breathing through the rest of the game, it's possible to beat the game in just a few minutes. Given the game's short length when exploited in this way, the record for the fastest completion has gotten quite a bit lower over the years. And today, we're going to look at the progression for a game that has seen incredible execution from some unbelievable runners, with a little bit of controversy mixed in. This is the world record progression for Super Mario Bros. 3. The player starts off by being dropped into World 1, where the first challenge of the run is seen, the P-meter. This bar fills up when the player runs on the ground. Any instant that they are not running on the ground will begin to decrease it until it gets to 0. Once it fills up, you gain P-speed, the fastest method of running in the game. Techniques used to get P-speed faster can be incredibly challenging, and are a crucial part of running the game. While in World 1, the player will pick up 2 warp whistles, one behind the screen here in level 1-3, and one in the castle level by flying up above the screen and going into a hidden door. Using both of these warp whistles at the same time allows the player to warp all the way ahead to World 8. Once arriving there, the first 2 levels are long auto-scrollers. In the second one, it's crucial to pick up a fire flower, which will come in handy later. The next map screen you go to is by far the most notorious in the game. There are 5 squares on the ground. 2 of them you pass over, but the other have hands that can randomly pull you down. Each of the 3 squares has a 50% chance of pulling you down when you pass over it, and if it pulls you down, you're forced to play through a bonus stage, wasting 15 to 20 seconds. For a world record run, you need to have none of these hands pull you down, which has gotten the nickname No Hands. Unfortunately, there's only a 1 in 8 chance of passing over all of these hands without any of them pulling you down. That means that close to 90% of the time, no matter what you do, your run will end at this screen. It's garnered the reputation as one of the biggest run killers in all of speedrunning. After that are a couple more really tricky stages, 8-1 and 8-2, and another couple of auto-scrollers, and finally, Bowser's Castle. When you face Bowser at the end, you'd normally have to just wait for him to break the floor when he jumps, but if you have the fire flower you picked up in the second auto-scroller, then you could just beat him by pouring fireballs into him. It's been known for years now that this was the fastest way to get through the game. But it wasn't until more than 15 years after the game's release until it was really brought to everyone's attention, on the internet. In the early ages of speedruns, hardly anything was known about them. All anybody ever saw of them were grainy, VHS quality runs that were passed around online, giving people a kick seeing their favorite games beaten in unfathomable times. Around the time this was happening, 2003, speedruns were far less optimized than they are today. Although some difficult tricks were done, it's nothing like what you see now. But then, a video started floating around that changed everything. The total time of this run ended up being about 10 minutes and 57 seconds. How could somebody play this well? The person was flying through every level, completely destroying the game. They even bounced off of dozens of items in a row in the auto-scrollers to collect a bunch of 1-ups for no reason at all. How is that possible? Somebody even uploaded the video to YouTube a couple of years later, under the title, "Some Guy Beats Super Mario Bros. 3 in 11 minutes. All around the internet, people discussed if the run was a real thing or not. Nobody could be that good at a video game, right? Some thought it was real, others claimed that somebody had edited every single frame of the video together to make it look legitimate. Nobody could figure it out. As it turns out, the run was not a human playthrough. It was a tool-assisted speedrun by Tasser Morimoto, completed in November of 2003 on a Japanese ROM of the game. For anybody who doesn't know what a tool-assisted run is, It's basically when somebody goes in an emulator and manually inputs which buttons they want to be pressed on every frame of the run. This is done to both manipulate luck, such as the hands in World 8, and of course to make the execution look beautiful. But the bottom line was, this run was not played by a human. The creator of the task was open about it being a task, even posting about it on their own webpage explaining what it was, but for thousands of people, they felt that they were cheated. They believed that somebody had actually done a run that looked that impressive, so finding out that it was not a legitimate playthrough felt like a stab in the heart. While it's clear now which runs are tool-assisted and which are human playthroughs, and the two communities collaborate with each other all the time, this run led to tensions between the speedrunning and task community that lasted for several years. In terms of real-time playthroughs, the first run of that kind that we'll be looking at was done in 2004 by a guy named Richard Ureta. Ureta was known for running a few NES games back then, namely Mega Man 2, but from his description it sounds like he may have been inspired by the tool-assisted run to run Mario 3 as well. His run, done on July 23, 2004, ended up being in 1114. Since it was done on an NTSC cart instead of a Japanese one, the run didn't have to wait for the slow fade into each level that's present in the Japanese version, so it gained a few seconds from Morimoto's tool-assisted run. The run appeared to be pretty solid throughout. Ureta's only major mistake was getting hit in 8-2 and losing his Fire Flower. This run would end up standing for close to 3 years. It wasn't until June of 2007 until a man named Freddie Anderson would be able to beat it. Anderson, using the nickname Frezzy Man, took the time down to an 11:07. Although still saying that was a good run, Frezzy admitted that the run was far from perfect. There were sections that he could improve, such as not getting P-Speed in 8-1 and in the final castle, but one thing that he did have over Ureta was that he never got hit anywhere. And another, he did a clip in Bowser's Castle here to save a few seconds. But little did anybody know, this would not be the last that we would see of the Frezzy Man. The next person to get the record is a legend in the Mario community, who has been given the nickname the King of Mario on numerous occasions. That's right, I'm talking about Andrew G. 1990. In 2009, 2 years after Frezzy's 11:07, Andrew G beat him by just 1 second, getting an 11:06. His was very similar to Frezzy's run. He too missed getting P-Speed in 8-1, but thanks to precise movement in other areas, he was able to take the record from him. A few months later though, in October of 2009, Frezzy did something absolutely insane. He beat Andrew G's run by 13 seconds. He beat Morimoto's original task time in real time. How did he do it? Although to the untrained eye his run looks very similar to Andrew's, there are little things he did everywhere to save small amounts of time. For example, in 1-2, he got P-Speed earlier by running on the ground for as long as possible before this long pipe. In 1-3, he did a small jump over this Koopa to once again get P-Speed faster. Andrew wasn't able to get P-Speed at all in 8-1, while Frezzy did so partway through the level. In the first Fortress of World 8, Frezzy gets into the door protected by the blocks much quicker than Andrew. And in the last level of the game, Frezzy cleaned up a couple of places that Andrew did not do perfectly. This run by Frezzy really looked to be a perfect run. There really just seemed to be no mistakes anywhere, and everybody wondered if it would ever be beaten, including the man who Frezzy took the record from, Andrew G. 4 years passed, and nobody was able to get close to it. But in 2013, one man thought he would be up to the task of taking Frezzy's run down. Well known today, he was just one of many small speedrunners back then. His name is Mitch Flowerpower. Mitch got really good at Mario 3. After putting thousands of attempts in, he was able to get real close to Frezzy's time. He got a 10:53.87, while the world record was 10:53.2.
Fuck! I beat it by a millisecond. Fuck! I got a 10:53.87. God damn it!
But there was something strange going on. He was doing better strategies than Frezzy. He was jumping over the orb in the World 1 fort to maintain P-Speed, maintaining P-Speed in the World 8 fort better, and clipping through this wall in Bowser's Castle to further progress into the level. These tricks combined should have saved a few seconds over Frezzy, and Mitch's execution of the rest of the game was just as good as well, but his times were all slower. Why was that? For a while though, that was put aside, as Mitch did finally end up beating Frezzy's time on July 4th, 2013. He had beaten a run that has been called practically impossible to beat, and he was the new champion of Mario 3. And not long after, he lowered it by another second, down to 10:50.
Man, like I don't get it, but like.
But shortly after this, the answer that Mitch was looking for was revealed. You see, he had been playing his runs on the Wii Virtual Console version of Super Mario Bros. 3. The Wii runs at a slower frame rate than the NES, about 59.8 frames per second, versus the NES's 60.1 frames per second. While this doesn't sound like much, it adds up over the course of an 11-minute run, and ends up losing the runner close to 2 seconds. So what that meant was that had Mitch been playing on a real NES, he would have broken the record much earlier. His 1053.87 would have beaten it by a second and a half, and his most recent record at the time, 1050.97, was close to a 1048. Naturally, Mitch decided a couple of things. One, he needed to buy an NES to play on, and two, the time needed to go lower. After taking time to get the records in some longer categories of SMB3 that I might cover in a future video, Mitch got back to any percent in late 2013. In December, he got the first sub 1050, but he cut it close. The time was 1049.99. By this point, such minor things like how much the hammer bro on the overworld map in World 1 moved were becoming really important. This guy can now move either once or twice, depending on where he is, after every level. Every extra movement that he does costs about half a second. In this particular run, Mitch was really lucky. The hammer bro did 4 movements of 1. The only big issue with this run was the fact that he lost his fire flower in 8-2, so he had to really quickly recover and grab another one in the fort right after. Just 6 days later, he beat that run with a 1049.13. It had slightly worse luck with the hammer bro, 3 movements of 1 and 1 movement of 2, but he kept his fire flower throughout the run. The only real mistake was his lack of P-speed in the World 8 fort.
Of course! Then that doesn't work. What a fuck, man.
After that run, Mitch felt that any percent was in a pretty good place. So once again, he moved on to other categories, getting world record after world record. A year and a half later, he finally decided to try taking the any percent record down a little bit more. In May of 2015, he found success.
Oh, but I got a new world record.
Although his World 1 had 3 movements of 2 and just 1 movement of 1, one place where he saved time was at the end of the first auto-scroller in World 8. This boomerang guy can either move backwards or forwards before throwing his boomerang. If he moves backwards, this means his boomerang will leave the screen quicker, which then triggers the treasure chest to spawn faster. In this run, the boomerang guy did indeed move backwards. It was a really crazy run, because the execution was spot on everywhere, and it was the first 1048 ever. It was another one of those runs that seemed to be close to unbeatable. But then, he came back a year later, got 4 movements of 1 in World 1, executed everything perfectly, and got a low 1047.
I cannot believe I missed the fireball! Ah!
So that's where the record is for the standard any percent today, but there's another category that players have been playing as well. Any percent wrong warp. Similarly to Super Mario World, Rat926 discovered a glitch in 2014 that lets you skip all the way to the ending credits just minutes after starting the game. If you want to see an in-depth analysis on how it works, I recommend you look at this video by the channel Retro Game Mechanics Explained that goes over it in great detail. But what you essentially have to do is collect 2 warp whistles in World 1, then warp into World 7 and enter 7-1. There, you'll have to do various things with Koopa shells to put them into perfect positions, usually pixel perfect. I'll explain this a little more in a minute. Then, you clip into the side of a pipe and get warped down below the level. If everything is set up correctly, you'll then warp into the game's ending credits. The problem was that this glitch was always super inconsistent. It wasn't until recently that more consistent setups were found. Every Koopa placement had to be perfect to get the world record, and usually, the glitch would only work 1 in every several dozen tries. It was just about impossible to get the stars to align, or you to get every Koopa shell in the exact right position where they would need to be. From 2014 to the present day, The world record for this separate category has gone down quite a bit. Runners like Produx, Mitch Flowerpower, and the current Wrong Warp world record holder, Karua, have each taken their turn with the record to get it down to where it is today, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Mitch even executed the trick live on TV on the Stephen Colbert Show. I'm not going to show it here for copyright reasons, but I strongly recommend that you watch it if you get the chance, because it was amazing. But there's one thing that happened with the Wrong Warp that really stands out in my mind. January 6th, 2015. Awesome Games Done Quick 2015 was going full force, and Mitch Flowerpower had just completed a 53-minute warpless run. At the end of it, he said that just for fun, he was going to try to do an any percent wrong warp. To quote him directly,
I'm only gonna try once. It's like 1 in a billion chances of working, but I'll give it a try.
to give you guys an idea of how rarely this trick worked, I remember watching Mitch's stream when he was going to get this record, and he would sometimes never get the glitch to work a single time all stream. The chances of him getting all of the extremely precise inputs needed for the setup were very, very slim, to say the least. But Mitch had no fear. He plowed into World 7-1 and got to work on the setup.
Yeah, that's hard. God. That. What? What? That looks... I don't know if that is it. Wow. I don't think it's it. I don't think the bottom shell.
Yeah, it's also there.
Yeah, I don't think it was it, but we'll see.
Oh, you're gonna see some fun stuff. So.
See some messed up stuff. I can't believe I got that.
So
quick
we're
first
gonna
try.
know
That's
in like 10 seconds if you got the setup.
You got in the red pipe really quickly then.
I did. And luckily the shell was on the ground.
Don't worry, everything is okay.
Valve's Portal series has gotten raving reviews ever since it started back in 2007. It combines puzzle elements with a first-person perspective, as the player, a test subject, must find a way to get through test chambers by shooting portals on a surface. Although it seems trivial at first, it becomes everything but as you try to work out a way to get through each level. But since then, this game has also gotten another reputation. For years, hundreds of gamers have been racing through the game, trying to beat it as fast as possible. In fact, according to speedrun.com, Portal is the 7th most ran speed game of all time. Pretty impressive given that it's just 10 years old. Let's take a look at the world record progression for Portal. The first thing that can be a little bit confusing about Portal is all of the different categories. The three most popular are glitchless, inbounds, and out of bounds. Glitchless is pretty self-explanatory. You run through the game without using any glitches. Inbounds lets you use a bunch of glitches, which I will cover later, but both you and your portals must stay within the boundaries of the map. And finally, out of bounds lets you use whatever glitches you want to get through the game, no matter how crazy. While glitchless and out of bounds still have a lot of runners, the most famous category by a long shot is the inbounds category. Perhaps something about the mix of not completely breaking the game while still providing an entertaining run attracts people to it. So to keep things relatively simple, I'm only going to be talking about the inbounds run in this video. Also, it should be noted that there's a couple of different ways of timing this category, with loads and without loads. There's a random, albeit brief, loading period after every map, so in order to keep runs consistent, this load time is removed at the end of every run. In recent years, people have developed software to automatically remove the load times in the splitting software, but initially the final time you would see of a run would be about 20 seconds slower than how fast the run really was. So, if the time you see on screen doesn't match the time of the run that I say, now you know why. For starters, the first runners that were known to be going back and forth with the inbounds record were Zimbabwe and Fatalis. They took turns pushing the record down to around the 16-minute mark, but then they both got stomped by a runner of the name Inexistence. He beat all of the test chambers in 15 minutes and 26 seconds in July of 2012. How did he do it? Well, let's take a look. The first big trick that Inexistence did is something that's known as accelerated backhopping. It's very similar to bunny hopping, where you build up a bunch of speed by doing several quick jumps, and it was actually the result of Valve trying to remove bunny hopping from Portal. If you jump forward, turn around in midair, and keep jumping backwards, you can keep accelerating more and more with each jump. The reason for this is because the game tries to slow you down whenever you're moving too fast, but the way they try to slow you down is by adding backwards momentum to whichever way you're moving. The game assumes that you're moving forward all the time. So, you can keep building up this backwards momentum as much as you want. Inexistence did this as often as he could throughout his run. Another commonly used glitch was portal bumping, where you shoot at a portal right next to a wall and confuse the game. It doesn't know where to put it, so it puts it right behind the wall. Inexistence used this twice in Escape 1, as well as several other times in Chambers 15, 16, and 19 to progress more quickly through the level by getting to different parts more quickly. As for the rest of the run, a lot of it was just coming up with really creative ways to get from the start of the level to the end, such as right here. He shoots portals over and over off of nearly every surface you can see, constantly changing where the next portal is going to take him. Inexistence's run stood for several months, until a player by the name of SwiftShadow's came along to beat it by 10 seconds that September. There's not really a whole heck of a lot that he did differently from Inexistence either. He just optimized tricky jumps and perfected his movement. Sully would go on to keep improving his run more and more, and eventually he did find some tricks to help him. He brought it down from the mid-15s down to the mid-14s, and then into the mid-13s. One thing that greatly helped him remain unchallenged for so long were two valuable tricks, the edge glitch and the save glitch. Normally, the player and the camera are located right on top of each other, and there's no way to separate them. However, if you place a portal right next to the edge of a wall, and carefully walk near it in just the right way, your player can go through the portal and end up at wherever the corresponding other portal is, while the camera stays at the same location. This can let you shoot portals from different angles where you'd normally be able to, because the portals still come from your body's different location, but you're still aiming with the camera. But then, players found a way to take it a step further, while still technically staying in the bounds of the map. If you do a quick save and load while stuck in the edge glitch, you can actually continue moving around the map, while your camera and body are in different locations. So, in Chamber 4, for example, you can walk right through the door and finish the level without having played through any of the actual puzzle. Among the other smaller tricks included the acute angle glitch, where you shoot one portal, then another one at a precise angle, and then go through the angled portal with enough speed. If done correctly, the player gets put at a different location than the angled portal. Once again, this can be used to help to get to different locations more quickly, and he used it in Escape 1. Finally though, after Sully had beaten the record more than 10 times, a guy named Azore came out of nowhere, used these tricks, and just barely beat Sully's record, which was into the 1420s by that point, with a 14:18.
GG.
Someone had done it. Sully had a rival, and Azore seemed to be up to the test. It seemed like these two were going to be taking the record back and forth for ages to come, but no.
He's done it! He's done it!
No.
13:47, holy crap.
No.
Holy crap. Oh my god.
Sully completely obliterated Azore's run over the following months, getting more than a dozen more world records through better implementation of the save glitch and other tricks, before pushing it down all the way to 13:09 by October 2013.
He's done it! He's done it!
Oh my god! Holy crap! Ah! Oh my god! Ah! Seriously, the run, that was the god tier run of Portal Now Out of Bounds.
Sully himself claimed that it was an extremely good run, and stopped grinding the category after it. He said that it was likely to never be beaten unless new strategies were found, and after months passed it seemed that he was right. This seemed to be nearly perfect, and it was just too daunting for anybody to beat. Eventually though, a new runner, Blizzik, emerged. His skills got better and better, and eventually he got within seconds of Sully's run. And over the course of several months in 2014, he took the time lower, lower, and lower. But something was a little bit different. You see, this save glitch that I was talking about earlier ended up being a really, really big deal. At first, it was used in the 4th chamber to help get through more quickly. But runners eventually figured out, with the help of a famous segmented run such as Portal Done Inbounds, that the trick can actually be used in a lot more places. For example, look here. He's in chamber 11 and is setting up the save glitch on this wall. He saves and loads, and then is separated from his body. Since chambers 11 and 12 are located on the same map, all he needs to do then is go through the walls with his camera, shoot a portal right near the exit of stage 12, and go through the portal with his body. Boom, 2 chambers skipped in a matter of seconds. After grinding for months, he eventually took the time all the way down from 1309 to 1210. By the end of it, he wasn't just doing save glitch in chamber 4 anymore. He was doing it to manipulate stages 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, 12, 15, 16, 19, and escape 1. By this point, the main focus of the game had changed quite a bit. Before save glitch, there was a heavy emphasis on movement. But for Blizzik, there was a larger focus on the accuracy of his portal shots that were needed to get the save glitches to all work. These save glitch routes revolutionized the way that people would speedrun Portal. After taking the record to 1210, Blizzik had firmly cemented himself as one of, if not the best, person to ever play Portal. The combination of his masterful execution of the save glitch route and his beautiful movement in other areas were able to launch him far ahead of any competitors. His 1210 was standing strong, and it seemed like nobody could beat him. And then, a guy named Noir came along.
Oh my god! Jesus fucking Christ! Holy shit! Holy shit, boys! Holy shit, boys! We fucking did it! We fucking did it! Ah! Fuck! Ah! What a god!
Someone had finally done it. Through all of his practice doing segmented runs, Noir had finally been able to top the mighty Blizzik. He didn't beat him by much, but it was enough to send a shockwave around the community. Maybe he would be here to stay for a long time to come. And once again, this time stood for months and months. But as always in Portal, new routes were discovered, and the category evolved once more. The save glitch began to be used in stages 13 and 19, as well as the chambers it was already used in, and the movement and consistency of players once again made a significant jump. By now, the time was so close to the 12-minute mark that players began to wonder who would be the first to get a sub-12-minute run. As it turned out, it appeared to most that Funzi would be the first to do it. He got 12:02, beating Noir by 3 seconds, and then a 12 minutes flat run a couple of months later. But Funzi couldn't quite get there. It would take another runner, Wix, to pick up a sub-12-minute run in October of 2015, and once he got there, it was amazing.
Yeah! Nice! Fuck yes!
And little did anybody know, Wix was just getting started.
fuck? Holy shit, that's good. Oh my god, that's good.
And that's where the world record for Portal Inbounds is today. Even though it's just 10 years old, Portal has been one of the most common speedruns found online. With the amount of runners and the amount of dedication these runners have to developing new tricks, the progression of the world record for Portal showcases this amazing community off. Whether it be from its incredibly precise movement, strange tricks and glitches, or any of the hundreds of pieces of tech in the run, Portal is without a doubt one of the most fun speedruns to watch, and has something for everybody. Thanks for watching, I'll see you all next time. A few months ago, I made a video about the world record progression for Super Mario 64. That video talked exclusively about the 120 star category, which is where you collect every single star in the game before beating it. It showed how several gamers were able to work to speedrun that category in the shortest time possible, and how over time, they were able to push the world record lower and lower.
Oh my fucking god, dude! I'm a fucking legend!
But there's also another side to Mario 64 speedrunning. Some people try to beat the game as fast as they can while still collecting every single star. Some people, though, don't play by the rules. For the past 2 decades, there's been an ongoing battle to beat the game with as few stars as possible. Traditionally, beating a game in the shortest route possible is called any percent, but in Super Mario 64, any percent's definition kept changing. The game designers intended to make it so you needed at least 70 stars to beat the game, but through various exploits, gamers have determined that you can beat the game with way less than 70 stars. This is the story of that progression. Hundreds of gamers have tried their hand at speedrunning Super Mario 64, but only a few have risen to the top. Let's take a look at the world record progression for the any percent category of Super Mario 64. Super Mario 64 came out in 1996. Back then, the internet was primitive compared to today, but it was still an option for talking about your video games. People ran to internet forums to talk about their favorite games, one of the most popular being Super Mario 64. It became consensus very quickly that you needed at least 70 stars to beat the game, because in order to beat the game, you need access to the final level, which is at the end of the Endless Staircase. The Endless Staircase is exactly what it sounds like, a staircase that never ends. Fortunately for the player though, once you get 70 stars, you will be able to travel up the stairs without any problem and access the final level. But until then, the stairs will just loop indefinitely. So, for the first few years of the game's existence, the fastest way to get through the game required you to get at least 70 stars. Nobody was really recording their speedruns back then, but there were reports of people beating the game in a little bit over an hour. Maybe someday, somebody would be able to come up with a way to beat it in under an hour. But then, a groundbreaking trick was discovered. When people discovered big tricks in games, the first place they used to report it to was usually a gaming forum or some other gaming community online. But this particular trick was a little bit different. It first appeared in the November 2000 issue of the Spanish version of Club Nintendo, and was apparently discovered by 2 guys in Mexico, Jose Angel Ruiz Villarreal and Dante Aven Ruiz Villarreal. They explained that if you go to the Endless Staircase before you have 70 stars, there's still a way to get past it. You go on the stairs and face towards the camera, and then do a long jump. Instead of going forward though, you push up the stairs and move backward, and then mash the A button over and over again. You're now doing backwards long jumps. If you mash A in the correct way, Mario will build up an incredible amount of speed. This works because the game gives Mario more speed with a long jump as long as he's below a certain number. Since his speed is negative, his speed is always below this number, so they always just keep adding more and more speed to it. He eventually builds up so much speed that he can fly up the stairs and land right next to the entrance of the final stage. You still need to collect 50 stars to get to the endless staircase in the first place, but this backwards long jump was cutting out 20 stars from the route. Interestingly, this trick went undetected on the internet for a while. It wasn't until 2003 before it made its first appearance on the internet, on a GameFAQs thread called Beating the Game with 50 Stars. A user named Gara2000 posted about the backwards long jump, which nobody else had heard of before, and from his description of it, nobody there was able to duplicate it. Finally, he posted a video of it, the earliest known footage of the backwards long jump being performed. It was just a 13-second clip of him pointing a camera at his TV, but this video opened the door up to so many others on the forum. After this discovery, there were reports of people being able to beat the game in around an hour. There was still no footage that had surfaced of any of the runs though. Around the same time, runners discovered that there was yet another way to save time with the backwards long jump. You could do it on this staircase to launch yourself through the 50-star door. Although it's much harder than the endless staircase version, since you have less room to work with, this trick drastically cut down the number of stars needed to collect. All you needed now was the 30 stars needed to get upstairs, plus the 1 star required from Dire Docks to get to the second key from Bowser. 31 stars is all it took. So, to sum up what the route was, you would start the game, collect 30 stars however you could, then go through the 30-star door, get a star from Dire Docks, which unlocks Bowser in the Fire Sea, where you can get the second key. You use the second key to go upstairs, do backwards long jumps on the staircase to shoot through the 50-star door, and then do backwards long jumps on the endless staircase to shoot right up to the final stage. And just like that, you've beaten the game while just collecting a quarter of the stars that are available to you. Similar to with 50-star, players still weren't recording their runs at this point, but a few people did talk about beating the game with just 31 stars. A man named Curtis Bright was the first to do so, acknowledging that he was able to pull it off in March of 2003. He didn't report a time, but it is reported that his run was still legitimate because he was the guy who put together the route in the first place. And just a few days later, the second person to beat the game with 31 stars did it, Alex Penev. He claimed to do it in 49 minutes and 20 seconds. Once again, there's no video footage for this run because of how old it is, but it's probably legitimate. Although Curtis Bright's run may very well have been sub 60 minutes, Penev's for sure was. So, for the first time ever, someone could say that they could beat Super Mario 64 in under an hour. And then, for a while, everything settled down a bit. Runners seemed to be satisfied with beating the game with only 31 stars, and it seemed like everyone was running into a wall sort of. Penev's 49-minute time was really sick, and game-breaking tricks were already being used. Nobody knew what else could possibly be done to beat the game more quickly. Several months passed without any new records, and then something amazing happened. In May 2004, someone named Don Dunk posted a picture on GameFAQs. It was a picture of him being in the last level of the game, Bowser in the Sky, with only 18 stars. He said that he had discovered a revolutionary new glitch that could allow you to beat the game with only 16 stars, and that he would reveal it on May 15th, which would be 5 days after the topic was originally posted. Naturally, there was a bit of suspicion, but there was also a bunch of nervous excitement. How could 16 stars be possible? There was no staircase you could use to get through the 30-star door early, so it seemed impossible. Over the next 5 days, excitement built up more and more as players looked forward to seeing what Dom Dunk had found. Finally, the day arrived. Everyone came rushing to see the post, and Don Dunk explained the following. To start, you would load up the game and collect exactly 15 stars from whichever stages you could. After you get them, Mips the rabbit will spawn in the basement. You go to the basement, pick him up, and then go to the door that leads to the room with the 30-star door. Your goal is to go through this door while still having him in your hands. Normally you can't open doors when you're holding him. The best way that they had to do this was to set him down in front of the door, go through it, then quickly run back before the door completely closes and pick him up again. Then you make your way over to the 30-star door. You're going to need to clip through it with Mips. There's a few ways to do it, but the method that Dom Dunk described back then was that you should drop Mips a short distance away from the door and jump in between him and the door. If done correctly, You'll then be pushed right through the 30-star door. Once there, you're forced to get the 1-star in Dire Docks before going into Bowser in the Fire Sea, where you pick up the key, go upstairs, do the backwards long jumps that are needed to beat the rest of the game. If all is done correctly, you will have beaten the game with just 16 stars. Everybody on the forum tried the route out for themselves, and sure enough, they were able to do it. The number of stars required to beat the game had been cut in half once again. A bunch of people wanted to beat the game as fast as they could with this new route. The first person to pull off a 16-star run was the man who discovered it was possible in the first place. On May 24th, 2004, Dom Dunk posted that he had been able to beat the game in 42 minutes with a 16-star route. And about a month later, Alex Penev reported that he did it in 33 minutes. But finally, someone posted a run with video proof. On June 19th, 2004, a man named Brad Cutler shared a video of him doing the 16-star route in 27 minutes flat. Someone had beaten the game in less than half an hour. Cutler struggled with the BLJs a little bit at first, and he missed a throw on Bowser at the end, but for the first run with video proof, everything went relatively smoothly. But perhaps the most important part of Cutler's run was inspiring so many others to give the run a try by giving them a video to watch. It seemed so feasible to do what Cutler was doing with a bit of practice, and over the following months, many others decided they wanted to try it as well. In November 2004, Mark Korsak became the first to beat Cutler's time. He got 26:25. While much of his movement was cleaner than Cutler, he struggled a fair bit with the MIPS clips still. People were still waiting for that 16-star run that would blow everyone out of the water, and it turns out they wouldn't have to wait long at all, as in just a few hours. Literally the same day that Mark Korsak did his 16-star run, someone else posted a 16-star run, but instead of 26.5 minutes, this one clocked in at 21 minutes and 55 seconds. Their name was Laurie Pekala, and through better strategies from collecting the first 15 stars and faster clips and faster BLJs, their run looked absolutely amazing compared to every run that had come before it. And it was this type of competition that continued to push the 16-star time down in the mid-2000s. Someone would do a run that they thought looked good, and then someone else would come along and say, "Hey, I know you think your run's good, but actually I'm multiple minutes ahead of you, haha." It was a really exciting time because you really never knew what was around the corner. But unfortunately, after a couple of years of no new strategies being discovered, Super Mario 64 entered a dark age. Starting in 2004, there were a few years where 16 stars seemed to be the fastest the game would ever go. So, a couple of runners whose names I will avoid decided that it would be fine to cheat and fake their speedruns. The first one was from October 2005. One player claimed that he was the first to beat the game in under 20 minutes, getting a run clocking in around 19 minutes and 50 seconds. The run got a decent amount of attention, but in 2017 it was discovered to be spliced all over the place. Splicing a run is when you take part of one run and a part of another and piece them together to make it appear like continuous gameplay. He did this over and over in his run. Pretty much every screen transition was really him ending one segment and splicing on another one. The second one got a lot more popularity than the first. It was posted on Speed Demo's archive by a different runner a couple of years later, in 2007, where it was widely viewed, and the time of the run was about 18.5 minutes. But just like the first run, it was discovered to be spliced several years later, and has since been discredited. Although both of these runs are known to be fake today, they still wowed so many people back at the time. People were beginning to wonder if Super Mario 64 could ever go lower. The execution in the cheated runs looked so amazing, and how could anyone find a way to beat the game with less than 16 stars? Then, there was a bit of a breakthrough. In October 2006, YouTuber Mr. Robert Z uploaded a video of some glitches that you could do in the castle lobby. One scene featured him climbing into an out-of-bounds section from below the lobby, and he said that because there was an invisible wall, it could be possible to do a backwards long jump there. For a while though, nobody was quite sure if it would be valuable or not to do a backwards long jump there, and it sat in the backs of the minds of many for several more months. Meanwhile, over at the website Task Videos, a number of people were discussing potential ways to beat the game with less than 16 stars. After more months of discussion, they released a tool-assisted video, which is a type of speedrun where somebody goes in an emulator and manually inputs which buttons they want to be pressed on every frame of the run. In other words, it's a run that isn't done by a human, but one that's done by a computer playing theoretically as well as possible. And this tool-assisted run that they released didn't collect 16 stars. It didn't collect 12 stars, or 10. It didn't collect 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, or 2 stars. A little over 7.5 minutes later, it beat the game while collecting just 1 star. How could they have possibly done that? Well, to start, they went over to the out-of-bounds area that was seen before, and did a backwards long jump. Doing this perfectly launched them outside the boundaries of the castle. By then rotating the camera, they were able to keep enough speed to launch them through the rest of the lobby into the first star door, which normally requires 8 stars to open. There, they fight Bowser for the first key, which is used to go underground into the room with the 30-star door. And once in that room, you do this backwards long jump. This trick is extremely precise, but if done correctly, it eliminates the need to go past the 30-star door with MIPS. Enough speed is built up with the BLJ to shoot right past it. The task then got the 1 star needed from Dire Docks to unlock Bowser in the Fire Sea, got the 2nd key, went upstairs to do the backwards long jumps, and finished the game, with just 1 star in their inventory from Dire Docks. As can be expected, this run made people lose their minds. It's possible to beat Super Mario 64 with just 1 star. The runners have been able to cut out 119 of the 120 stars from the game. There was just the 1 in Dire Docks that still remained. So now there is one last thing to do. Find a way to beat the game without that 1 last star. Zero stars. Swordless Link and AKA used a task to beat Super Mario 64 without collecting a single star. The creators of the game put 120 of them in. They expected the player to collect at least 70 to finish the game. Through a decade of work, it was now possible to do it without collecting a single one of them. All of the effort that the programmers put into designing 120 unique stars and 120 unique experiences was laid to waste. Well, alright, their effort wasn't actually put to waste at all. There were still so many other categories you could run that gave you the chance to see more of the game. Runners to this day are still actively running 16-star, 70-star, and 120-star, which allow you to see most of, or for 120-star, all of the game. In fact, when these tasks came out in 2007, nobody knew if a human could even pull off the tricks, particularly the backwards long jump past the 30-star door. You needed to mash super hard in just the right way in order to build up just enough speed to get past it. Not to mention all the other tricks that could easily go wrong in the run. For a long time, no human was able to get past the 16-star barrier. The exact history of humans executing the 0 and 1 star route isn't entirely known. I haven't been able to find definitive proof of the first 0-star or 1-star run, but runners like Kaiman claim to have a 9-minute 1-star time a while after the task was released. The 0-star route ended up becoming much harder to master, all because of the 30-star door backwards long jump, or SBLJ as it has become known. It's hard enough to get your positioning and mashing to get past the 30-star door in the first place, but to also get past Dire Docks, which is required for 0-star, requires ridiculously difficult and precise mashing and positioning on the stairs. It's so hard to build up enough speed to get the 0-star route that it has been called harder than doing the recently popularized 1-2 pipe clip in the original Super Mario Bros.
351! Yes!
The recent history of the 0-star and 1-star route has been completely dominated by the Japanese. This differs from the 70-star and 120-star route, which has been mainly dominated by Americans and Europeans, and from the 16-star route, which has seen a mix of both. Currently, the 1-star record is held by Zaya at 721, and the 0-star record is held by Akira at 644. Both of these runs are as close to 7 minutes of perfect gameplay as you can get. And that is the world record progression for Super Mario 64 NE%. Super Mario 64 is a rare example of how drastic route changes can become. Some games, like Super Metroid, are little more than changing the order of the bosses to save a couple of minutes. But in Mario 64, when a new trick was discovered, everything the runners thought that they once knew completely changed. We're not collecting 70 stars anymore, we're collecting 16. Whoops, now we're not collecting any stars. Most of these discoveries took place in the mid-2000s, when there was no Twitch to stream on, but instead gaming communities that you communicated with through text, and on rare occasions, a low-quality VHS tape. But these players all came together to see how far they could push Mario 64. And boy did they succeed. Thanks for watching, I'll see you next time. There's no denying that The Legend of Zelda is one of the most successful video game franchises of all time. Practically every game in the series has sold well and gotten raving reviews from both critics and casual gamers. It's got a great mix of action, puzzle solving, and story to keep the gamer entertained for dozens of hours. But through all of the millions of copies sold, and all of the 10 out of 10s from IGN, the success of the series can be traced back to one game. That game, of course, is the one that started it all. The original Legend of Zelda for the NES. It was the most ambitious game that had ever been created up to that point. Released in 1987 in North America, it left players in shock when playing it. The amount of depth had never been seen before, and for many, it was the game that first introduced them to how amazing video games could be. To this day, the game is cherished by the gaming community, but some people take the game to another level. Instead of the occasional casual playthrough, they speedrun it. Play through the game from start to finish as fast as humanly possible. And over the course of several years, these gamers have been able to take a game as long as Zelda and beat it in half an hour. Let's see how they got there. This is the world record progression for The Legend of Zelda. The origins of Zelda speedrunning go back to a contest that was held over the summer of 2003. Twin Galaxies, the website that used to be the headquarters for speedrunning, offered a $100 bounty to anybody who could beat The Legend of Zelda in under 36 minutes. Players were close to it. Some reported they could beat it in 37 minutes, but nobody could break that 36-minute barrier. But finally, a player named Tom Vodova made a fool out of everybody else trying. He didn't just beat 36 minutes, he smashed it. In July of 2003, Vodova beat the game in 34 minutes and 5 seconds. In The Legend of Zelda, the route through the game is largely up to you. You have to get 8 pieces of the Triforce from the 8 levels, but the order in which you go through them is your decision. So, the first thing Vodova did, after getting the sword at the start of course, was head into level 2. He was trying to get as many bombs as he could early from enemy drops. When you kill an enemy, they can drop an item for you to pick up. During Vodova's run, there was almost no way to control what you would get from each enemy. He picked level 2 first, however, because the room before the boss, the Dongo, is guaranteed to give you a bomb drop, and the Dongo himself is guaranteed to drop them too if you hit him in the correct way. So, with the help of these 2 drops and a few other random ones, Vodova left level 2 with 8 bombs in his inventory. As he progressed through the other dungeons, one trick that he constantly used was the continue warp. By plugging in a second controller and pressing up and A, the game kills you, and gives you a chance to continue from the start of the dungeon. This can be used to get back to the start of the dungeon more quickly and saved Vodava around a minute of walking in total. In later stages, such as level 5, he went out of his way slightly to quickly kill enemies to get more bombs. It ended up working perfectly for him. By the time he entered levels 8 and 9, he had just the right amount of bombs that he needed to fly through them. He entered into the final fight against Ganon in level 9 and had a really beautiful fight. He got hit only once, taking one heart away from his health bar, and it looked like he knew exactly where Ganon was going to be at all times so he could hit him. All in all, Vodava's run was really well done for how old it is. He didn't use any glitches in his run, and considering the basic strategies he had, he executed very well. He may not have known as much about the game as players do now, but what he did know, he took full advantage of. Now, Vodava's run was done in 2003. As years passed, some minor strategy changes were found, but people were still finding it incredibly difficult to beat his run. It really was executed well enough that a considerable amount of time passed before it could be legitimately beaten. And by a considerable amount of time, I mean 9 years. Although a couple of people did try to submit fake runs that were faster, they were both eventually caught. 9 years later, speedrunners found it hard to believe that still nobody could beat Tom Vodava. His strats were primitive, he had little knowledge of any glitches, and his run was done at a time when speedrunning was hardly even a thing. Yet it was so good and so well executed that even with the explosive growth of speedrunning in the mid-2000s, nobody could beat him. Finally, in 2012, somebody was able to get a faster, non-cheated run. This someone was named Hal Yotsuba, a Japanese speedrunner who, that April, was finally able to top Vodava's run from 2003, finishing with a time of 33 minutes and 14 seconds. From a pure strategical standpoint, there's not too much that Hal did differently. He was still using up and A to do death warps when needed, and still wasn't using any major glitches, but over the 9 years that had passed since Vodava's run, runners have been able to get a stronger understanding of how the game worked. Parts where Vodava struggled, Hal was flying through. This run was just what would naturally happen to any record set 9 years in the past. Execution would get better, and everything would look cleaner. So, Tom Vodava's record stood for 9 years. How long did Hal Yotsuba's record stand for? 1 month. Starting in early 2012, a Twitch streamer by the name of Darkwing Duck was on a mission to push his time as low as he could in Zelda. But his runs were a little different than the runs that came before his. You see, whenever the game was played in a marathon format, such as AGDQ or SGDQ, the players always decided to not use the up and A death warp. Darkwing Duck decided to adopt this method of playing for his runs, and to this day, this method is stuck. By far the most popular category for Zelda nowadays is no up and A, with standard any % just having a few runs. So from now on, the record that I will be covering will be the no up and A record. But anyway, Darkwing Duck was getting runs very close to Hal's record, even though he wasn't using the death warp, which put him at a time disadvantage. He pushed his time from 37 minutes to 34 minutes to 33 minutes, and on June 5th, 2012, he pulled it off. After he pushed his sword into Ganon for the last time, he went up to rescue Zelda and closed out the first ever 32-minute run of The Legend of Zelda.
And everybody was kung fu fighting. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Now, up to this point, nobody had been able to improve on their own record. As good as Vodava's run was for the time, he himself was never able to beat it. Hal wasn't able to beat his run either. But Darkwing Duck was a little bit different. He improved his record 7 times in a row.
Perfect Ganon, but it was pretty good. Oh! A little bit of luck, but I had great luck.
By May 2014, he had taken the record all the way to 3107. The key to him being able to do this repeatedly was a trick known as forced item drops. Normally, to the average player, it seems to be completely random what each enemy will drop, if anything at all, and for many years, speedrunners felt the same way. But by 2012, it was realized that it's not actually random at all. It can be nearly completely controlled. It all comes down to this chart. Whenever you kill an enemy, you have a chance of getting either the corresponding item in the chart or nothing at all. For example, if the first enemy that you kill is from Group A, you will either get a rupee drop or nothing at all. If the next one you kill is from Group C, you'll either get a heart drop or nothing. If the next is from Group X, you will not get an item no matter what. It goes like this all the way through the chart and then loops back to the beginning. At first, Darkwing Duck was hardly able to use this to help him. He only used it to get a bomb from the first enemy and then played the rest of the game without thinking about it. But as time went on, he realized how much this chart was able to help him. If he needed health, and he knew he was on the 6th position in the chart, all he needed to do was look for an enemy from Group A or D to kill. Anything that he needed to help him progress through the game was now available to him. It was just a battle with himself to see how much he could use the chart to help him move through the game. And on top of that, he was able to use a trick known as the screen scroll. By standing exactly 5 pixels from the edge of the screen, you press both up and down on the D-pad for 1 frame only. After Link turns himself around, you simply walk off the edge of the screen, and Link appears on the other side. This can be used to not only save time walking, but also to skip over certain areas, such as going past this river right at the start of the game. By mid-2014, Darkwing Duck's dominance over the game was apparent. Nobody had taken the record from him in 2 years, even though in those 2 years, he himself had broken the record more than half a dozen times. It seemed like nobody was up to the task of beating him. But then, a new challenger emerged.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
For 2 years, nobody could beat Darkwing Duck but himself. But in July of 2014, Lack Attack 24 decided he would be able to do it. And by using mostly the same strategies that Darkwing Duck used, he was able to stop his reign as king of The Legend of Zelda.
Go, 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 go! We got it! Go! 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 Yeah, baby! World record!
What happened over the following months has got to be one of the best rivalries in speedrunning history. It started with Darkwing Duck quickly firing back, beating Lack's run by about 25 seconds just a month later. And then, in early 2015, it started to get pretty crazy. Still, there were no major strategy changes, but just these 2 players getting better and better. At the end of January, Darkwing Duck once again lowered the record with a 30-29. But Lack fired back with a 30-25 2 weeks later.
Go! Yes! Go, baby!
Then Darkwing Duck lowered it, then Lack lowered it. They just kept going back and forth, and as they traded the record, they knew what their goal was. Somebody was going to beat the game in under 30 minutes. After Lack got 30-06 in late February, it seemed so close. But nobody knew which of them was going to get it first. Finally, that March, Lack Attack was in position to do it. He was ahead of his splits, and all that was left between him and the sub-30 was Ganon.
Oh my god. We did it.
Lack had done it. He had prevailed in the battle against Darkwing Duck, and he was the new champion of Zelda. He himself admitted he couldn't see the record going much lower than a few seconds, so it seemed the category was just about at its limit. But as Lack would soon find out, the category was far from being dead. He got to work looking for more strategies he could use to save time. And over the course of 2015, he realized just how much he could still do to the game.
World record. World record, go! Yes!
In order to get more runs that went deep into the game, he would build up as many resources as he could early on.
did it!
Intentionally running out of bombs on the level 5 boss, so that he didn't have to go to the menu to use the recorder.
Another world record. 2 world record.
Doing bunny hopping on the staircase in level 8, so you can make it past Pole's voice without stopping. Getting a backup quick kill on Ganon in case you don't get the stun lock on him.
Yeah! 5 seconds away. God, it's awesome.
By December, Lack Attack knew that a 28-minute run was possible. He was the first to get a 29-minute run, and he knew he could be the first to get a 28-minute run. He was far ahead of anyone else's time, he just needed to battle himself to get it. And on December 9th, 2015, he got it.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Since that monumental day in 2015, Lack has broken the record a couple more times, 28:47 and 28:43, but he says that he thinks that his best run is the 28:50. The only other person to get a 28-minute run since then is Cantaloupe Me, but he's still 14 seconds behind Lack's world record. So, that's the world record progression for The Legend of Zelda. Over a decade of Zelda speedrunning has brought the record to where it is today. There's been long-standing records, long-standing rivalries, and periodical dominance from a couple of different runners. Where will the record go in the future? Who knows? But if how far it's come so far is any sign, we've got a long way to go before The Legend of Zelda has seen its final run. Thanks for watching. Sonic the Hedgehog is a game about speed. Ever since the original advertisements from the early 90s, Sega has made it clear that in this game, they want you to go fast.
Wow, Sonic's fast too. No, over here. I like Genesis.
So of all games, it would make sense that people would try to speedrun it, beat the game as fast as humanly possible. But in a game already built for so much speed, what can you do to go faster? For over a decade, gamers have been battling each other to see who can beat Sonic the Hedgehog 2 for the Sega Genesis more quickly. There's been tricks, glitches, and a lot of speed. This is the story of those runners. This is the world record progression for Sonic 2. The first thing I need to explain is the way that this game is timed. For most speedruns, the game is timed with a simple timer from start to finish. It's easy and probably the most straightforward way of timing a run. But for Sonic 2, instead of using a timer, the players time it by adding up the in-game times that they get on the end of every level. Why is this? Well, when you beat a stage, you get points based on how quickly you beat the level. These points have to count down, which takes a significant amount of time, and instead of decreasing gradually as you beat the stage more slowly, they decrease periodically. For example, here's a clip that happened at AGDQ 2013. Mike89, the runner on the right side, beat the stage in 24 seconds and got a 50,000 point bonus. Those 50,000 points were taking forever to count down. Worster, the runner on the left side, knew that he was on pace to beat the stage in about 27 seconds. If he had finished any time under 30 seconds, he too would have gotten that 50,000 point bonus. So instead, he waits 3 seconds to finish at 30 seconds and collects his 10,000 point bonus, which counts down way faster. So much faster that even though he was significantly behind Mike89, they exit the stage just about tied. So, in order to avoid intentionally losing time to gain time, or going slow to go fast, runners decided that it made the most sense to time the run with in-game time. The origins of Sonic 2 speedrunning can be traced back to 2005. In November of that year, Mike89 beat the game in 23 minutes and 14 seconds, but the video no longer exists. So let's instead examine a 24-minute and 23 seconds run that came about a month later by Suzaku. Suzaku admitted that he did not have a large amount of experience with Sonic games, but still pulled off a run he was quite proud of. It featured him flying through stages, building up as much speed as he possibly could as he went through such well-known stages as Chemical Plant Zone and Casino Night Zone. It was always fun to go fast casually, but Suzaku was making a fool out of the game. He didn't have any huge tricks or glitches, but his movement through the levels was good enough to be the first video-recorded run of Sonic 2. Now, speedrunning wasn't too big when Suzaku did his run, but as the months passed, the concept of speedrunning was increasing in popularity. People were looking for more games that could be ran, and naturally the Sonic games were seen as some top contenders. A year later, in late 2006, one man proved that he was the top dog in Sonic 2, Stansky. Incredibly, he didn't just beat Suzaku's 24-minute run, but rather made it look completely obsolete. Stansky beat the game in 20 minutes and 2 seconds. He had a few tricks up his sleeve to help him out. In Chemical Plant Zone 2, he did a trick that involved Tails getting hit at the start intentionally and then running to the door. Tails then goes towards the door off-screen from the other side, tricking the game into thinking that Sonic came from up above, and letting him go down the ramp to skip half of the stage. And in Hilltop 1, Stansky realized that only the top portion of the lava has collision detection. By standing on the top of the lava and colliding with the platform, he fell straight through the lava and triggered a zip that zipped him through the stage. Combining those tricks with beautiful gameplay in other stages, Stansky finished on top of the world by a large margin. He played beautifully, very few mistakes, very good execution. But Stansky wasn't done yet. He knew there was still more he could do to Sonic 2, so he got back to grinding. And he showed, undeniably, that he was the best in the world at Sonic 2. By 2007, Stansky took the record down all the way to 1812. He was using tricks such as being pushed into the ground by the Bolt in Metropolis 1 and 3, making him skip to the end of the stage, and when combined with his skill on the other stages, he was able to put out times way ahead of anybody else that had ever played the game. He was so confident that he even said in the description of his video that he doubted anybody other than himself would ever beat it. Now, if you've ever seen any of my videos before, you know that this is something that nobody should ever claim. It doesn't matter if you have a runner as dominant as Andrew G.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
If somebody gets a run so far ahead as Hoda Ruby, or if someone lowers their own record over and over as Darkwing Duck did. Nobody ever holds a record forever. Times change, and people with different skills come up. So for Stansky to claim that nobody would ever beat him was a little bit ridiculous. But here's the thing, Stansky got his 1812 in 2007. 5 years later, it was still the world record. He was right, nobody was able to beat him. It seemed his run truly was the ultimate run. But in early 2012, an Australian man wanted to challenge the notion that Stansky was the ultimate player. His name, Mike89, the same player who originally got a 23-minute run without a surviving video recording way back in 2005. Well, it turns out he had gotten a bit better since then. He began to grind the game again in early 2012, and 3 months later, that March, he did it. But he didn't just edge out Stansky's 1812 run. Mike89 got 16-13. How is this possible? Nobody could beat Stansky's run for 5 years, then Mike suddenly beats it by 2 whole minutes? What was he doing differently? Well, the truth was, even though nobody had put together a run faster than Stansky in 5 years, there had still been some major developments in the game during those 5 years. In Metropolis 2, for example, he did another lava zip, similar to the one that he did in Hilltop 1, where the game zipped him to the end of the stage because he got stuck in the wall. And in Metropolis 3, he was able to use Tails to do yet another zip. He inched towards the edge of the dropping platform at the start, and made Tails fall off while having Sonic remain on, causing the game to freak out and launch him around the stage. After getting this run, Stansky had been proven wrong. Mike89 was the new champion. But just like most speedrunners do, Mike realized that he was close to a number barrier. He was just 13 seconds away from beating the game in 15 minutes. So, Mike89 and a couple of other runners, TNT314 and Timpsy, were determined to become the first runner to beat the game in under 16 minutes. Each one had the skill to do it, but nobody knew who would be first. They each set off on their quest, and over the course of a few months, these runners battled it out.
World record, bitches. $16.09. I don't know how good that spin dash is. 51! God damn it! 16:01. It is still the record.
Each of these three runners had close calls that probably should have been the first sub-16 minute run had it not been for mishaps in the later stages, but since they didn't save them on their Twitch page, they can't be seen today. Ultimately though, it would once again be Mike89 who got the first sub-16 minute run, achieving it on November 15th, 2013.
The curse is broken! 1548.
The game had been destroyed. Sub-16 had been completed. Mike89 won the race to get the first 15-minute run, and man did he get a great one, 12 seconds under 16 minutes. Think about this though, if you're a competitor and your opponent accomplishes a goal you're both going towards first, what do? In other words, if you were TNT314 or Timpsy, would you have kept going to try to a 15-minute run of your own? Well, later the same day that Mike89 got his sub-16 minute run, Timpsy started doing some attempts of his own. And he got on a run. A very, very good run. All of a sudden, he was 5 minutes away from beating the game, and exiting the Metropolis stages, he was 9 seconds ahead of the world record that Mike89 had set just hours before.
Dude, my heart is pounding.
It was all going so well. All he had to do was hold it down for 2 more stages. And then...
No! No! My finger slipped. My finger slipped. On the controller. Because my hands are fucking sweaty.
That death would wind up costing him 24 seconds, ending his chance at the world record, but he still closed out a new PB that clocked in at 16:08. Had he avoided the death and played the rest of the game as in the PB, he would have gotten 15:44, a new world record by 4 seconds. Timpsy would later go on to get his own sub-16 about a month later, although he still missed world record by about 10 seconds. Meanwhile, while these other runners were attempting to get their own 15-minute run, Mike89 was hard at work trying to lower the world record down farther and farther into the 15-minute void. He began using a new trick. He broke the collision detection in Wing Fortress Zone, and he did stuff like this. And he worked to optimize every other trick in the game as well that he could possibly do. And in December 2013, Mike89 beat Sonic 2 in 15 minutes and 18 seconds. This run was the result of years of optimization and grinding. Mike89 had gotten so good at the tricks and had completely mastered the movement that he decided the 1518 was by far the best run that had ever been done. He thought that it was so good that he would never have to come back to beat it, because neither he nor anybody else would be able to top it. People all over the internet wondered how long the run would last for. A couple of years maybe? 3, 4, or 5 years? How about 6 months? Here's the thing, Mike89's brother, Worcester, was also really good at Sonic games, and he wanted the record in Sonic the Hedgehog 2. After grinding in the middle of 2014, he got a 1540, an excellent time for sure, but one that was still 22 seconds behind the world record. Worcester needed something more to help him push his time down, so he looked into the world of strats that were known, but were considered to be too risky and dangerous for a single segment run, and planned to use them in his own single segment run. Because why not? He was trying to beat a run that was so good anyway, he needed every edge over it that he could possibly get. Now, these particular strats didn't necessarily end up saving him much time. By comparison, he only ended up saving a few seconds each in Casino Night 2 and the Death Egg fight with him, but Worcester's execution everywhere else had gotten a lot better over the months that he was playing the game. He was ultimately able to get a 1508 with the help of new strats on June 3rd, 2014. This run was celebrated all over the official Sonic leaderboards. So quickly, someone had been able to beat a run that was thought to be nearly unbeatable. But after months of being on the top of the leaderboards, the run was completely removed. The problem was, Worcester did his run on an emulator known as Gens. When he did the run, it was considered completely fine to do speedruns with it. But in 2015, runners decided that doing runs on that particular emulator would no longer be allowed, because it was sometimes inaccurate, it had tassing capabilities, and Sonic 1 runners were even using this emulator to claim times under false pretenses. The only thing that they could really do was ban the emulator completely, and that had to include all past runs done on it too, to keep everything fair. So the 1508, which had been viewed tens of thousands of times by then, was removed from the leaderboards, and Mike89 was back on the top with 1518. These complications over the true number 1 spot caused much confusion as time passed. By 2017, neither record had been beaten by anybody, so Mike89 wanted to clear the air once and for all, beat both his 1518 and Worcester's 1508. We were now in 2017. The last time Mike89 broke the record was in 2013. Over the course of 4 years, the skill of a speedrunner goes up, so when he started doing attempts against Worcester's splits, he was able to keep up with them. And he got on a run on April 20th that was keeping pace. One thing that helped was getting the tail zip in Metropolis 3 on his first try.
Okay, it's first go. It's not a quick first go, but it's still first go.
So he saved some time there. And while he did lose some time on Wing Fortress, he still closed out the run a second ahead of Worcester.
Yes! Yes! I know it's only 1 second, but I don't care. Woo-hoo-hoo!
But since he was so close, he might as well get a run under 15 minutes as well, right? And 2 months later, he had a really nice run, gained the time back that he lost in Wing Fortress, and finished the game.
14, baby! Yes!
And that is where the world record stands for Sonic 2. For over a decade, Sonic 2 has introduced many to the concept of speedrunning. While the timing mechanism doesn't seem straightforward at first, it's led to some of the craziest world record pushes in speedrunning history. People foolishly claimed that their runs would never be beaten, but of course they were. Runs always get beaten, but whoever wants to beat Mike89's 1458 will have a mountain to climb. That run was a product of him running the game for 12 years off and on. Whoever tops it will permanently have their name etched into speedrunning history. Thanks for watching. Released in 2004, Valve's Half-Life 2 has been at the top of many lists as one of the greatest first-person shooters ever made. It has a good story, great gameplay mechanics, and critics and fans both almost universally agree that it's just overall a fantastic game. As with most great games, Half-Life 2 has developed a large speedrunning scene, a group of gamers who race each other to see who can beat the game more quickly. And as with most speedruns, this game's run has changed drastically over time. Over the course of several years, we've gone from casually dashing through the game to pushing the game and its mechanics to their absolute limits. Let's look at the world record progression for Half-Life 2. When Half-Life 2 came out in 2004, it ran on the Source engine, which we know today as the old engine. This version of the game was filled with many exploits and glitches that were gradually discovered over the years, the most famous one probably being bunny hopping. This is a trick where you continuously jump in order to build up a bunch of speed, causing you to move much more quickly than normal. Hardly anybody did speedruns of Half-Life 2 at this point in time, but that all changed after 2010, when Valve updated the Half-Life 2 engine. This new engine, known as, well, the new engine, fixed some glitches in the old engine, but also created new ones. I'll get into that a bit more later, but the release of the new engine created a divide. There were now two categories that could be ran. People could play on the old engine or the new engine. And if you go to look at the Half-Life 2 leaderboards on speedrun.com today, you would see that one of these categories became much more popular than the other. The new engine has been ran much more than old engine, and as a result, the record has been progressed far further. So, for this video, I'm only going to be focusing on the new engine category. We'll start by going back to early 2013. While there had been some speedruns live races of the game that had been done before this point, none of them were recorded, and it's hard to say for sure if they were done on the old or the new engine. But the first run with definitive video proof was done by Moose Guy on January 4th, 2013. Moose Guy's first task was to skip his way through the cutscenes that always appear at the start of the game. Unlike most games, Half-Life 2 allows you to play through the cutscenes, still letting you move around and pick up objects while that NPC talks and walks through the rooms. However, whenever you pick up an object, such as a book or a barrel, and drop it onto the NPC's head, it sometimes teleports them forward, skipping the time that it would take for them to walk there. The game doesn't care that there's an object blocking the NPC's way, they just know that they need to get from point A to point B, so it will try to get them there no matter what. While this trick was relatively easy to do in the old engine, it appears that they partially fixed it in the new engine. It was much harder for Moose Guy to get the teleports, but he still found some success with it. After going through these cutscenes, Moose Guy got on with playing the game. As he moved through into more open areas, he utilized a trick known as ABH, or Accelerated Backhopping. You see, when Valve attempted to fix bunny hopping with the new engine, they accidentally broke it even more. Moose Guy jumped forward and then turned around in midair. He then continued jumping backwards as soon as he landed. The game was trying to slow him down by adding negative speed, but since he was already moving backwards, all it did was added more speed to him moving backwards. So he was able to fly through a lot of sections by just using ABH. And a lot of sections of the game just required a bunch of creativity, such as right here, when he wanted to jump over this gate that stopped him from progressing through the game. By launching off this rock at a precise angle, it's possible to land just right so that you can just barely make it over the wall. It took Moose Guy multiple tries to get tricks like this to work. Despite heavily abusing tricks like ABH, Moose Guy really didn't use too many glitches in his run. It was mainly just him using it to gain incredible speed, and use it to run into objects in just the right way so that he could fly up and skip through parts of the game. That, of course, combined with incredible skill to fly through parts of the game that he did have to play as quickly as possible. All in all, Moose Guy finished with a time of 2 hours, 37 minutes, and 58 seconds. A very impressive start for sure, but I don't think anybody, including Moose Guy, could have predicted the lengths to which the speedrun would evolve over the following years. Unfortunately for Moose Guy, this would be the only time he would hold the Half-Life 2 world record, and he only had it for about 2 months. By March of 2013, runner SwiftShadow's got a hold of the record, and he took it down by 3 minutes to 2 hours and 34 minutes. He didn't really do that much differently from Moose Guy, but he was able to save some time by reducing the amount of saves and loads that you need to do. You can save your game right before attempting to do a difficult trick in Half-Life 2, so that if you miss it, you can reload it right up and start from right before the trick to get another shot at it. Then you can repeat until you're finally able to get the trick to work. Since SwiftShadow's was able to get many tricks more quickly, he was able to save some time over Moose Guy. But April 2013 was a bit of a special month for Half-Life 2. Runner Tomsk45 decided that he was going to try to take over the category, and he looked into doing one of Half-Life 2's most famous tricks, prop climbing. By repeatedly jumping and using an item along a wall, you're able to fly up the wall and sometimes get on top of it. And occasionally, as seen here, it can allow you to be on top of the entire stage, and let you skip right to the end of it. Using this throughout the game, it allowed Tomsk45 to completely control the Half-Life 2 record for the month.
Bro, because there's kind of...
Nice. Oh my. Yes! Finally! Knew it was possible. I knew it. Oh, nice. 227.39. On the wrong side. This is the right place, isn't it? Yeah. I got that first go. Yep. 225.45.
Wow, nice.
Nice.
6 world records later, at the end of April, he had taken the record down by 9 minutes, breaking the record every few days on average. Tomsk's rapid progression of the record sent a message that he was a force to be reckoned with. But he wouldn't last long. New engine speedruns of Half-Life 2 were still fairly new, and their run could still be optimized. A man named PYKN realized this, and using largely the same strategies as Tomsk, lowered the record 2 more times in the matter of just 2 days.
Oh my god, it is! Yes!
He lowered the record 6 more minutes, to 2 hours and 19 minutes, but one runner had had enough. His name was Sully JHF. Sully already had the reputation of being really good at another Valve game, Portal, holding the world record in that game multiple times. Once he began to run Half-Life 2, he was a natural at that as well. And on May 12, 2013, just 3 days after PYKN got his 219, Sully broke his record by 33 seconds and continued to lower the record down more and more in the coming weeks. But there's a little problem with Sully. Almost none of his records exist anymore. Sully used to livestream his Half-Life 2 attempts on Twitch. When most people get a world record when they're streaming,
Oh my gosh! I don't even know!
they make a highlight of it later, which is essentially saving it to your Twitch page so it never gets automatically deleted by Twitch. Unfortunately, Sully never highlighted his world records, and when Twitch deleted all of his past broadcasts a few years ago, nearly all footage of his world records were deleted as well. So we're left in a very strange spot today. Hundreds of people saw him do these runs live back in 2013, but nobody on Earth can still see these runs today. The only evidence we have of them is from Reddit posts, or the occasional screen cap picture, like this one that somebody took when he first got the record with 2 hours, 19 minutes, and 16 seconds. From what Half-Life 2 runners have pieced together through posts on Reddit, Sully somehow managed to beat the world record 4 times in a matter of 6 days in May of 2013. Nobody knows exactly what strategies he used, where he saved and lost time, or anything that wasn't the final time of the run. How much was he abusing prop climbing? Or ABH? Were there any other tricks he used that nobody knew about? Regardless, by the end of it, Sully had taken the record down to 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 24 seconds. While we can't see his footage today, Sully was hailed as an absolute beast of Half-Life 2, and taking him down would be an enormous challenge for any other player. A couple of months later, in July, a project that the Source Runs team had collectively been working on for years was released. Half-Life 2 done with a high magnitude of velocity. It was a run of the game cut up into 200 segments, where somebody would record that 120th of a game over and over until it was as fast as it could possibly be, and then repeat that for the other 199 segments that they cut the game up into. A group of 14 runners collectively helped make these 200 segments, and when added up, the time ended up being 1 hour and 27 minutes. This, of course, is not considered a new engine world record, because it was split up into so many segments and done by so many different runners. One of those runners being Goknak. Goknak had been working on the segmented run for months, so he had some inside knowledge of strategies that he could use in a single segment run to lower Sully's 2-hour, 13-minute world record. So he began to run single segment, and he got the world record by 3 minutes very quickly. The world record was 10 minutes away from being 2 hours. Goknak and Sully both had the capability to get it, and they both obviously wanted it. So that July, they went back and forth, pushing the record closer and closer to the 2-hour mark.
My 30 seconds.
Oh shit.
Sub 2 o'clock.
Yep.
Yes!
Oh shit.
Oh god! Sub 2 is a lot easier.
And the reason I blame Steve is because I was reading his thing.
Sentence, and it's just hilarious to me.
Wow. Dark.
Sub 2. 1 hour, 57 minutes, and 45 seconds. The 2-hour barrier had been breached, and Goknak was the first one to get there. In the description of that run, he noted that theoretically, somebody could take some more time off the run, noting that a perfect run would probably be under 1 hour and 55 minutes. Here's the thing about speedrunners. We like to set these arbitrary goals that we think a time can't go under. And we like to say that even if a game is spedrun forever, nobody will ever get under that time. And in 100% of the cases I've seen, somebody always ends up going under that time. Meet OVC.
Okay, I didn't know.
5530?
I'm pretty sure if you casual the fucking.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Wow. That's ridiculous.
So.
While he may not have gotten sub 155, less than a month after Goknak claimed that 155 would require a perfect run, he was able to get within seconds of it. Perhaps this served as a bit of a wake-up call to Goknak. Sub 155 was his calling. He had to get it. His execution was getting better, he used fewer save and loads, and his movement was stellar. He had what it took for sub 155. It was just a matter of time. In October 2013, he got within 6 seconds of it. Disappointing in a way, but a world record nonetheless.
Do that better, Orbs.
World record.
But a month later, it seemed like it was finally going to happen. It was coming down to the wire.
I'm fucking done. God damn it!
1 second away. He was a minute ahead before his last split, but lost time trying to do a trick known as prop flying with this statue, where you use an explosion and a prop to launch you way up into the air. It took him several tries of saving and loading to get it to work. And apparently, 3 days after getting this run, he somehow managed to get a 155 flat. Yeah, he PB'd by 1 more second without getting sub 155. He was so angry that he didn't even highlight the run, so it can't be viewed today. Luckily for him though, a week after that, he got this run.
Is this sub 153? Yes. Yes, it is. It is. Maybe we still have time, Mr. Freeman? Yes! Fuck yes! Ah, yeah. This feels so good. Glad! Fucking glad!
Look at those splits. Literally everywhere was either green or gold. Green meaning he was ahead of his pace, and gold meaning it was the fastest segment he had ever done. Finally, Goknak was satisfied. Over the course of a few months in 2013, He and a few other runners had taken the run all the way down to 1 hour and 52 minutes. Goknak didn't want to try to lower it anymore, and nobody was up to the task of challenging him. A couple of months later though, in February 2014, something big was discovered. The displacement clip. In the scrapyard, the player would use prop flying to launch themselves on top of the map, pick up the barrel from down below, and chuck it off into the distance. They would then prop climb up a wall and get into the perfect position. From there, the player repeatedly crouches, saves and loads, and eventually clips into the tunnel, skipping much of the area and saving several minutes. This discovery led to Goknak and another player, FFATV, ultimately taking the record down 5 more minutes to 1 hour and 47 minutes. It was around this time, in April 2014, that SourceSplit was released. Created by Fatalis, SourceSplit is splitting software that automatically pauses whenever the game is loading. This commonly occurs between each new area that you have to load, and can vary from run to run. So to account for this random difference in timing, runners began to time their runs without loads using SourceSplit. The result was runs that were a few minutes faster than they used to be. If this wasn't enough, Margin64 found out a way to make certain props lose collision. In fact, I'll just let YouTuber Low1TS explain this one to you.
So pretty much, you want to get that table stuck in that door, like that. It'll hit the door, it'll make it lose collision, you crouch into it, you move around, you'll get stuck. Then you'll save load, you get into the floor, and now you are in the room after the thing. You just keep save loading. It's just like the Eli O2 skip. And now you're done.
This trick had the potential to save time in several places, and could save minutes off of the run. When timed without loads, Goknak had the record at 1 hour 44 minutes in April 2014. He had the potential to lower it with prop clipping, but how far could he, with some help from the rest of the community, take it? Remember that old segmented run, Half-Life 2 done with a high magnitude of velocity? That run was 1 hour, 27 minutes, 51 seconds. Surely nobody could beat that segmented run, which took a dozen runners 200 segments to do in multiple years, all on his own, right?
Yes! 140, 18. One 39, 14.
Ooh, nice job. Holy shit!
That's funny. Also, world record by almost a minute. Not bad. Nice.
What? What?
37?
Yeah, 134, 37. Oh. Okay, cool. So 133, 30. Oh, 132.01. Oh, that's, yeah, that's not 129. Boom! Barely, but it is sub 128.
It seems as if you only just arrived. You've done a great deal in a small time span.
Family, I just want to say it was really fun for the last year to have subbed the segmented run that got me into speedrunning. It's over, I guess.
It will all make sense to you.
And I'm gonna be taking a break. I'm gonna be taking a break for a year. That graph is a little bit ugly, but that's okay. I wouldn't have it any other way. This is where I get off.
About 20 world records later, Goknak had completed one of the most unbelievable streaks of dominance that has ever been seen in speedrunning. And at the end of it was a run that was faster than the legendary segmented run, although it would eventually be retimed to be slower due to a rule change in the future. He said himself he was going to take a break for at least a year from running Half-Life 2, and his records just seemed too daunting to challenge. Finally, Half-Life 2 had been pushed to its extreme. As the months passed, players began to search. Maybe Goknak wasn't unbeatable. Half-Life 2 was a really long game. There must be something that could be done to beat him. In June 2015, when Goknak was in the middle of his world record streak, speedrunner Chili and Such discovered a way that you could clip through the ground using a bed in Prison 06. The problem was you needed to put the bed in an extremely precise spot for the trick to work, and if you didn't get it to work, it would kill you. So Goknak didn't use it in his runs. But after Goknak was done, in December 2015, players revisited the trick, and a person named Rama figured out a new method of clipping known as void clipping. If you saved again just as the game finished loading during a clip, your velocity would be preserved. Ultimately, this made the bed clip in Prison 06 much easier, and using this trick with the bed clip could save up to 4 minutes. Chili and Such, who discovered the bed clip in the first place, decided that he might as well try to beat Goknak since he could save 4 minutes with that one trick alone. And on December 15th, 2015, Chili became the first person in nearly a dozen world records to knock Goknak off the top spot in Half-Life 2 with 1 hour and 26 minutes. But he didn't highlight it. Are you kidding me? He just got the world record for the first time ever and he didn't even bother highlighting it? Why on earth would he do... Oh, because he beat that run on his very next run by about 2 minutes.
Oh, that's on world record again. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, that double world record though.
So yeah, Chili and Such ended up being incredibly good at Half-Life 2. From January 2016 through September 2016, he went on a rampage, improving the record 7 more times, down to 1 hour and 15 minutes. This was partially thanks to more methods of clipping being discovered, allowing the player to clip out of the train at the start of the game and skip part of Canals 03. Since then, a few more players have come and gone. Deathwing UA and Rain TNT brought the record down to 1:14 and 1:13 respectively, but as recently as September 8th, 2017, Chili and Such was able to get it back once more.
Oh, actually it is! It is! No way! It is world record! No fucking way! No fucking way!
And that is the world record progression for Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 definitely has one of the most unique histories of any game that has ever been spedrun. Most games had a history that started a long time ago, with gradual changes to the world record that happened over a large period of time. Half-Life 2, on the other hand, only started in about 2013. But since then, there's been about 70 world records, and the total time of the run has literally been cut in half. We're down to 1 hour and 13 minutes right now, but who knows what this game has in store for the future. Are we going to eventually see a run under 1 hour at some point? Thanks for watching. After Rare made the famous Donkey Kong Country trilogy on the Super Nintendo, they knew they were going to have some big shoes to fill in the future. It's regarded as one of the greatest trilogies of games ever made, and following it up on Nintendo's next console, the Nintendo 64, was not going to be easy. The result was this.
Here we go.
Donkey Kong 64. Reviews came in, and one thing that most critics commented on was the length of the game, with most saying that it took at least 30 hours to get through all of it. When speedrunners today look back at that 30-hour estimate, we laugh. Over the past decade, speedrunners have played Donkey Kong 64 with the goal of beating it as quickly as possible. Rare designed a game with many, seemingly foolproof ways of making sure you weren't abusing the mechanics, to make sure you were actually playing through everything the way they wanted you to. As it turns out, they didn't do too great of a job of that. Let's take a look at the world record progression of Donkey Kong 64. We're going to start by going back to 2006. Meet Tom Vodova. He's a speedrunning legend, known mainly for original NES titles. One of his most famous scores was on the NES port of the original arcade Donkey Kong, where he scored 3.1 million points over an incredible 6.5 hour gaming session. But on this particular day in 2006, November 15th to be exact, he decided to play through Donkey Kong's Nintendo 64 counterpart. He beat the game in 4 hours, 26 minutes. Let's see how he did it. So here's the deal with Donkey Kong 64. The 30-hour estimate that many reviewers gave was actually fairly reasonable at the time. If you want to beat the game, there's a number of things you have to do. It's broken down into 7 main levels: Jungle Japes, Angry Aztec, Frantic Factory, Gloomy Galleon, Fungi Forest, Crystal Caves, and Creepy Castle. You start out in an overworld, DK Isles, where you can access each of them. But before you can enter a level, other than the first level, Jungle Japes, you need to first unlock that level's lobby with a key. You get this key from the boss of the previous level. Then, once you enter the lobby, you're presented with a B locker. You can't enter the level until you get past him either. And how do you do that? By collecting golden bananas, which you can get from either puzzles or minigames. You can collect a total of 25 of them in each level, 5 for each character you play with: Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, Lanky Kong, Tiny Kong, and Chunky Kong. Although you can only initially play as Donkey Kong at the start, you unlock the others as you play through the game. Each B locker requires an increasing number of golden bananas. You need just 1 to start playing Jungle Japes, but by the time you get to the end of the game, you're going to need at least 100 of them. And once you're in the level, there's loads of collectibles that you need for various purposes, such as crowns and Nintendo coins, but by far the most common one is the colored banana. Colored bananas are scattered all over in the levels in the overworld, sometimes in bunches of 5 or in balloons of 10. You need to collect hundreds of these to enter the boss of each level, which, as explained before, is necessary to unlock the next level with the key you collect from it. So yeah, Vodova had a lot of work to do in those 4.5 hours. This was essentially most of Vodova's run. He ran from level to level, collecting banana after banana to progress farther into the game. Once he got to 100 of the golden bananas, he entered the game's final stage, Hideout Helm, where he had to unlock 3 doors to progress onto the final boss of the game by once again collecting various unlockables and executing a fairly long sequence of activities. And all that was left was the boss fight with King K. Rool, and Tom Vodova had beaten the game in 4 hours and 26 minutes, at least according to the in-game timer at the end of the game. And Donkey Kong 64 had its first video recorded speedrun. Unfortunately, all of those components took a very long time. Having to play mini-games to collect the golden bananas was time-consuming, collecting the hundreds of colored bananas you needed took forever, and each boss fight you did to get the key took a few minutes as well. Getting all of those steps, plus the other unlockables that were needed, took an incredibly long time. But Vodova did the best he could with the strategies that he had. 4.5 hours was miles ahead of a 30-hour estimate, so people looked at his run with awe. Vodova himself claimed that the run was as close to perfection as he was willing to go, so neither he, nor anybody else, was up to the challenge of trying to beat it. Now, there had technically been a few runs before Vodova's run. A guy named Joe Weowil did a segmented run that clocked in at just over 5 hours, and Tom Vodova himself had spent a few months gradually taking his time down. But once he got the 4-hour 26-minute run, it stood, and stood, and stood. At least until 2009. When you think of important events from 2009, what pops into your head? Obama was sworn in, Windows 7 was released, the Yankees won the World Series. Well, how about the Donkey Kong 64 revolution? In June 2009, the stars aligned. On a long-forgotten thread hidden in a dark corner of a largely dead internet forum, runners came together and used all of the knowledge they had gained over the past 3 years to completely change the way people ran Donkey Kong 64 in just a few short days. The first revolution revolved around 3 major tricks that began to be utilized at the same time. As explained before, much of what made Tom Vadava's run so long was having to collect keys to get to the lobbies, golden bananas to get past the B-lockers, and colored bananas to get to the bosses. Players were about to find a way around all 3 of these things. Trick 1. Skipping the keys. Since players needed to use a key to get into the lobby of each stage, it was necessary to fight the boss of the previous stage to get it. But they found a way around that. You could clip into the lobbies of certain stages, bypassing the requirement to collect the key. This means you could skip several of the boss fights and save multiple minutes not having to collect their keys. Well, great, you were in the lobby now, but you still had to pass the B-locker before you could enter the stage by giving them a bunch of golden bananas. Jungle Japes required just 1 golden banana, while Angry Aztec required 5, Frantic Factory required 15, Gloomy Galleon required 30, Fungi Forest required 50, Crystal Caves required 65, Creepy Castle required 80, and Hideout Home required 100. So there wasn't much of a point of clipping into the lobby if you still needed golden bananas to get past the B-lockers. This is where trick 2 comes in, B-locker skipping. By playing as Lanky Kong and stretching his arms out, you can just barely touch the portal behind the B-locker and you enter the level. Just a slight oversight on the game devs. Unfortunately though, this trick worked on every stage except for Frantic Factory, where you need 15 golden bananas, and Hideout Home, where you needed 100. Meaning that even if you skipped all previous doors using this Lanky Kong trick, you were still going to need 100 by the time you got to Hideout Home. So you still needed to spend the time picking all of them up in the other stages. Therefore, this trick wasn't all that useful. But on June 9th, 2009, Mano Cheese uploaded a YouTube video, Hideout Home Early. He was standing right in front of the entrance to Hideout Home, where there was a B-locker that required 100 golden bananas to pass through. He only had 17 golden bananas, so it looked like he couldn't gain access to the stage. He then did a trick known as ledge clipping, where he clipped into a tiny gap in the ground using a precise C-up press on the controller, while avoiding death to the lava by using invincibility frames gotten by hitting himself with his own orange. And after very carefully maneuvering forward, while attempting to deal with the uncooperative camera controls, he jumped out and was in Hideout Home, with less than a fifth of the amount of golden bananas that he would have needed to collect to get there. So now, all the players needed was to collect the 15 golden bananas needed for Frantic Factory, and they were home free in terms of golden bananas. But then, once you were actually in the stage, you still needed to unlock the few bosses that you still needed to fight with colored bananas, which took a long time to collect. Welcome to Trick 3, Skipping the Colored Bananas. Using the ledge clip once again, the player can clip into the ground and skip any boss door in the game. No more running around to collect hundreds of colored bananas anymore. Yet perhaps the craziest part of all of these tricks is the rapid rate at which they were discovered. Every trick that I just described was discovered from June 9th through June 12th, 2009. Skipping keys, golden bananas, and colored bananas. So all of a sudden, a game that Tom Vadava seemed to have completely optimized was suddenly blown wide open. On June 9th, the world record was Vadava's 4.5-hour run. On June 10th, runner PMIT posted on Speed Demo's archive that he beat the game in 3 hours flat. June 12th, Mano Cheese decided to chop an hour off of that, finishing in 2 hours and 8 minutes. And June 13th, Mano Cheese dropped it down to 1 hour and 39 minutes. Over the course of 4 days, the record went down 3 hours. It was just a third of the length that it was half a week before. Sadly, no videos exist of any of these runs, because the mentality of speedrunning was a little different back then than it was today. People didn't just stream a run to Twitch and highlight it like they do today.
PB! Maybe.
They weren't going to bother showing their run to anybody unless they were really happy with it, and these guys weren't at that point yet. But those few days in June 2009 have gone down in speedrunning history as one of the craziest route progressions ever. Donkey Kong 64 was changing, and they were only at the start of it. The first revolution was over, but there was still so much more to come. In the following months, Mano Cheese continued his streak of dominance over the game. Every few months, he would make a post announcing that he lowered the record down a few more minutes. Another guy, Lefty's Heroes, apparently held the record for a few days, and then quickly got beaten by Mano Cheese once again. There was also a Japanese runner, Cass, who did a run timed with real time that clocked in at 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 52 seconds, but most today don't recognize it as a legitimate world record. He played on the Japanese version, which was slower overall, and he used cheats that allowed for infinite ammunition, oranges, among other things. But as for Mano Cheese, we don't know too many details about his runs, and it's possible that he got other records in between the ones that he posted about, but we do know that he gradually lowered it down from 1 hour and 20 minutes to 1 hour and 10 minutes, before finally breaching the sub-hour barrier on June 8th, 2010. Finally though, in August of 2010, runners got to see video footage of Mano Cheese playing for the first time ever. Remember how I said before that runners weren't going to show a run unless they submitted it somewhere? Well, he submitted a 54-minute speedrun to Speed Demo's archive, and once it was verified, it was public for the world to see. There were golden banana skips, colored banana skips, and key skips throughout, combined with perfect gameplay elsewhere. In his submission notes, he said that he was done with the game. And who could blame him? He'd brought the record down from 3 hours to under an hour through sheer optimization and domination. He also said that he thought nobody would ever be able to get a 53-minute run unless new tricks were discovered. But 2 years later, one guy was finally up to the task: Ring Rush. However, he decided to do things a little bit differently for Mano Cheese. The first thing was he decided to switch to timing the run in real time with a timer from start to finish, instead of using the in-game timer at the end of the run. This allowed him to reset the game at various points in order to speed things up, and he could keep his real-time runner running while he reset. So where did he reset the game? The first place was in Hideout Helm, because he wanted to skip turning off the Blast-O-Matic, which normally requires a long and complicated checklist of things that you have to do. Typically, pausing and exiting in stages allows you to go back to the lobby, but in Hideout Helm, it counts as a game over, which isn't allowed for a single segment speedrun. So, Ring Rush used a more brute force method, just resetting his game. But the real revelation that Ring Rush used was a trick known as Aztec Early. Remember how I said there were some lobbies you could access early by clipping into them? It turns out it was possible for the Angry Aztec lobby as well. But the problem was, it was ridiculously hard. You had to do extremely precise movements and timed actions in midair, with an uncooperative camera, and if you messed up, it would take you half a minute to get back to the position where you could try it again. It was a game-defining trick, but if you got it to work, you'd save 3 minutes. Armed with these tricks, Ring Rush set out to beat the record. Over the course of a few months in mid-2012, he streamed his attempts to beat Mano Cheese's record of 54 in-game minutes, or 52 minutes and 17 seconds of real time, the way Ring Rush would be timing it. But the problem that he and so many other runners from back then had was that he didn't save any of his runs. He probably figured that Twitch's past broadcast system, which automatically archived all streams, would save it. But Twitch ended up deleting most of these a few years back. We know his runs are out there. They existed at some point and people watched them live on Twitch. From May through July of 2012, he beat the world record 9 times, bringing it all the way down to 47 minutes and 18 seconds. Sadly though, the only one that we can watch today is part of the 47:18, because they talked about it on an old speedrunning podcast, the Sunday Sequence Break.
Right.
And here
So
I
that was
cancel
a
the cutscene.
skip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a long cutscene where Diddy says like, "Hey, free me," and then I just.
Ring Rush would later go on to discover an incredibly important trick that broke the game even more than it already was: lag clipping. The game tries to account for laggy areas by speeding you up to preserve constant motion. This means you can artificially create lag by shooting a bunch of oranges on screen if you want to go faster than normal, sometimes fast enough that you're able to clip right through walls. Hey look, there's the entrance to Angry Aztec, where you're supposed to do the really hard Angry Aztec early trick. I wonder if you could do it against that wall to clip in. Yes, Yes, you could. So now that Aztec Early was way easier, there were a couple of runners that wanted to battle it out for the record. Ring Rush, who had been crushing the record over and over for months, and Fox 7, a Super Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time runner. But somebody else ended up getting the world record first. You guys might know him today from his legendary Super Mario Bros. Speedruns.
Is that tied record?
His name is Cosmic D12, but years before he did any of his Super Mario Bros. Stuff, he was actually a top-level Donkey Kong 64 speedrunner as well. And he was the first guy to get the new Donkey Kong 64 record on November 18th, 2012.
First of 47.
Fox beat it by 3 seconds about a week later, but just like so many others, he didn't bother highlighting it. But our boy Cosmic D12 sure did with his next record 1 week later.
I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like, I don't think I can beat this.
By the end of 2013, Ring Rush had taken the record down to 42 minutes and 18 seconds. But by early 2014, yet another trick was discovered that would greatly change the category once again: main menu mode. Donkey Kong 64 has this cutscene at the start of the game that you can just skip over if you want, so that's what people were doing for many years. Until it was figured out that you could press A right when it's fading in, and then have the cutscene play in the background while you're playing the game, and it creates some strange side effects. The most important one being that you can enter a place where the game temporarily gives you every move in the game, then trigger the cutscene to pull you out, and boom, you can play through the game with every move. You used to have to get these moves by unlocking each character, which you did by going into the first few levels and doing various tasks. So now you could skip doing that, since you had all of the moves to begin with. The issue was, by far the easiest known way of clipping into Hideout Home early was by using Tiny Kong, who you had to unlock. It turns out that it was technically possible to do it with Donkey Kong 2, but it was just way harder. Ring Rush ended up lowering the record 8 minutes very quickly with these new strategies. So all of that being said, what was there left in the game to do? There was no need to collect golden bananas or colored bananas, no need to collect most of the keys, no need to unlock any other characters, no need to collect most other collectibles, and no need to even enter most stages in the game. The route now consisted of simply collecting Key 8 and Key 3, turning them in, and then fighting the final boss. But don't be fooled, that didn't mean the run was any easier than before. It was actually just the opposite. Doing all these tricks in a single speedrun, like clipping into the lobbies and skipping so many collectibles, is ridiculously difficult to do. Anyway, in 2014, a Japanese runner, Signa, and Ring Rush took turns lowering the record further down. They brought it down to the 30-minute mark, but on August 7th, 2014, a different runner was trying to beat the record, Znernicus, and he had a run that was on pace going into the final boss fight.
Yeah! And that is DK64 in under 30 minutes.
This was the first time that the game had ever been beaten in under half an hour. 29 minutes. Znernicus had an amazing run, but how long would it stand as the world record? A few hours. Ring Rush got it back later that same day. That would ultimately be the last time that Ring Rush ever held the DK64 world record. Later on in 2015, 3 players took their turn lowering the record down a bit more. Isotarge, Signa, and Tiffany Fruit. And then, an 8% went dormant for a few months. Nobody ran it, and the world record was 26:56 by Tiffany Fruit. Why was that? Well, here's the thing. In April 2015, DK64 was released on the Wii U Virtual Console, and this version of the game had nearly no lag in it. That seemed like great news, because that meant the game wouldn't slow down if there were too many objects on the screen like it did sometimes on the N64 version, so maybe it would be faster for speedruns. And it would save around 2 minutes overall, but remember the lag clipping that I mentioned earlier? Yeah, that wasn't going to work on the Wii U Virtual Console version. Throwing the oranges simply wasn't going to create enough lag to build up the speed that you would need. And the place where that mattered the most was for Frantic Factory early. That lag created by the oranges that you see now couldn't be created on Wii U Virtual Console. There was an alternate method that you could do on Wii U Virtual Console, but that method alone made the entire run so hard that nobody even bothered trying. So, Tiffany Fruit's 2656 on the Nintendo 64 was as good as anybody was willing to get. At least until October 2016. On October 29th, Kiwi Killer 67 was able to pull off Frantic Factory early on Wii U Virtual Console in a run, and closed out a run 40 seconds ahead of the world record.
Fuck yeah. G fucking G.
And here's the best part about this run. Nobody even wanted to try to beat it. Getting a run that fast on the Nintendo 64 was essentially impossible, and Frantic Factory early was so hard that nobody else wanted to mess with it. So 9 months later, Kiwi Killer 67's run remained the world record. But as they always were, new strategies were found. In mid-2017, players discovered that if you went to the Frantic Factory entrance, did a moonkick to a rafter on the ceiling, and then did a ledge clip out of bounds, you could enter Frantic Factory, bypassing the need to do the ridiculously hard version of Frantic Factory early on the Wii U Virtual Console. With this new discovery, there were new world records, and a lot of them.
GG.
We fucking did it, boys. Let's go. First main category world record on stream.
.2459 by Falcon X Falcon is where the world record stands today. Well, more than a decade later and several hours taken off of the world record, I think it's safe to say that Donkey Kong 64 has had one of the most drastic progressions of its any percent record ever. Tom Vodava's 2006 run was little more than playing through the game as intended, while still going as fast as you possibly could. It was a very skillful run, but look at what we have today. Clipping into walls, skipping collectibles, and abusing nearly every mechanic that the game gives us. Who would have thought that all this was possible 10 years ago? I'm sure Tom Vodava didn't. And who knows what craziness we're going to be doing 10 years from now. Thanks for watching, everyone. Pokemon. For the past 20 years, it's been fascinating both kids and adults who have spent hours and hours trying to catch them all. In North America, the series started in 1998 on the original Game Boy with Pokemon Red and Blue. And since then, a subset of gamers have been obsessed with trying to beat that game as fast as humanly possible. Hundreds have tried, but only a few have risen to the top as the fastest people to ever speedrun Pokemon. Let's see how we got there. This is the world record progression of Pokemon Red and Blue. The true origin of Pokemon Red and Blue speedruns can be traced back to the mid-2000s. There's a guy named Jacob McMillan who seemed to have full control of any percent glitchless runs of the game back in 2008. He did a run in 2 hours and 39 minutes. before eventually lowering it to 2.5 hours flat. However, we're not going to be looking deeply at these runs today, since they weren't nearly as optimized as the run I'm about to show you. Let's move a few years later. This particular run of Pokemon Glitchless was done by a fairly well-known runner. His name is Worcester, and on November 14th, 2011, he completed the first really optimized speedrun of Pokemon Blue, 1 hour and 58 minutes. Let's see how he did it. So, Worcester had the choice of picking from Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle as his starter Pokemon. He ended up going with Squirtle. He's the only water type of the three, and the first of the 8 gym leaders that Worcester would encounter, Brock, was rock type. Since water type Pokemon are super effective against rock type, this meant he could easily breeze through the start of the game to level Squirtle up for later. Worcester's general strategy throughout this run was to just make it through the game while doing the minimum that was required. Rather than waste time trying to capture other Pokemon and trying to level them up to use their moves, for the most part he simply rode Squirtle throughout the entire game, going to each of the 8 gyms, then fighting the Elite Four. In addition, he played on Pokemon Blue instead of Pokemon Red, because Pokemon Blue gives you a higher chance of getting Sandshrew after Mount Moon. Sandshrew has the ability Cut, which lets you cut down a tree blocking the way to Surge's gym, allowing you to continue progressing through the game. Worcester was also careful to name all Pokemon, players, and rivals just one character. This way, whenever their name scrolled on screen, it would take less time to type it out. While this may not seem like much of a time save, it adds up over the course of a run. And finally, he was also looking for the diversification values, or DVs, assigned to Squirtle. You see, once the game begins, it randomly assigns values to 4 statistics for your starter Pokemon: attack, defense, speed, and special, on a scale from 0 to 15. Ideally, you would want these values to be as close to 15 as possible, as the higher the value is, the higher the possible value you can reach for that stat. If Worcester got bad DVs, he would just reset the game and try again for better ones. It was worth restarting a run right away than attempting to play it out with bad stats. All of this careful planning awarded Worcester a time far ahead of any other Pokemon Red and Blue speedrunner. McMillan's run looked so much slower in comparison, and it was clear to everyone that Worcester was the dominant Pokemon Blue speedrunner. And as it usually goes with speedrunners, the dominant runner tends to hold on to their record for a very long time. Like I mentioned before, Worcester got his 158, which was the time that the game gave you at the end after completing the game, in November 2011. Well, all of 2012 came and went, and neither he nor anybody else could beat it. But by early 2013, Worcester was back to doing attempts again, this time on his Twitch page, twitch.tv/Worcester, so that people could watch him do his attempts live. And he had a new trick up his sleeve: Red Bar. See, whenever your health gets low during a battle, under about 20%, your Pokemon's health bar turns red and the game plays this constant beeping noise throughout the battle. It was basically the game's way of grabbing your attention and saying, you better be careful, you don't have much health left and you can die easily. It turns out this beeping noise has a convenient side effect for speedrunners. There's normally long sound effects and animations that play whenever you gain moves or level up. The red bar beeping noise overlaps these sound effects and makes them not play, speeding every fight up. So ideally, Worcester would get Squirtle down to low health, at that health for as long as he could do, and get as many benefits as possible from Red Bar. The problem was, he was often one attack away from dying when under the effects of Red Bar, so there was no real consistent way to set it up repeatedly throughout the run. And ultimately, he was hardly able to use Red Bar at all in this run, only in a couple of places, but partially thanks to a really strong early game, it was still enough to push down the record 1 more minute, to 1 hour and 57 seconds. This time streamed live for the world to see. By the way, the splits you see on the side were for real time, to give everyone watching an idea if he was on a good or a bad pace. The time that runners were actually paying attention to in the end was the in-game time at the end of the game.
157. Did you get it? Congratulations, man.
And I got trips on my money.
So by this point, Worcester had had the record for close to a year and a half, without anybody being able to challenge him. His method of taking Squirtle and running with him just wasn't working for anybody else. Well, if people couldn't outplay him just yet, maybe somebody could out-strategize him. This is extra tricky.
Ah, 2-0. Damn it.
Extra Tricky decided to start with Squirtle, just like Worcester, because he could quickly get through the first gym with him. However, instead of ignoring all other Pokemon, he captured one, Nidoran. He then proceeded to use him and level him up until he evolved into Nidoking. Nidoking was really overpowered. He has strong stats, can use moves like Thrash and Horn Drill to quickly take down enemies, and was effective against most other types of Pokemon. Most importantly though, he was a lot more effective than Squirtle.
159! Yes! I got 159.
This meant a couple of things for Extra Tricky. The first being that he had to play on Pokemon Red instead of Pokemon Blue. Pokemon Red gives you a 30% chance of encountering a male Nidoran, which is needed to evolve into Nidoking, versus Pokemon Blue's 5% chance.
158. Alright. But 157 definitely going to come. Definitely will come.
The second thing it meant was that the run was faster now, right? Well, not exactly. Yes, Nidoking was an extremely powerful Pokemon, but it took time to capture him in the first place and level him up to where he needed to be. It wasn't clear back then if Worcester's Blue Squirrel route or the new Red and Nidoking route was faster. Nonetheless, Extra Tricky began doing runs of Pokemon Red with the new route. He did his runs on emulator, which I'm sure won't cause any controversy later or anything. And as you've seen from these clips, he was slowly closing in on Worcester's record of 157.
Yes! I got it! Yes! 157!
Well, there we go. 157. Somebody had finally caught up to Worcester. If nothing else, it proved that this Nidoking route could compete with the Squirtle route, and that even though he had ran the game for so long, it wasn't impossible to compete against Worcester. So then we go into June 2013. And honestly, this was one of the greatest months of speedrunning for a game that I've ever heard of. It all started on June 16th. Extra Tricky was on a run with the Nidoking route that, as you could see from his splits, was a minute ahead of the record. That meant that if he finished this run, it would probably be a minute ahead of the 157, and he would get a 156. Everything had gone smoothly, but then...
No! It didn't fucking press left! Fuck. What does this guy have? I pressed left. What the hell? What does he have? What does he have?
He was trying to avoid this encounter with a trainer. In general, you want to avoid all encounters that are unnecessary, since you gain nothing valuable from them and they waste time. Extra Tricky was attempting to sidestep around him and stay out of his sight, but he accidentally messed up his movements and forced an encounter with him. In all, it wasted about a minute, essentially erasing his lead and leaving him with yet another tied world record of 157. So that was June 16th, and this is what happened the next day, June 17th. This is Bees. You may not have heard of him before, I haven't mentioned him before this point, but you can see from his twitch.tv highlights page that he started streaming his runs sometime in early 2013, finishing runs a little bit over 2 hours long. And after playing more over the following months, boom, he got the record. He used the same Red Nidoking route that Extra Tricky had used, played really well, and it paid off for him. He was a full minute ahead of anybody else. 2 days later, June 19th, Extra Tricky did more attempts to get the record back. He had this run that was looking really good at the start. In fact, it was good enough to probably be the best pace he had ever been on. Then, he entered into Mount Moon. I mentioned before that you wanted to minimize unnecessary encounters since you gain nothing from them. You're at a large risk of getting some random encounters in Mount Moon, and you're usually going to end up with a handful of them in an average run. But on this particular run, Extra Tricky got 18 random encounters.
Mount Moon entrance, that's... approximately as good as my best ever. 2, 3, fuck. And also do the last. Ah, this encounter rate is complete garbage. And I have the goods. Oh. This is stupid. What?
He lost 3 minutes, putting him at 2.5 minutes behind overall. Remarkably though, he didn't give up. He kept going and started to bring the run back. On the Misty split, he got 3 critical hits, saving him a turn for each one. Since he defeated them quicker, this meant he didn't have to go into the menu to heal before Misty.
Hello, crit.
All of this saved around 35 seconds. In his old personal best, on the Poke-Flute split, he hit himself in confusion, so he had to heal while he kept getting thrashed. This run, he was able to avoid that, and he picked up 40 more seconds there. Luckily, he also got incredibly good DVs on his Nidoking this run, so he was able to defeat opponents a little bit quicker and picked up seconds in many of the splits late in the game. But the icing on the cake was the fact that the splits he was up against were the ones I mentioned before with the accidental encounter in the final split. He was able to successfully sidestep around the trainer this time, and with that, he closed out one of the all-time greatest comebacks in speedrunning history.
BAM! BAM! Yes! 156. BAM!
This run proved how much potential the category still had. Extra Tricky had gotten 156, but still lost multiple minutes early in the game. He mentioned in the description of that video that a 155, or maybe even a 154, might be possible. So who was going to be the one to take it that low? Now that Extra Tricky and Bees were tied for the record, and had been going back and forth with it for a couple of months, it might have seemed like the Pokemon Red route with Nidoking was the definitively better option if one was to go for a time that low. But Worcester proved all who may have thought that wrong. Just 10 days after Extra Tricky's 156, Worcester was doing attempts of the game with Squirtle on Pokemon Blue, and he got on a really good run.
155.
Yeah?
Yep. Awesome. Awesome.
Once again, the record had fallen back into Worcester's hands. He was the only top-level runner still playing on Pokemon Blue, but that wasn't an issue for him at all. He didn't care that he was the only person not getting Nidoking. He was still able to beat the others anyway. Well, except for the fact that the day after Worcester got this run, Extra Tricky got a 155 on Pokemon Red.
155. Oh yeah. Now the world record is tied again.
A month later, Bees got himself a 155 on Pokemon Red as well. And what happened from August 2013 through December 2013 was pretty great. 4 separate runners were able to get a 154. Already established runner Extra Tricky was the first to get it, once again using the Pokemon Red Nidoking route. Over the following months, runners Mounts Bank and J Payne Train were able to achieve a 154 on Pokemon Red as well. And yes, Worcester too was able to get a 154 on Pokemon Blue with Squirtle. I'm not going to go into great detail for any of these 4 runs. They were essentially just better versions of the 155 that had come immediately prior. Better DVs, fewer random encounters, utilizing Red Bar more, that sort of stuff. I'm going to go off on a really quick tangent here. In late 2013, it was around the same time that people began running a new category of Pokemon Red and Blue known as glitched single segments. Every run I've talked about up to this point, and every run I will be talking about after this point, is from a category known as any % glitchless, meaning that you can beat the game as fast as you can without using any glitches. Glitched single segment, on the other hand, allowed you to use glitches, walking through walls, skipping gym leaders, things like that. This category originally let you beat the game in about an hour, and has since been pushed down to under 20 minutes. But that's a progression for another day. Now, we had these 4 runners, each with a 154. Who would be the first to break the tie? Would it be Extra Tricky with his experience with the Nidoking route? Would it be one of the 2 newcomers? Or would it be Worcester with his Pokemon Blue Squirtle route? Well, it was indeed one of the newcomers, Mountsbank. He got a 153 in December 2013, but sadly for us, it seems the video for this run doesn't exist anymore. All that's really known about it is he played on Pokemon Red with the Nidoking route and finished with the 153 as the in-game time at the end. A few months later though, in March 2014, Worcester more or less put the world of Pokemon Red Blue speedrunning on its head.
151. Wow.
So how in the world was a 151 possible? The key was a route that Mountsbank had discovered a few months prior. You play on Pokemon Red, start with Squirtle, and then get Nidoking just like the old runs. Unlike the old runs, however, when you fight Koga, Weezing does a self-destruct attack. This causes both Nidoking and Koda to die, but Nidoking gets revived with low health because you use rare candies. And you know what it means when you have low health. You get Red Bar. Once you had Red Bar, you could hang on to it while you one-hit KO'd most Pokemon until Bruno. This consistent method of getting Red Bar and hanging onto it for an extended period of time was enough to save somewhere between 1.5 and 2 minutes. Nobody ended up getting a run with the Koga Red Bar strategy until Worcester did, so once he finally pulled off the run, it was record by 2 full minutes. The 151 stood unchallenged for a few months, but on July 9th, 2014, a video popped up on YouTube. Pokemon Red any percent glitchless in 150 by somebody named Exarion. Nobody had heard of Exarion before. Worcester, Extra Tricky, Mountsbank, none of them had any idea who he was. He didn't have any videos on YouTube before this one. The run was clearly done on an emulator, which is allowed, but historically whenever a speedrun pops up out of nowhere like this, it's usually fake. So when this run was posted, many dismissed it in the same way. But there was also no proof that the run wasn't legitimate either. The top level runners agreed that everything appeared to be in order, and they figured that it probably was a real run. Exarion himself seemed to be very knowledgeable about the game as well, going as far as posing his own commentary over the run.
Dying unless you're in like a really high red bar. Or heal and give the Bellsprout a turn. And the Bellsprout has wrap.
It was just so difficult to tell for sure if the run was cheated or not, since when you play Pokemon on an emulator, there's no way to tell if it was tool assisted or not. Tool assisted speedruns are when you enter an emulator and manually tell the game what inputs will be pushed on each frame all the way through the game to create a perfect, or near perfect, speedrun. This can help you both manipulate randomness and execute everything perfectly. The run was reluctantly put up on the official Pokemon Red and Blue leaderboards after a while, but it was quite a controversial decision. Nowadays, we know for a fact that this run was 100% legitimate, and as you'll soon see, Exarion went on to be a very respected runner. But back in 2014, this run was so debated that it led to a severe rule change for the leaderboards that December. Any run of Pokemon Red and Blue that would be considered an official world record had to be run on a console instead of an emulator, so no tool-assisted runs could be passed off as legitimate. This rule put the leaderboards in an incredibly strange position. Top runners of the game had been doing their world record runs on emulator for over a year at that point. That meant that the new official world record defaulted to a 154 that Worcester had decided to do on console just for the heck of it in April 2014. So all of a sudden, the world record once again had an incredible time save potential. We knew from Exarion's run that a 150 was possible, so Worcester and Exarion each took their turns taking the world record back to where it needed to be in September 2014.
Would have been a better run than this. I'm like really happy with that though. Like that's just because like second full run on console.
Gonna save me. 151. 151. Yes. Very nice. Very nice.
It's what I needed. Oh man.
To push the run to 149, however, would take the help of some more work from Exarion. He made this incredibly extensive Google document that detailed different ways to play out the end of the game depending on what DVs your Nidoking had. Depending on your attack, speed, and special values. It would tell you the optimal order to go through the last gyms, the order to use certain items, among a bunch of other things. So, more runs that made it deep late into the game now have potential to be world record. This turned out to be the key that Exarion needed for a new world record. In January 2015, he became the first person to complete a sub 150 run of Pokemon Red.
Like, this is surreal. More than my original. It's not just that I got the 149, I played so solidly.
And he did play so solidly. His work making the spreadsheet paid off, and he finished off a run that wouldn't be challenged for a long time. In fact, 10 months passed without anybody being able to even tie Exarion's 149. But in November 2015, a Pokemon speedrunner by the name of Swap was in the middle of an 80% glitchless attempt of Pokemon Red. His personal best was around the 2-hour mark. Definitely not a world record contender, but a respected runner nonetheless. On this particular run, he entered into the bike shop and opened the bike shop menu, prepared to use a bike voucher. He realized that he didn't have a bike voucher to use, however, and continued playing through the game, lamenting over his mistake.
Wow. Yeah, I did just do that.
But something strange then happened. Every time after that point where text appeared on the screen for fights, it didn't have to type out like it normally did. Instead, it just appeared instantly. Swap had no idea what was going on.
I am so confused.
His chat had no idea what was going on, and nobody in the community had any idea what was going on. It was quickly figured out though. When you enter the bike shop menu, the game sets a flag for text to appear instantly. If you don't have a bike voucher and exit out of the menu, the game never gets rid of that flag. All text then appears instantly just like it would in the bike shop menu, and throughout the whole run, this saves about 1 to 1.5 minutes. A runner named Gunner Maniac used this trick to his advantage to get a 148 run in February 2016.
148.
But hang on a minute, remember what this category was called? Any % glitchless. Was this instant text trick a glitch? Think about it, you were more or less making the game do something that it was not intended to do. But then again, all that was happening was the game not bothering to reset the flag. The player wasn't doing anything strange, it was the game doing something strange. The community debated this for a while before Gunner Maniac's run, ultimately deciding that it wasn't a glitch. But after Gunner Maniac's run, the topic was brought up again, and it was decided that the trick wasn't allowed for any % glitchless. So, this 148 got reclassified into a new category called No Major Glitches, and the any % glitchless record was still Exarion's 149 from 13 months prior. Ultimately though, Gunner Maniac would end up tying the 149 world record a few months later.
149, baby! Let's fucking go. We did it. World record. That's a world record tie with Exarion.
However, thanks to a run with a huge time save in Mount Moon due to very few random encounters, Exarion fired right back in August 2016 with an incredible 148.
We'll keep going for...
A couple of weeks after Exarion's run, a significant change was made to all Pokemon speedruns. Historically, every game in the franchise had their runs timed with the in-game timer at the end of the game. On August 18th, however, the community decided that all future runs of Pokemon would be timed with a traditional, real-time timer from start to finish. There were a few reasons for this decision. The first one was that the only reason Pokemon was ever timed with the in-game timer to begin with was because of old rules from the website Speed Demo's archive, where runners used to submit most of their speedruns for everyone to see them. Their rules said that if a game had an in-game timer, then all runs had to be submitted with that in-game time. Speed Demo's archive reasoning at the time was that an in-game timer would be more accurate than any external timing method, but this didn't always end up being true. So, most games communities, such as Super Metroid for instance, eventually abandoned this practice. Also, with the in-game timer, it was possible that a run could be nearly a minute faster than another run and still be tied with it. The 149 that Exarion and Gunner Maniac both got, for instance, it's possible that Exarion's 149 could have been a 148.31 in reality, while Gunner Maniac's could have been a 149.29. Both of these times would have been rounded to a 149, so even though Exarion's run was 58 seconds faster, the world record would have been tied. Exarion's 148 world record was actually a 150.31 in real time, since the in-game timer tended to report times as being a couple minutes faster than the game actually took due to load times. So now, the new time to beat was 150.31 instead of 148, and the key to beating that time lied within a trick that had been theoretically possible for a long time, but was about to have its door blown wide open. This trick was RNG manipulation. For anybody who may not know what RNG is, it stands for Random Number Generator, and it's essentially just a fancy way of saying luck. So, it's a way of manipulating the luck in the game to get exactly the stats or items that you need. The quickest and easiest way of explaining the RNG manipulation is that the way the game determines what RNG it will give you is from the instant you start up the Game Boy, the game tracks your inputs, and based on which buttons you're pressing when, it will change the RNG that you get. Over the course of an entire run, your inputs will vary drastically, so controlling the RNG this way seemed impossible. But, if you saved and quit the game right before a point where you wanted something, be it stats or an item, you could turn the Game Boy off to get rid of the inputs that were already tracked, then turn it on and do the exact few inputs you need to load into the game. Based on what these few inputs were, you could then control what RNG you get immediately upon returning to the game. These inputs were usually fairly simple, stuff like holding A while the game powers on, but the difficulty that prevented people from utilizing it for so many years was that you needed a frame-perfect A press to clear the save info box to frame after pressing continue. You have a 1/60th of a second timing window to do this, so doing it repeatedly whenever you wanted to manipulate RNG wasn't going to be too viable. But then, that same August, people noticed a video called Pokemon Blue in 69 A presses where somebody beat the game while only pressing the A button 69 times. And funnily enough, this person was able to just hold the A button down all the way through clearing the save info box. This oversight meant that there was no need to do a frame-perfect A press, since you could just hold down the A button instead. Initially, players found 3 places where the RNG manipulation could definitely be helpful. While more places have been discovered since then, these 3 remain crucially important. Before Nidobush, you could save and quit to get a Nidoran with a good level and good DVs. In Mount's Moon, you could save and quit to skip all random encounters until Rocket. And finally, outside of Surge's gym, you could save and quit to manipulate which trash cans the 2 switches were under so you didn't have to waste time guessing. With these 3 new tricks, so much RNG and randomness was now taken out of the run. Using the RNG manipulation to his advantage, Exarion was able to get a run of 149.48 in September 2016. Then, in early 2017, Gunner Maniac once again beat Exarion with a 149.41. Interestingly, the in-game timer was a 147 in this run compared to a 146 in Exarion's run, but the in-game time didn't matter anymore. The record was still Gunner Maniac's. This brings us to the most recent world record, 148.50 by PokeGuy84 in June 2017. The large time save over the previous record mainly came from a different late game route that involves fighting Giovanni first and getting Earthquake later, so you skip having to fight an optional trainer. But lately, PokeGuy has been trying to push the record even farther by using a trick known as Extended Manipulation. Extended Manipulation is essentially an extended version of RNG manipulation. Normally, you'd want to manipulate a Pidgey outside of Mount Moon so you can capture him by saving and quitting and performing the correct inputs to get back into the game to make him appear. But you also want to manipulate a Paris into appearing right after you get into Mount Moon so you can capture him as well. This would mean you would have to do 2 save and quits nearly back to back to perform 2 separate RNG manipulations. Turns out it's possible to play through the game from the Pidgey encounter until when you need to do the Paris encounter with close enough inputs to still get the Paris to appear, without needing to do that second save and quit. But the amount of precise inputs you have to chain together is really difficult. In addition to the extended manipulation, a new early game route has been routed as well, where you skip the Route 3 center and fight the Route 3 last, and pick up Mega Punch in Mount Moon. These strategies were all much more risky though, since you have less HP when fighting last. Nobody's been able to complete a run with either Extended Manip or this new early route. So, as of today, PokeGuy84's 148.50 is where the world record stands. Pokemon Red and Blue has certainly had one of the craziest speedrun journeys of any game out there. The any percent glitchless category may not have had the most ridiculous, game-breaking bugs of a game like Super Mario 64 did, or the insane optimization of a category like Super Mario Bros.
Oh! Wait, I don't know. Maybe.
But instead, a combination of rule changes, controversy, and the frequent discovery of new routes and strategies. And this is just the beginning of this game's world record progression. The new extended manipulation and early game route I talked about before will be used in the future to drop the game's time even more. There's also been talk of re-allowing the instant text glitch and merging the Japanese and American leaderboards. So, be sure to keep an eye out for any of the runners listed in this video, or possibly even a new runner, to continue writing this game's record history in the future. Thanks for watching. So this is the part of the video where I normally just have a black screen with links to other videos, but since I can't link it here, I also just wanted to mention that I sometimes do speedruns on my Twitch page, twitch.tv/summoningsalt, so feel free to follow me there if you want to watch me play, or just talk about speedruns, or give me feedback, or whatever you want to do. Thanks. This is stage 4-2 in the original Super Mario Bros. It doesn't really look that menacing. An area at the start with no floor, sure, and an elevator gap just after. And as soon as you enter 4-2, you're able to exit it. If you hit these blocks to reveal this vine, you can climb up it and you'll be above ground. And there you can warp to either World 6, 7, or 8. This stage has seemed so pivotal to speedrunners who have been trying to beat Super Mario Bros. As fast as possible for years. It's a gateway to World 8, arguably the most dangerous part of the game, so this is a level that's going to make or break your speedrun. But as short and simple as this level may seem, little do most people know that 4-2 has caused more pain and agony than just about any other level in the game.
Oh! Oh! Come on!
Man, no.
Welcome to the mid-2000s. This is when the first Super Mario Bros. Speedruns were completed. Runners such as Scott Kessler and Trevor Sagan were the pioneers, and they knew that 4-2 is a simple level with a simple goal. Run through it, climb up the vine, and warp to World 8. Doing that quickly wasn't too hard. Doing it as fast as humanly possible, on the other hand, definitely was. It was obvious to most back then that the start of 4-2 is really straightforward. You jump across this gap, stomp on a Goomba, and then continue jumping forward until you're on the platform. Then you jump off the platform to hit the block that makes the warp zone vine appear. But this is where it got really tough. You have to tap left to slow down to nearly a stop, and then jump to reveal this invisible block. Then you tap left again just enough to completely stop, landing just to the right of the invisible block you revealed. Finally, you jump on top of the block, onto the top platform, and onto the vine. Doing this in real time at full speed requires a ton of precision, and it took runners quite a bit of time to get good at it. This is Scott Kessler's 510 from April 2004. As you can see, he hesitated a bit while climbing on the blocks, and clipped through the vine by accident when he was trying to climb up onto it. Yeah, the hit detection in Super Mario Bros. Is a little bit weird at times. But runners eventually got better at this section. In Trevor Sagan's 507 from a few months later, you can see that he was able to get a smoother climb to the vine, ultimately ending the section with a 376 on the timer, which counts down from 400 when you start the level. And when he improved his run to a 506 a few weeks later, he once again improved 4-2, getting it smoother than ever before with a 377 on the timer. So alright, speedrunners had established a way of getting through 4-2 very quickly. And given how short the level was, you might wonder what else could possibly be found for speedrunners to go through the level quicker. After all, you were already going directly to the warp zone as fast as you could. But if there's one thing you should never do, it's doubt the ability of speedrunners to figure out something even faster. When you're playing through Super Mario Bros., you're occasionally able to leave the screen you're on to enter another screen. Sometimes this other screen is an underground coin cache, sometimes it's a bonus section, and sometimes it's a warp zone. Every time you can exit the screen you're on to access one of these zones, be it a pipe, a vine, or whatever, I'll be referring to as an exit zone. Now, 4-2 is a little bit unique. Almost immediately after beginning the level, it has two of these exit zones back to back. The first one is the vine that you take to the warp zone, and the second one is this pipe a few blocks down that takes you to an underground room with coins. But there's a catch. The game can only have one of these zones loaded at the same time. It can't say, if you go up the vine you go here, but if you go down the pipe you'll go here. So the way the game works around that is by changing what the one destination is depending on how far the screen is scrolled. For example, if you're standing here and manage to activate an exit zone in some way, the game will send you to the above ground warp zone. Now when we move forward, closer to the pipe, suddenly the next zone gets loaded. So if you manage to activate an exit zone then, you'll go to the underground section. What this means is that if you're somehow able to get into this pipe while the game still has the warp zone loaded as the exit zone destination, the game will send you to the warp zone without playing the long climbing the vine cutscene that it normally does. The only known way to do this is by moving Mario closer to the right side of the screen. The game thinks Mario is farther back than he actually is, so it loads the exit zone destination from where the screen position is. In this case, it's the warp zone. So, players had to figure out how to get Mario closer to the right side of the screen for this trick to work. You couldn't just run forward, since whenever you pass 112 pixels from the left side of the screen automatically starts scrolling, locking Mario at that 112 pixel position. One of the earliest methods of doing this was worked out in the mid-2000s by tool-assisted speedrunners. Tool-assisted speedruns are a little different from regular speedruns. They're not performed in real time by a human, but rather somebody goes inside an emulator and manually tells the game which buttons will be pressed on each frame from start to finish. In 2004, Mana published a tool-assisted speedrun that showed Mario clipping into the wall at the start. This pushed Mario forward exactly 20 pixels. Those 20 pixels were just enough to stop on the first pixel of the pipe, go down it, and be taken to the warp zone. Any farther than the first pixel of the pipe, and the screen would have scrolled too far, causing Mario to go into the coin cache. This wall clip, however, was essentially impossible for a human to ever pull off, which is our main focus of interest here. It required jumping in just the right way, at just the right angle, and then mashing the jump button in just the right way once you're in the wall. Nobody thought that these inputs could be done back then. Simply put, this method of moving to the right was completely out of the question for a human. But another method was found also in 2004. Michael F. posted a tool-assisted speedrun that confused the game into wrapping Mario to the other side of the screen using the vine. This method saved about 2 seconds over the standard method of climbing the vine, and it was a humanly possible trick. However, still, real-time speedrunners didn't use it. You see, this method of vine warping was considered to be a glitch, and for many years, because of rules from websites like Twin Galaxies, glitches were discouraged and usually outright banned from humanly played speedruns. So the 2000s continued to pass, with all speedrunners playing through 4-2 by running through and climbing up the vine. But eventually, one guy had enough. That one guy was Andrew G. While he had followed the glitchless rule set for many years, by 2007 Andrew decided to ignore it. So he began to look at the options he had in 4-2. Method 1, the block clip method, wasn't humanly possible, so he quickly ruled it out. Method 2, the vine teleporting glitch, did save a couple of seconds, but Andrew wanted something better. 4-2 is such a small stage though. Was there really anything else he could squeeze out of it? But after a while of searching, Andrew found something that would forever change the way speedrunners played 4-2. This was Method 3, the easiest and fastest humanly possible strategy, the backwards bump method. Alright, like I mentioned before, Mario cannot naturally move past the 112th pixel from the left side of the screen. This is a ROM hack of Super Mario Bros. That displays how many pixels you are from the left side in the upper right corner where the time usually is. See, it's locked at 112 pixels. But check this out, if you run right in front of a wall, tap left to turn around, and then jump while brushing up against the top of it, this number moves forward quite a bit, meaning that Mario has moved forward that many pixels. You usually get Mario to move forward somewhere between 7 and 10 pixels from doing backwards bumps like this. And once again, you needed to be 20 pixels farther to the right for the wrong warp to work at all, and the more pixels past 20 you were, the more pixels you had to go down the pipe. If you managed to get Mario to X position 132, you could go down the first pixel of the pipe. If you managed to get him to X position 133, you could go down the first or second pixel, and so on. Since it was very difficult to immediately stop on the first pixel or the first few pixels, Andrew wanted to give himself some leeway with his pixel gain. So he elected to do 3 backwards jumps in order to guarantee somewhere between 21 and 30 pixels of gain, letting him stop basically anywhere on the pipe that he wanted. The puzzle that Andrew G then had to figure out was where to do these 3 backwards jumps. Look at how long the stage itself is, you wouldn't think there's too many different combinations he could try. But some jump locations gave smaller bumps than others, some involved waiting for piranha plants to move, and some were impossible to get if you did others first. This was the first 3 bump method used in April 2007. Notice how he's able to go down the middle of the pipe and the wrong warp still works. That's because these 3 bumps were able to push him far past the minimum 20 pixels needed. When he returned to the game a bit more than 3 years later, he had a new route, brushing down on this section and then the same 2 pipe jumps as before. But finally, a year later, in December 2011, Andrew was able to get some help from another guy, Weirwindle111, to figure out the ultimate 3 bump strategy. It was able to get him into the pipe at a 375 instead of a 374, and ultimately ended up saving 1 frame rule over the previous 3 bump methods. Oh yeah, you might not know what a frame rule is. Because of what runners call the frame rule, you can only lose or gain time in increments of 21 frames, or approximately 0.35 seconds, in Super Mario Bros. In every level other than 8-4. This is because at the end of every level, the game only checks for completion every 21 frames instead of every frame. To quote current world record holder Darbian, it's as if at the end of every level, a bus arrives every 21 frames to bring you to the next level. Even if you miss the bus by just 1 frame, you still have to wait 20 frames for the next one to arrive. Sometimes though, you'll arrive just before a bus comes, and you'll hardly have to wait at all. Anyway, for years, this particular 3 bump method was the fastest method that any runner was attempting to complete 4-2 in a speedrun of Super Mario Bros. But Andrew G did know of one potential faster method. If done correctly, you would go into the pipe at 376, and save a frame rule over the fastest 3 bump method. However, at the time, this was by far the hardest and most random method any runner had ever come up with to complete any stage in Super Mario Bros., let alone just 4-2. It would lead to years of resetting speedruns over and over again in 4-2 just to save those 0.35 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the 2 bump method, better known as Fast 4-2. If you recall from before, you need to get Mario to X position 132 from X position 112 for the wrong warp to work. Those 20 pixels were possible to obtain from 2 bumps, since you could get between 7 and 10 pixels from each backwards bump that you do. So if you got 10 pixels from each one, then you could be exactly on X position 132, stop on the first pixel of the pipe, go down it, and be taken to the warp zone. Doing only 2 bumps instead of 3 would save another frame rule over the old 3 bump method. Andrew figured out that the 2 bumps that gave you the greatest chance of getting 10 pixels each were right here. You could sorta control how many pixels you got from each bump, but not reliably. It was so precise that getting 10 pixels was essentially just luck. On average, you'd get the 20 pixels you needed maybe 1 in every 4 tries. But that was just the beginning. If you happened to make it to X position 132, you then had to stop on the first pixel of the pipe and go down it. If you stopped even a pixel too soon, you couldn't go down the pipe. And if you're a pixel too late, you would go down to the coin cache instead of to the warp zone. Believe me when I say that doing this was ridiculously hard. But doing this combined with needing 10 pixels from each of your 2 bumps? Nearly impossible. And to illustrate just how difficult I'm talking about, I'm going to refer to a video from a guy named Patrick Lemieux. Lemieux took a stream of hundreds of world record attempts from Andrew G and overlaid them on top of each other.
Like, technically, it could be possible. Like, I'm not, I usually really don't people are.
Whenever an attempt died, Lemieux simply removed that run from the overlay. For the first 3 levels, hundreds of Andrew G's were tied with each other to the frame. Those same Andrew G's entered 4-2 to attempt Fast 4-2. But out of all those hundreds, just one made it to the warp zone on Fast 4-2 pace. Whenever a run happened to make it past 4-2, Andrew fell silent. The voices of 100 Andrews that were active just a minute before now didn't say a word. These Fast 4-2 attempts continued for months, and eventually years. Andrew G lost at least 95% of his speedruns that made it to 4-2 because he needed to save a third of a second. Eventually, runners stopped trying for Fast 4-2 because other, easier time saves were found in other levels. But by 2016, the world record got back to the point where the Fast 4-2 frame rule needed to be saved for a good chance at the world record. But runners hated doing 4-2. It was stupidly hard and largely out of your control. Darbian, Cosmic D12, Andrew G, none of these guys really wanted to do Fast 4-2 anymore. Was there anything else they could squeeze out of such a small stage? Remember before how I mentioned that Weirwindle 111 helped Andrew discover the best 3-bump method of Fast 4-2? Well, it turns out, back in 2011, Weirwindle also discovered something else. Using a TAS, Weirwindle was able to clip partially inside of a block and get pushed forward several pixels. Runners didn't look into this trick anymore back in 2011, however, because it didn't actually push you enough pixels ahead to get the 20 pixels needed, only about 17, and the inputs that Weirwindle was doing required pushing left and right on the controller at the same time, which wasn't possible for a human. So runners forgot about it for a couple of years, but one day in 2016, Andrew G realized a couple of things. One, you didn't actually need to press left and right at the same time to get this to work. And two, you could just do a bump earlier to make up for the pixels you're short of 20. If you did all of this really quickly, you would potentially have a few more pixels to go down the pipe, and still be taken to the warp zone. Unfortunately, it was really difficult to get enough pixels from this clip while still being fast enough to save the frame rule needed to match Fast 4-2. So Andrew G went back to the drawing board. He remembered the old tool-assisted method of clipping into the blocks at the start. His attempts at this trick from years in the past nearly universally resulted in him not clipping in, and on the extremely rare occasions when he did clip in, it was far too slow to match the Fast 4-2 frame rule. But that had been a long time ago. He had gotten a lot better at the game since then. So, he tried this method again one day in early 2017.
Oh my gosh, wait. Holy crap. I can't believe it. About 100,000 more times. What in the world? Holy crap. Holy crap.
Unbelievably, the once considered impossible task method was now humanly possible. If done correctly, it could just barely be fast enough to match the Fast 4-2 frame rule. And while Andrew G did find some immediate success with this trick, in the long run his success rate with the trick started to go down, and no other top level runner, Cosmic D12, Darbian, or Sumwest for instance, was having any notable success with it. So 4-2 still needed some universally agreed upon fastest and best method. The block clip and wall clip methods were just a bit too inconsistent, and standard Fast 4-2 was just ridiculous as well. But then, in 2017, the ultimate method for 4-2 was found, and it came from perhaps an unlikely source. This guy's name was XX420BlazeIt XX. He noticed another old tool-assisted method of clipping into the wall a few blocks above the ground. The reason why speedrunners never attempted this was because clipping into a wall in this way almost entirely depends on what Mario's subpixel is. Subpixels are values smaller than the pixel that tell your position on a very precise scale. You cannot normally control what your subpixels are,
as they rapidly change as you play a level, so most people simply ignored this wall clip method. But not 420 Blaze It. He realized that your subpixel values are always the same when you start a level, and this wall was right at the start of the level as well. And it turned out, the subpixels you needed to clip into the wall just so happened to be the same that you started the level with. So, 420 Blaze It ran up to the wall without doing anything else first, and jumped into it while tapping left to clip in. A couple more quick jumps, and boom, he was in, and pushed forward 20 or more pixels to the right. He usually had a few pixels of leeway to still go down the pipe, and yes, it was fast enough to match Fast 4-2. Runners were a little skeptical of this method's viability, but soon, runners like Mav6771 were showing it off in practice with great success. He could get it one in every few attempts, and slowly, other world record contenders began to implement it into their runs. They realized that this was it, a decade and a half of playing 4-2, and this method was able to send them to World 8 in the fastest time, with the best consistency. And it was all thanks to a guy named 420 Blaze It. Over the course of 14 years, the amount of work that speedrunners have spent on 4-2 is remarkable. Game developers designed this level over 30 years ago, and I doubt they could have imagined how many people would tear it apart. To discover every little jump, every possible region that could be exploited to save time. Every few years, something new has been discovered that makes the stage either faster or more consistent, and I doubt the journey is done quite yet. Thanks for watching. Hey, it's time to plug my Twitch again. You guys should come follow me at twitch.tv/summoningsalt. I speedrun stuff there sometimes. Thanks. Metroid. It's one of Nintendo's most iconic franchises, and it all started back on the original Nintendo Entertainment System back in the 1980s. As the player blasts through aliens and explores the world they're dropped into, they're left with the feeling of awe. Most players want this feeling to last as long as possible and explore every last inch of every room in the game. But some people play Metroid a little bit differently. So, the history of the NES Metroid World Record can be traced back to 2004. The player was a guy I've talked about a lot, and a guy who should probably be known as one of the greatest video game players of all time, Scott Kessler, and the time of the run was 22 minutes and 19 seconds. For those unfamiliar with Metroid, the eventual goal is to beat Mother Brain. Before you can do that, of course, there's so much more that most players have to do. Get items that let you deal more damage, pick up more health, other attributes, and beat 2 mini-bosses, Kraid and Ridley, that allow you to get to Mother Brain in the first place. So, Kessler started off his run by stocking up on missiles and getting other items and health. He traveled through Brinstar to pick up his first 5 missiles, an E-Tank to boost his health to 199, bombs, the Ice Beam, and another E-Tank. In all, he spent around 8 minutes and 45 seconds in Brinstar before heading down the elevator into Kraid's lair to get ready to fight Kraid. Once he was in Kraid's lair, he navigated to the room before Kraid's room and began to farm for missiles. See, when you kill an enemy in Metroid, it can have the chance of dropping a random item, and one of those items it can drop is a missile. Kessler needed 5 missiles to break open the red door to get to the Kraid fight, so he spent about a half minute shooting Giga to get the 5 missiles he needed to randomly drop. Then it was on to the Kraid fight. Kessler's strategy here was to simply roll into a ball and lay bombs everywhere, hoping that they would explode on Kraid and damage him. This strategy was slow, but safe and effective. The fight itself took about a minute, and then he picked up a hidden E-tank and got out. Kessler then had to climb out of Kraid's lair, in a section that would be known as the Climb. His method was to simply shoot the blocks above him, then jump and let the blocks that respawned below him push him farther up. Once again, this was pretty slow, and it took him about 2.5 minutes to get back up to the elevator. He then went into the infamous statue room. This room is more or less the gateway between the rest of the game and Mother Brain. Normally, once you've defeated both Kraid and Ridley, you shoot both of their statues in this room and a bridge appears, allowing you to travel across and enter Turian to fight Mother Brain. The developers intended for you to have to defeat both bosses before making it across. If you try to go down into the lava pit, there's no way of making it through the one tile wide opening on the left. Thankfully, there's a way around having to defeat both Kraid and Ridley. Bridge skip. This trick is one of the oldest I've ever documented in this series. There's reference to it from a Nintendo Fun Club magazine from 1987. If you lure a Rio into the statue room, you can freeze him with your ice beam in just the right position. Then you roll into a ball, use a bomb to propel Samus up, and roll through the small opening. So, Kessler could get to Turian without needing to fight Ridley. He still fought Kraid, however, to get the 75 missiles you receive for killing him. These would come in handy later. After getting through the statue room, Kessler took the elevator down into Turian. He farmed a bunch of the Metroids for more health and missiles, and then very carefully navigated through the Mother Brain room. His playstyle here was pretty safe, traveling under the platforms and freezing any rings that came near him. He used the missiles he gained from the Kraid fight and from farming to blast through the 8 pillars, before finally reaching Mother Brain and firing the 33 missiles necessary to defeat her. Mother Brain was dead. But anyone who's played Metroid knows there's one final part left, the escape. You've got to jump up from tiny platform to tiny platform to escape from the planet and beat the game. It may not seem too hard, but imagine trying to do this as quickly as you can with the knowledge that you're on world record pace. Mistakes usually aren't punished too heavily here, and you can often just land on the platform below if you slip up. But if it's coming down to the wire, and you can't afford to waste any seconds, then you've got to be perfect. You can't let your run go to waste at the last second. One slip up, and your run is over. Thankfully for Scott Kessler, he didn't really have to worry about that. This was the first recorded
I'm back. I'm back. 5:04:43. Oh my god. I'm probably gonna take a nap at some point today. Jeez. Tom, hello! I don't know if anybody's still here. Oh, Cardiff Knight got it. Hey! Alright. Was supposed to sleep. Oh. It's okay. We got a good amount. I'm still really tired. Oh, what? How far did we make it in the summoning solve videos? We're on Metroid. Oh. Oh. Summoning Salt's so good. Yeah. Drink water. Oh, well, this was a very fun experience. It's 11:15 a.m. I need to eat food. Yeah. All right. Oh, let me post in the sleep channel in the Discord. Then we can end this. Oh, it was Guard of Night. Or Garden Night in the Discord. The same person who got the gifted sub. Ugly Sailor, what's up? Hope you're doing well. I'm tired. Oh my god, I'm tired. Alright. Favorite video reaction stream? Wow. It's so soothing. Summoning Salt's voice is so soothing. It puts me to sleep. Should archive. I think what I Alright. Oh. Well, yes, all that's left now to do is end the stream. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Everybody's still here. Hope you're having a good day or night or afternoon or morning or whatever time stuff. I'll be back on Saturday to do some marathon prep for Velocity. It'll be fun. Do I get a reset with commentary? I'll practice more today. But I don't think I'm gonna stream again today. Maybe I'll do like a stream at night. But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. Oh, I'll hop in Big Boys for a bit. Yeah, sounds fun. All right. Bye. Oh, we can go to. Oh wait, before I end, we can go to Velocity. Yeah, let's do that. Velocity's going. Everybody go watch this marathon. Got any time in the day to watch Twitch Make sure you check this out. It's gonna be great. Bye for real. Bye.